Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry was raised by manipulative evil Dumbledore? I sat on the bed in my tiny room at Privet Drive, my aunt and uncle's house. We had returned early from Hogwarts to our homes after Professor Dumbledore, the school headmaster, was killed by Severus Snape. Just thinking about it brought tears to my eyes. I'd lost not just a teacher, but a mentor like my own grandfather. I felt sad, desperate, and alone. Fate always chose those who wanted to protect me in some way. 4 days remained until I turned 17, the magical age of majority. The protective charms at Privet Drive house would vanish, and my aunt's blood could no longer shield me from Voldemort and his Death Eaters. They were likely keeping watch, waiting near Surrey to find me and finish me off. That's why I sent my uncles away with Uncle Vermin's sister, and I told them it wasn't safe to stay in the house, that I didn't want them to die either. I explained how Professor Dumbledore had been murdered and that I only knew one person who could protect them. For the first time, they listened. They packed their bags and left, on the condition that they wouldn't see me again when they returned. I couldn't trust the Phoenix Order's mission. They were thrown into disarray by their leader's death and couldn't help me. Tired of people around me dying for me, I refused to drag anyone else into this mess, especially Ron and Hermione. They needed to stay out of it, protected by their parents. I had to figure this out on my own. I went down for a quick bite. My aunt hadn't left much food at home before she left, and I couldn't afford to go shopping. So I tried to ration the food in the fridge and pantry to avoid running out. The funny thing is, now I could finally see. I watched TV and read the newspaper daily. My uncle had a subscription to it, and no one ever scolded me. I opened today's paper looking for some unusual news that might relate to what was happening in the magical world. And there I saw the ad that could change my life.
Eres joven.
You love adventure, want to service your country, discover a career where you can unleash your adrenaline. We are looking for young people with a spiritual commitment to your country's army. Last call on July 30th. Show up at your nearest barracks. A flood of questions flooded my mind. Should I enlist in the military? Should I vanish from the magical world to learn self-defense in the British Army? How would I act as a muggle, without magic, and then apply all that magic knowledge to defeat Voldemort? After all, Voldemort was like a muggle terrorist but with magical abilities. It sounded crazy, absolutely crazy, but what if that's exactly what I needed to win? That magic training could be obtained at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, though I still had 1 year left in my Hogwarts curriculum. Even if I could skip a course and go straight to the Aurora Academy, the ministry was so rancid and full of spies that they could kill me at any moment within their premises. It wasn't safe for me, so the idea of joining the army came back to me, blending in, being someone ordinary for a while. I decided to head to the army barracks in London that morning to get first-hand information. But first, I needed money, which meant leaving home and making my way to Gringotts. It was 2 in the afternoon when I slipped on my best outfit and grabbed a borrowed hat from Dudley to cover my hair and that scar. I rummaged through the drawers of my uncle's and cousin's rooms to find some cash for the London bus ride. I didn't want to take the night bus that might make me look like a stranger. Luckily, my cousin had money stashed in one of his drawers, so I borrowed it from him. I slipped out through the back door, slipping under my invisibility cloak and leaping between gardens until I reached the London bus stop. I hid to remove my cloak before approaching the station. Buses came every half hour, so I waited for the next one to arrive. 10 minutes later, I boarded the bus. I was on edge. I had to be super careful. All the Mortifagos would be on high alert, and one wrong move could cost me my life. I made it to the stop closest to the Coriani Cauldron. The bar was sparsely populated, making it easy to blend in. I made my way to the wall leading into Diagon Alley. Once inside, I headed straight for Gringotts without stopping, gripping the wand tightly in my pocket. I wanted to talk to someone who handles inheritance matters. I asked a Dementor, and Professor Dumbledore told me that at 17, I would inherit my parents' estate. Wait, he snapped, then vanished without a word. Within minutes, another elf appeared and told me to follow him. We entered a very elegant office. I am Horace, at your disposal, Sir Potter, Harry Potter. Good afternoon. In 4 days I'll turn 18 and be away for a while. I want to settle my parents' inheritance. Is that possible? Let's see what we can do. He began rummaging through the folders. We could make an exception for just a few days after all. He carries on Sirius Black's legacy and Albus Dumbledore's. How? Let's break it down. First, we need to finalize the paperwork for the Potter inheritance. Put a drop of his blood in this drawer so we can identify him, he said, gesturing toward a box on the table. If that's the case. I pinched my finger so a drop of blood would fall into the drawer, and there appeared a file folder with a stack of papers and a safe she handed to me. Mr. Potter, you'll notice this folder contains a list of your properties, their actions, and camera numbers. The safe holds the keys to those properties. I opened the folder and found 5 properties listed. A castle in England, a house in Ireland, an apartment in London, my parents' former home in Godric Valley, now demolished, and another castle in Scotland. Alongside these were 3 properties outside England. A mansion in Paris, a house in Malaga, and a flat in New York. It seemed my ancestors had lived quite comfortably. I kept checking the folder, which contained stock options from the world's most prominent companies in the wizarding world and, surprisingly, even shares of major Muggle corporations. It consisted of 3 cameras registered under the Potter family's name, and I checked it out. I found the safe but couldn't locate the camera keys. There were multiple keys with property labels attached. Could you check the number of galleons currently in the storage rooms and visit them later when we're done? Also, how do I get in? I can't see any keys. These are high-security cameras. Access is only permitted if you're the rightful owner and accompanied by a security guard authorized to let you in. A file appeared on the folder containing the amount of gallons, 6, and nuts recorded in the 3 cameras. Alongside the money, there was a pile of objects and books, all listed in detail. What a wild ride! I exclaimed when I saw the staggering amount. It was truly mind-blowing. If you want, we can keep Sirius Black's legacy going. Another file folder with a new safe appeared before me. I opened it to find records spanning England, France, Spain, Germany, Switzerland, Russia, Hawaii, and Japan. The Blacks seemed to be a wealthy family with 3 cameras. As I stared at the elf, an unspoken document suddenly surfaced listing their wealth and possessions. The amount of money was shockingly high. And thinking about how I went through almost a week without eating because I had no money. Mr. Sirius Black owned another camera that was passed down as an inheritance to Mr. Remus Lupin, the dwarf explained. I nodded to show he'd heard me, relieved Remus was safe from harm. Finally, a last file from Albus Dumbledore's estate appeared. I stared at it without opening it. Everything was so recent and felt downright absurd. Sorry, Mr. Potter, the little sprite said when noticing my frown over the file. I know this is a huge loss. Yes, a great person and a great wizard, I murmured. The little sprite respected my silence. Finally, I opened the folder. It was a modest inheritance, yet equally significant. It held the title of property for a house outside London and a camera filled with objects and books. The inheritance agreement specified that you were the heir to your family home and camera 323, which housed your personal collection of books and belongings. While the funds were divided among multiple heirs, he left us a note stating that if he had been missing before you turned 17, you should have taken possession of the camera and accessed it before reaching adulthood. He left something extremely important for you. I was planning to contact him tomorrow to arrange a visit and discuss this matter with him. Thanks. I have a question. Who was in charge of overseeing all these operations and properties? We have a designated person in charge of managing these finances until you turn 18. I would like to have them continue managing my finances. The reality is I don't even know where to start, but I'd like to meet the person handling these matters if I need any procedures or clarifications. I also want to consolidate control of both inheritances under one person and ensure they are completely trustworthy, someone who understands that my current circumstances require extra precautions. Of course, there's no problem. The person in charge is Mr. White, a man of complete trust who has worked with us for many years. When they start working, we cast a powerful spell to verify their loyalty and ensure they can never deceive either us or our clients. That's great. Then I could talk with Mr. White for a bit and check the cameras. By the way, they should all be distributed. Could they interconnect them so that when you enter one, you can access the others? This is a common request in old-school families. The 3 Potter cameras and the 3 Black cameras are already connected. I'm now tasked with linking all 6 cameras together and adding my own camera along with Dumbledore's camera.
Muy amable.
You must sign all this paperwork with your magic signature. Once you do, you'll be free to manage your assets as you see fit. I'd like to know about systems that allow me to withdraw money without having to come in person. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for me to travel around for a while, whether it's magical money or muggle cash. Of course, we have multiple systems planned. For the magical world, there's a wallet where you can withdraw money simply by thinking about the amount. It recognizes its magic and prevents unauthorized access. There are also vouchers for larger amounts. Just write down the sum on the voucher and specify which camera should process the transaction. With a magic signature, the transaction is completed instantly, sending a note to the recipient immediately notifying them of the deposit. For Muggle users, we offer a similar payment system that processes transactions in their preferred currency, whether it's pounds or euros. We charge exchange fees from their account based on the transaction amount. Additionally, we provide a dedicated Muggle card for payments at retail stores. With any system, you'll receive a monthly summary of your transactions, the commission amounts we've charged you, and all payments to the account you've designated. If they're linked together as you mentioned, it's automatically processed through any available payment gateway. That's exactly what I need. You can provide me with all 4 systems. To make it easier for you, we can customize the bag to give you both magical and Muggle money. Just think about how much you want and what type of currency you need. Perfect. Thanks you for everything, Mr. Horace. If you stay with me, I'll take you to Mr. White so we can talk and get everything he requested ready. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Not all humans treat our race with such respect, especially those who possess the wealth you've inherited, Mr. Potter. You can count on me for whatever you need. I'll always be at your service. Without another word, he escorted me to another office. Mr. White, you need to attend to Mr. Potter. He just inherited the Potter and Black account portfolios and wants to get the details. While we prepare the withdrawal kit, he'll want to check out his cameras later. Good evening, Mr. Horace. The little sprite has left. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter. May I assist you? He said, gesturing for me to take a seat. Mr. White, you just handed me all these investment portfolios with stocks and shares. Honestly, I don't understand this stuff much and won't have time to handle it soon. I'd like them to keep managing this, but they're not sparking my curiosity. I want to know what types of companies are buying shares, how they do it to avoid losses, their investment strategies, and which indices they track. Mr. White spent an hour explaining to me where my money was and why it was there, pointing out that there was a clause in my account that could always be modified. The clause stated that 10% of the funds from the account could be reinvested to generate more income, and this was their standard operating procedure. They had significantly expanded the account through profits. When expenses were substantial in the accounts, they adjusted that 10% rate to match actual costs while reducing investments accordingly. He explained that his job was to find the best investment for clients, since his salary came from 2% of the profits he earned. For him, it was just as important as for clients to make money through investments. The world of finance is truly fascinating. I told you excitedly while sharing all that information, but it's incredibly complex. You're still very young and need time to get to know him. I'll keep you updated with monthly reports as clearly as possible so you can understand them without any issues. AS confidential documents for a critical account and due to your personal circumstances. Both my reports and the withdrawal kit usage reports will arrive in plain paper format. You will now write the key on this plain paper by hand in your own handwriting. When you receive the blank sheet with our anagram background, simply enter that password in the right corner of the page, and the report will appear to be writing to vanish. The paper will once again be blank. Very ingenious. In a paper I received, I wrote the word ejercito as a keyword that no one would ever associate with me in the magical world. By the way, to make a will. Are you so young, Mr. Potter, talking about a will? You never know, I told you it was serious. He explained that I must list the beneficiary's name next to each of my belongings. He handed me a document detailing all my assets. If I change my mind in the coming years and any beneficiary changes, I can always request a will amendment. Thank you. I began filling it out with the Weasley family names. Ron, Hermione, Remus, Tonks, and the future descendants of the couples, then handed him the signed paper with my blood on it. That's when Horace came in with the money extraction kit, what they called it, and activated it. The voucher block is designed to be endless. If you lose any of the 3 items, Don't worry, they can't be used by anyone else. Simply say Accio Bolsa Dinero, Accio Money Bag, Accio Vales Dinero, Accio Money Vouchers, or Accio Tarjeta Dinero, Accio Money Card. Since all three items are linked to your account, they'll appear immediately. This handy guide contains all instructions so you won't forget them at any point. I also brought him this book, handing over a thick volume we deliver to major accounts. Here are all the items currently stored in their vaults, each marked with a photo and number. If you want a specific item, place the wand on the photo and say Accio Object and the corresponding number, and it will appear before you while disappearing from the camera, leaving a blank space in the book. If you never want to return it to the camera, place your wand over the object and say Return to Camera Object Number. Then select an empty number from the book. If it's a new object, state the number following the last one. It'll appear in the book. Always hold the book in hand when moving items in your camera's interface to ensure proper entry. At the end of the book, we've included a list of all its properties with a front facade photo and an interior photo. If you don't have the key handy, just say Visit Property Number along with the corresponding page number in the book. The system will then appear at the property's entrance. With a drop of their blood on the door, you can enter the residence. This is truly valuable to me, thank you. It also has the same charm as the money extraction kit. If you lose it, say Accio Libro Camaras, I lost my camera book, and since the book is linked to your account, it will appear immediately. The little sprite said goodbye and walked away once more. If you don't want any further clarification, I'll summon a goblin to accompany your personal camera room. I'd be delighted to meet him. If you need to consult me about anything, just use this pad. He handed me what was actually a thick parchment where he scribbled his message, and I'll gladly respond. Thank you for everything, Mr. White. I entered through the Dumbledore chamber, which was filled with objects and books. At its center stood a round table with several chairs, and atop it was a large chest containing a letter addressed to me. I checked the chamber's catalog to locate the item and found it immediately. I sat down in a chair and opened the envelope. Dear Harry, if you're reading this note, it means I'm no longer with you guys. Things have moved faster than I ever expected. Ever since I obtained the Gaunt Ring, I knew it was Voldemort's trap. He poisoned me through potions made by a close friend who wasn't Severus Snape. Though I managed to delay the process, I knew time was running out. I began storing fragments of my memories with all my knowledge for you, and also requested memories from friends I trusted completely. All you need to do is put your memory into the mind, hold up your wand, and say Acquire, and all the knowledge I once had will transfer to you as if it had always been yours. This chest contains about 100 bottles with different knowledge. The catch is that to avoid going crazy, you can only acquire one memory per week. For the rest of the days, you'll need to gradually adapt to this new knowledge. Since it would take nearly 2 years to absorb all the memories, I've prioritized the most crucial elements for the battle against Voldemort in the first 50 chapters. You need to disappear for a year to prepare yourself. I've left you books you must read and 3 gifts for you. 3 little bottles at the beginning of the chest. The green one is for restoring your vision. You should drink it before going to bed. It might hurt a bit, but when you wake up, you won't need glasses anymore. The blue-colored one you'll drink in the morning after breakfast when your vision is at its sharpest. It's meant to help you fully understand and absorb everything you read or learn through just one reading session. This superpowers memory and comprehension skills so fast you won't even notice it. Once mastered, it'll stick with you forever. This will save you tons of time, which, unfortunately, we all desperately need these days. This is an extremely rare potion requiring a blue crocodile's tail, now extinct. My friend accidentally obtained one from the black market to create it. The third potion is orange, granting you invincibility. When you turn 17 and your aunt's blood protection disappears, it will instantly locate you. Stay alert, keep them within close proximity while waiting. This potion will make you invisible to any wizard. Take it before midnight on July 30th, and when the clock strikes 12 and a minute, nobody will spot you. To avoid this, leave Privet Drive. I've set up my hideout for you. No one knows its location. So don't worry about unexpected visitors. It was my secret sanctuary, nestled in a highly secure location accessible only to the owner. If you wanted to bring someone along, you had to go in person, otherwise you couldn't enter at all. By the way, since it's unmarked, you can cast spells without the ministry's interference. If you're missing a few days to turn 17, you might want to take advantage of this opportunity. One last thing. I found and destroyed all the objects we were searching for, leaving only Nagini who I couldn't access. Don't despair or get depressed. Surviving means fate wants to give you a chance. Seize it and remember, your moment of happiness will come when you don't shut the door. I've loved you like my own child. You're such a good person. With heartfelt affection, I shall forever remain in your heart. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Tears streamed down my cheek as he had everything prepared for me. He hadn't abandoned me, he was returning from the brink of death to help. I grabbed the orange potion bottle and drank it without hesitation. This would allow me to cast spells from that moment onward. Looking inside the chest, I saw numerous bottles among which stood a small token. Taking the first one, I noticed a label reading magic without a wand. How wonderful! No need for a wand, especially in the Muggle world. I had so many things to plan, and it was already late. I needed to buy some Muggle clothes for tomorrow's army barracks visit. I wandered through all the chambers, examining the objects and books. You could build an entire castle with just these items. The Black Chamber was packed with magical artifacts and books. Finally, I exited the chamber when the goblin appeared, signaling time to climb back up. It was nearly 6 o'clock when I slipped on the hat that concealed my hair and scar, hoping to blend in. In Diagon Alley, I stepped into a shop to buy a compact magic travel bag. Good afternoon. I was looking for a compact travel bag that's lightweight yet packed with space inside and super comfy to carry around. This backpack is compact and easy to handle. It features a magic-proof design that keeps the interior dry, even if you drop it into a river or carry heavy loads. Nothing inside will get soaked. The best part? Your clothes stay spotless and ironed out, even if they've been stored full of dirt. Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. I'll keep it. I also bought magical clothing. A t-shirt, a shirt, a sweater, some pants, lingerie, mountain boots, sneakers, and a hat. These items featured permanent cleaning spells and weather control magic. The hat could maintain your body temperature at all times while changing colors and shapes to match any desired style, and it even protected you from basic spells. I bought a special sleeping bag that looked like a small ball when closed, with permanent cleaning spells to resist moisture and water. It's the same type as clothing, keeping the body at a constant temperature without extreme heat or cold. What I really liked was its animal-repelling spell. It's something I really appreciate. I also bought a toiletry set with endless hygiene products that smelled wonderfully fresh, and a watch that not only showed time for every country in the world, you just had to tell it which country you wanted, but also featured a compass that magically guided you wherever you wanted to go or who you wanted to meet. Just out of curiosity, does he have any books that explain how to cast all the spells associated with these objects? I have these 2 books. One explains the spells they carry, and the other is about survival spells. From what I can tell, you're after adventures. For example, if you fall into a raging river where you can't swim against the current, there's a spell to protect you from getting hit and another to prevent drowning. The problem with these spells is that you need to cast them quickly due to the circumstances and be powerful, theory rare to cast. I'll read them anyway. I'll take them with me. As I was leaving, I spotted a magical refrigerator ad in the corner of the store. Then what? I asked the vendor. This is a game-changing innovation. You'll need to sync the device's magic with your personal charm, and once connected, you can make any request it needs. The result will be as fresh as if it came straight from the fridge. Behind the scenes, a licensed food company handles the supply. To settle your order, the device links to your Hogwarts account, where payments are automatically deducted. That's awesome. Does this apply to other types of food too? Wow, that's my best product, the portable food store. It shows me a perfect 10//10 device. The principle is simple. First you say cold and think what you want and the cold food will appear. Or you say store and the food will show up right before you. Best part? You can even get cooked meals. Just say cooked, and your desired dish will pop up hot and ready to eat. It's also linked to your Hogwarts account, and meal expenses are automatically deducted. But from such a small portion, you can't make something like chicken with potatoes. The device doesn't extend beyond its casing. Its compact design serves as a seamless connector. The chicken and potato dish will appear directly in front of the machine, so it's best to place the appliance in the center of your dining table for proper placement. The food company is highly reputable, with their contract containing a clause that prohibits delivering damaged or substandard meals. All products are guaranteed top quality, and you won't be able to order food unless there's sufficient payment in your account. I bought it with excitement. The salesperson connected my magic to the device and my Hogwarts account. Then a contract with the food company appeared on the paper. I packed everything into my new bag and headed out of Diagon Alley toward London's Muggle district. Searching for a men's clothing store, I walked into a store and bought jeans, 3 short-sleeved tees and 2 long-sleeved ones, 2 sweaters and a jacket, a dress pants, a shirt and a casual cardigan matching the outfit, underwear, some shoes, sneakers, and a pair of pajamas. At a sports store, I picked up a pair of sportswear pants with matching tees for comfort, plus a headband to cover the scar. The last thing I did was get my hair cut short, leaving a strand to cover my forehead. I asked if there was any product that could hide that ugly scar. After trying many options, we finally found a super thick makeup base that needed only to be applied to the scar itself. I bought 5 pots of makeup and headed to Privet Drive around 8:30 p.m., feeling satisfied with everything I'd purchased while remaining completely hidden from everyone's sight. I sat down at the dining table in front of the TV and tried my new machine. I ordered hot pasta and a lasagna, the best lasagna I've ever had. When I tried it cold, a Muggle-style tale appeared without any issues. This machine was fantastic for someone like me living alone. The best part? In the end, I ordered cold chocolate ice cream, and there came out an amazing chocolate treat. I had decided to leave Privet Drive and move into the house I inherited from Dumbledore. I went to the room and took all my belongings out of. I grabbed the suitcase and started cleaning it out. After tossing Dudley's old clothes, I packed everything back into the bag except the fire whip and invisibility cloak. The reduced-sized cloak became my new travel companion in the backpack. I wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, and another to Remus so they wouldn't worry about me. Dear friends, Dumbledore has sent me instructions as his final wish to undergo a year-long training program. Just about that. Don't worry, I'll be fine. When I'm ready, I'll come back. You don't need to look for me, I'll find you. Right now, I'm not prepared to win, and we all know it. Dumbledore managed to eliminate all the objects you know about. Only the snake and himself remain. When I return, I'll take care of that. Ron, please stay with Hedwig and take care of her for me. I love you, Harry. I made the letter from Remus very similar. Hedwig, deliver these 2 letters first to Remus, then to Ron and Hermione in the dormitory. You must stay with them, they'll take care of you. I'll be away for a year in a place where I can't look after you. Hedwig chirped and playfully pricked my finger, then gave her one last tender caress before carrying her to the window. Watch out, don't get caught, and stay safe. I grabbed my camera bag, searched for Dumbledore's memory chest, put it on, drank the eye-curing potion, and went to bed. Clarification. I have never served in the military. My information comes from the British Army's official website, other relevant sources, and first-hand accounts from people who have been there. Please excuse any errors in my account. My adventurous spirit has led me down these paths. Thanks to everyone who left a comment. I hope you'll keep following me on this journey, and let's move forward at a leisurely pace. I really enjoy hearing your thoughts, whether positive or negative. With that said, I'll now move on to the second chapter. Chapter 2, First Encounter with the Army. The next morning, I woke up with a throbbing headache. My eyes opened with a twinge of fear, but soon I realized everything was crystal clear. With a grin that lit up my face, I bolted out of bed and stepped outside to discover a whole new world of tiny wonders waiting to be seen. After breakfast, I took the blue potion that Professor Dumbledore said would sharpen my memory and learning abilities. I tidied up the house, locked it, and left Privet Drive without looking back. I had no fond memories of living there and didn't want to dwell on it. Putting on my invisibility cloak, I made my way to the bus stop. Once in central London, I asked where the Army recruitment office was and headed straight there. Good morning. I came to check out the new job openings. Where should I go? I asked a soldier at the gate. That's the queue, office 8. If you want to while waiting, feel free to read the brochures available at a table in the center of the sala. There were about 20 boys and girls in front of me. I started reading one of the pamphlets detailing the different age requirements for magical schools. I saw that I needed to be at least 18, but I hadn't turned 17 yet. A small shiver ran through my body, but I was determined I wasn't letting this stop me from entering. So I discreetly grabbed my wand and altered the birth year on my Muggle ID card. Calmer now, I continued reading. A small panel caught my eye. Special Operations Unit, SAS. A military unit trained to conduct unconventional warfare missions, counterterrorism operations, reconnaissance, hostage rescue, apprehension of dangerous criminals, and special operations under principles of self-sufficiency, camouflage, speed, and teamwork. That's exactly what I needed. I had to join this unit. By the time I finished reading, they were already attending to the person who was coming. In front of me, next, good morning. I was facing a man in his 50s who looked very serious and had a stern expression. Sit down. What's your name? Harry Potter Evans. Age? 18. I'll celebrate in 3 days. What body would you like to enter? I want to join the Special Air Service, SAS. He replied with absolute confidence, recalling what he had read. The guy lifted his head and stared at me for the first time. It's pretty tall for being so small. That's what I want. Do you know what the motto of this regiment is?
No, señor.
Whoever takes the risk wins. That's a good motto, sir. I agree, but you'll need to pass some tough tests first. You'll have to complete the training program first, and once you're done, you can submit your application to that unit. You'll add your request to the report. Trust me, it's going to get noticed by more than just one person. Let's start from the beginning. Hell head to the selection center where Hell be evaluated for 2 days and get his first taste of military life. I gave him a file with directions, train schedules, what he needed to bring, and a description of what he'd do during those 2 days. On July 31st at 9 a.m., a military vehicle will pick him up at the same station to take him to the center. There, they will conduct a medical examination and physical / psychological tests. You'll meet with the troops and can ask questions if you have any doubts. At the end, there's an interview where they'll determine if you're qualified. If you still want to join the army, they'll arrange your enlistment date and assign you to a specific regiment. I left the recruitment office feeling satisfied. Grabbing the house key Dumbledore had given me, I scouted a back alley to vanish. Following the instructions from the bank, I slipped the key into my hand and headed toward the property. There stood a quaint cottage with a garden, completely surrounded by a lush forest, not a soul in sight. For a reason, Dumbledore had called it his sanctuary. I heard the sound of water and followed it to a house where I discovered a beautiful garden and at the back a lake fed by a small waterfall. The air was filled with absolute tranquility. The house was exceptionally welcoming, featuring a living dining area, kitchen, an office with a large library, and a bathroom on the ground floor. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms and another bathroom. Everything was immaculately clean. It seemed to require a permanent cleaning spell. As I toured the property, I chose a spacious room with lake views. I left my suitcase and backpack in the trunk and headed downstairs to the kitchen. Feeling hungry, I ordered a pizza from my local pizzeria. After finishing my meal, I went to the office to organize the magic program I was following. I grabbed my camera book and started checking the titles. I requested some books, but if I didn't like them, I'd return them after reviewing them. In the end, I ended up with 20 books, 10 left by Dumbledore in his chamber covering various subjects, 5 with intriguing spells, though their legality is questionable, 1 from the Black Chamber, 1 on how to perform summoning rituals, and 2 about healing the Potter Chamber. I also had the 2 survival spells and object protection spells I bought at the store. I grabbed the first bottle of knowledge, the one that said magic without a wand, and placed it on my desk. I didn't know what awaited me, but as a Gryffindor, I didn't hesitate to put in my wand and say acquire. I felt a surge of energy rise from my arm to my head, followed by a chill. My head went dizzy for a few seconds, but I quickly regained clarity. It felt like this knowledge had always been with me, and instinctively I could cast any spell without the wand. It was truly fascinating. During the dinner, I examined the labels on the upcoming vials and read about transformations, enchantments, offensive and defensive spells, animagi, ancient magic, elemental magic, healing, potions, herbalism, Muggle martial arts, light magic, clairaudience, swordsmanship, magical laws, wizarding law, Muggle law, astronomy, runes, fortune-telling, and a multitude of labels in various languages. French, Spanish, Italian, Russian, German, Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Greek, Latin. And continued with Muggle mathematics, magical history, Muggle history, Egyptian hieroglyphs, Hebrew, how to absorb knowledge from others without harming them, magical creatures and how to combat them, plus a bunch of other little bottles. But those were the ones that really caught my eye, so I separated them out. By year's end, I'd become a knowledge-packed genius with a wealth of information in my head. It was a shame I had to wait a week for each little bottle. I didn't know which friends I'd gathered such extensive information from Dumbledore, though, and I was grateful for that. It would take me about 9 months to absorb all that knowledge. I put the vials, the thought box, and the wand in a chest, then read one of the store's books to find ways to protect it. I cast a spell to shield it from impacts, flooding, temperature changes, and to keep it locked, only my magic could access it. For the next 2 days, I immersed myself in books, literally devouring them as everything I read was stored in my mind. After finishing all the magic books I'd chosen and some from the school library, I went to London's library. There, I read all sorts of useful materials, learned computer skills, and picked up basic knowledge I'd never had before since studying at Hogwarts rather than the Muggle world. The day of March 31st finally arrived, marking my 17th birthday. I woke up around 6 in the morning, unsure if the mortiphagus had managed to break into my uncle's house, or if they'd given up after failing to locate me. What really kept me on edge was knowing I had to catch the train that day for those 2 days at the Army Selection Center. At 7, I grabbed my backpack prepped with some clothes and a book and disappeared to reappear in a London station restroom. The train was scheduled to depart at 7:30. The journey was peaceful, and I took the opportunity to continue reading. When I got off the train, I spotted a soldier at the station entrance. Various boys and girls who were also heading toward him, at least not I'd be alone. We all had that same look of scared fools who didn't know what to do. The soldier verified our identities against his roster, and we got into a van. He was super friendly and kept reassuring us along the way that there was nothing to worry about, everything would be smooth sailing. We arrived at the center, where they re-identified us and assigned us a number for identification during the tests. They gave us a green work uniform tailored to our size, a red vest with our number in white, and escorted us to the room to leave our bags behind. It was a huge room with multiple bunk beds. We found the bed with our assigned number, stashed our backpacks in the closet, and put on our jumpsuits and vests. Then we went down to a living room where several boys and girls were waiting seated. There were about 30 of us in total. They gave us our first talk about what it meant to join the military. From there, the tests began. A medical checkup first, then a technical test, followed by an ice-breaking presentation where we spoke in front of everyone. Next came a basic knowledge test and a personal interview. Then came the physical selection at the gym, agility tests, speed tests, endurance tests. Later, we talked with veterans, and finally, we finished the day exhausted, collapsing onto the bed. We were woken up at 5:30 a.m. At 6 a.m., we conducted a dormitory inspection. After breakfast, we started with a military theory lesson. Then they took us outdoors to complete construction tests for small bridges that we all had to pass. We connected metal guides to build a walkway where we descended a heavy ton. We ran 1.5 miles, 2.4 kilometers, and underwent equipment testing. We would pass through the tunnels and fire fake grenades while shouting where we'd thrown them, forcing others to fall to the ground in the opposite direction. Finally, our day ended. We went to the showers, tidied up in the room, packed our things, and went downstairs to wait in a waiting area for the final interview where they were going to evaluate us. Harry Potter. Then yes, I replied, rising and entering the office. Sit down. I have the report from all the instructors who've been with you over these 2 days. Your results are above average. Congratulations. Thanks, sir. In terms of physical fitness, he's a bit lacking in training, but he's made up for it with tremendous effort, which is why he's highly valued. Here's a note from the recruitment officer where you expressed interest in the SAS regiment. So, sir, can I ask why? To help cleanse our country of undesirable elements. I want to contribute my share to ensure a peaceful society. The regiment specializes in counterterrorism and special operations support. With my training in learning and adapting, I believe I can be a valuable asset to them. Wow, he's got some serious selling skills. He grinned. If you can prove your worth, we'll give you a shot at the SAS induction tests. First, you'll need to complete your training month, but let me tell you those SAS entry exams aren't easy. We'll assign you to the Air Force's parachute unit so you can get properly trained. Show us what you're made of. Thank you, sir. I'll give it my all. I finally made it, but I needed to get in shape. I had literally sweated blood to achieve a decent level in the fitness tests. They took us back to the station and we boarded the train. All of us heading to London sat together, discussing our destinations and how challenging it had been to keep up with the pace during those 2 days. Some boys who weren't accepted were deeply disappointed. In London, we said goodbye and went our separate ways. Maybe one day we'll meet again. I had until September 1st to meet the enlistment deadline for the regiment, which gave me a month to absorb 4 bottles of knowledge and practice training with magic, reading extensively, but my physical fitness was the top priority. So I followed a book I found at London Library, which I frequented, and crafted a strict training plan. 2 hours of outdoor running around the house and various exercises. Obstacle courses in the forest, which also helped sharpen my senses, and swim in the lake. The 4 skills I chose were martial arts to help with my training, offensive and defensive spells for magical protection in case of emergencies, animagia, a form of magic I desperately wanted as a tribute to my father and godfather Sirius, along with healing to mend the multiple wounds I knew would be inflicted upon me. When I first grasped the essence of animagia, I stepped into the garden and sat on the ground, gazing at the lake while immersing myself in my inner beast. The image crystallized in my mind. I visualized it vividly and yearned to become it. My body began transforming, initially with some discomfort, until I became a magnificent peregrine falcon. A dark gray head and wings framing a white chest speckled with delicate patterns. I spent hours soaring through the skies, discovering new vistas I'd never seen from the ground. What surprised me was how flying actually helped my training. My body gradually hardened up during these adventures. August flew by in the blink of an eye. At 31, I was off to start my new life the next morning. I was on edge, with my backpack packed with everything I thought necessary. The safe, with my memories, the wand, clothes, and grocery store. I didn't need the invisibility cloak since I'd mastered camouflage and invisibility spells. Nor did I need the broom. Being a falcon, I didn't need it and could easily lose it. I packed my money bag and went to bed early, that final night in my peaceful sanctuary. In the morning, I boarded the train just like before. A soldier was waiting at the station. After exchanging identities, 8 of us gathered and climbed into the truck that would take us to our destination. When we arrived, we got off the truck that had dropped us off in front of what looked like the main building. There, a sergeant with a grumpy expression and a corporal were waiting for us. "Stand firm," shouted the corporal, and we lined up side by side with our bags on the ground beside us. "I'm Sergeant Jeremy Strong. Along with Corporal John Peterson, we'll be in charge of you all for the next month. Our mission is to turn you into soldiers. Only a select few get lucky enough to join our elite regiment. Only the best are accepted. I'll push you hard, and you'll follow every order. I don't know why you're here, but if you don't live up to your potential, I'll kick your butt myself." The sergeant fell silent and began scanning us one by one, trying to intimidate us. "Name?" he asked as he approached me.
Harry Potter, señor.
"Is there something so small in my section?" He grunted, referring to my petite stature. "Are you sure you're reaching adulthood?" "Since I'm 18 years old, sir," I replied straight ahead without showing any shame about my small stature, though I still expected to grow that year, or at least hope so. I was way younger than all my classmates, though nobody should have known it. Oh my goodness! That little guy has totally taken the cake with his floor push-ups and 30 crunches. We need to really build up this little body's strength. I'm going to push him harder than his teammates for this, and I don't expect any complaints. We started off poorly. Just minutes after joining the army, he was already doing push-ups thanks to the physical training I'd done all through August. After I finished, the sergeant gave me a stern look, but didn't say anything more. I kept going with my routine while he continued his lecture. We spent the rest of the morning with the corporal. First at the furrier where they delivered our equipment, then in the barracks to unpack bags and organize the locker room. We ate there and later with the sergeant in a room where they gave us a manual explaining all military regulations. Greetings, who to greet and under what circumstances, command ranks, the insignia worn on uniforms to identify them from field marshal, the highest rank, down to private. When I saw the Army's division structure, I checked out the official weapons photos with their names, the planes stationed at the base, and all the essential details we needed to know. Being a quick reader, I skimmed through everything in no time. Soldado Potter. If I said it, I did so by getting up from the chair. Can you explain why you're not reading the manual like your classmates? Should we also exercise their brains? He's finished, sir. And I have to believe he's read the entire manual and can answer any question? Yes, sir. I think I'll have a blast with you, Soldier Potter. Let's see. For every wrong answer you give tonight, we'll go out for a walk around the field. Are you ready for that? Yes, sir. How many soldiers does a company have? 100 gentlemen under the command of a captain. And a section? 8 under the command of a sergeant, sir. A squad? About 30 men, led by a lieutenant, sir. A regiment? About 700 soldiers under the command of a lieutenant colonel, sir. He kept asking non-stop, and I answered correctly. Soldier Potter, I see we shouldn't exercise his brain, it's already been trained. I want him to read this manual and summarize it for me, he said, handing me a book. I started reading what turned out to be an SA-80 assault rifle manual. It detailed its specifications, showed how to disassemble and reassemble the weapon, and was packed with technical jargon. I told you, sir, when I handed him the book. Make a summary. I explained everything I'd read. Did you see a weapon earlier? Only at the selection center, sir. He gave me 5 manuals. One for a light mini machine gun, another for an L96 sniper rifle, a personal weapon L86A21SW, a Milan anti-tank missile, and a Challenger MBT armored vehicle. The last one was an extremely complex manual, but I finished it right when our study period for the first manual ended. They gave us a written test on the manual we'd read, and Sergeant Peterson collected them. It was already 6 in the evening. The officer escorts the soldiers to their barracks and informs them of the schedule. Yes, sir. We all get up, greet the sergeant, and then head to the captain. You're not a Potter soldier, follow me. I panicked because I'd answered every single question perfectly. Would I be able to run just for the sake of pride? I followed the sergeant to the main building packed with offices. We greeted every officer entering and exiting their workspaces until he finally stopped at one of the offices. Wait here, the soldier called out. He came in and shut the door, leaving me alone in the hallway. Your lieutenant. I request permission to conduct a medical examination on Soldier Potter, who arrived this morning with the new unit. Test sergeant? If so, sir, you demonstrate a peculiar aptitude, something akin to photographic memory. I would like to know whether you also comprehend what you read to put it into practice, or if you merely retain the words. You told me about the exam results and that you had read manuals on various weapons, summarizing them perfectly without any errors. Though small in stature and looking very young, you show remarkable courage. It really piques my curiosity, Sergeant. I've got some free time and could go with him to meet that celebrity. Here he is, sir. Then let it pass. They called me in. I greeted the officer and stood firm. Rest, soldier, the lieutenant ordered.
I'm Lieutenant Sander.
The sergeant mentioned his talent for retaining information he reads, but we wanted to know his level of comprehension. He placed a weapon on the table and stared at me. Soldier, tell me what weapon it is. L96 rifle, sir. I could take it apart and put it back together again. I think so, sir. Believe it or not. I'm sure, sir. Then start. I began disassembling the rifle, carefully arranging all parts to avoid mixing them up, remembering what I'd seen in the manual's graphics. After taking it apart, I looked at it and made a head-shaking gesture. To get it assembled. That was tougher. I'd never handled a weapon in my life before, but I kept putting it together until I finished and handed the gun to the lieutenant. Did you see a weapon earlier, soldier? The lieutenant asked. At the selection center, but we don't use them. And was he following the manual he read earlier? So, sir. We need to leverage that talent you have, soldier. I'll discuss his case with my superiors. Yes, sir. I was really nervous. I didn't want to draw attention, but ended up doing the exact opposite. I could leave and greet the 2 officers before exiting the office. Thankfully, the corporal was waiting for me and accompanied me to the barracks, otherwise I would have gotten lost. Once in the barracks, Everyone asked me what the sergeant wanted, so I told them a bit about it. Just reading something leaves it in my mind, there's no need to reread it, as I mentioned at the end. You're a real hotshot, don't drift away from me. I'm good with physical things and can help you, but when it comes to memory, I'm a total disaster. My name's Smith, but everyone calls me Smitty. Hello, Harry Potter. Due to the day's stress, we couldn't make it to the presentation. So everyone introduced themselves one by one. Charlie Wares, the oldest at 20, standing 1.80 meters tall with blonde hair and almond-shaped eyes. Pablo Rodriguez, a Spanish-born man of 19 with dark brown skin and nearly jet-black eyes, and the 18-year-olds were Socrates Hansen, 1.75 meters tall, stocky, dark-skinned with blue eyes, appearing more reserved and carrying the name tag. Stefan Roman, 1.75 meters tall, light blonde with blue eyes. Slim Danny Doyle, 1.85 meters tall, chestnut-haired with black eyes. Muscular Aki Smith, who preferred being called Smitty, 19 years old, 1.70 meters tall, chestnut-haired with brown eyes. Slender, outgoing and fun-loving Feed Anderson, the tallest at 1.90 meters, dark blonde with brown eyes. Go to sleep, everyone. Tomorrow's going to be a total grind. Classes are starting and the drill will begin, the corporal announced as he walked in and turned off the lights at 5 minutes past. The target came at 5:30 a.m., and I woke up screaming in terror from the corporal's shouts. Everyone up there, get ready, shower, and grab your work clothes. 20 minutes to get ready. Come on, come up here. Get ready for inspection, the sergeant shouted, waking everyone up. Within 20 minutes, we were all set clean and tidy, beds made and ready for inspection, standing in formation beside our beds. Then the sergeant began to enter through the door. Good morning, section. Good morning, sir. We respond to all inquiries. He inspected beds, wardrobes, and uniforms and thankfully found nothing serious. Break ranks, everyone go eat. The dining room was packed with people staring at me. I looked like a kid, and being short made me stand out like a sore thumb. You know we won't be bored with you. Smitty laughed when he noticed everyone was staring at him. Is that bad? I asked. Neither good nor bad, Charlie said. Go eat. We probably don't have much time left. The boat crew came to look for us and we formed up. The sergeant was with our lieutenant. He introduced himself and gave us another speech. We spent the whole day with the sergeant and the private learning to march in unison, starting with the left foot. Left, 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 right, left, left, light step, high, right variation, front. They won't rest until they achieve the same stride. Soldier Potter makes an effort to get on the same foot. He shouted angrily. When one was lost, the other would follow, and I, being shorter, couldn't keep up with the same pace. At 10 o'clock that night, we all managed to move in lockstep, same pace, same direction, and at the exact same moment following the sergeant's orders. Then came the long-awaited break ranks. We went to bed without dinner, exhausted. The next morning, the sergeant was already waiting outside the shack for us. Let's go for a run and test their endurance. Soldier Potter, you carry this bag to remind them to stretch their stride. The sergeant handed me a backpack that felt like a ton of weight. I stumbled a bit from not expecting the heaviness, and Charlie kept watching me with pity. I slung it over my back and we started running at a steady pace. It was tough at first, but eventually we got it. My teammates slowed down their stride a bit, and then we just kept up the same rhythm. We'd been running for 2 hours. Though utterly exhausted, I kept up the pace and didn't fall behind. Running alone was one thing, but keeping up with everyone else's rhythm was another. My back ached from the strain, but I had to push through. I wasn't going to throw in the towel. Alto shouted the sergeant. Break ranks. 5 minutes of rest. Then we're back. I stood up straight, hunched over with my hands on my knees, trying to ease the ache in my sore muscles. How's it going, Harry? I asked Charlie. Can you handle the ride? Yes, I'll make it, just 2 minutes needed. Training, the corporal shouted. We started running again. I tried to relax my body and regulate my breathing to get through the lap. The sergeant began singing a song we were supposed to repeat, and thinking about the song made it easier to push through the run. When we arrived, she was standing there like a miracle worker, but I kept up the pace and didn't fall behind. She stayed there firmly for half an hour without saying a word to us. Hey folks, are you guys tired? Not in the Lord do we all answer to one voice. If they're not tired, you can do 30 squats each, right? Yes, sir. We fell to the ground and started doing push-ups, but I was still carrying that bag of stones on my back, making it hard to move. When everyone finished, I was still halfway through the exercise. Soldier Potter, 10 more for going slower, he ordered with a sly grin. I could only say yes. Then I kept doing push-ups on the floor. The rest of the morning, thanks to Merlin, we were in a classroom learning theory about how to assemble and disassemble weapons, different types of grenades and mines, how to place or disable mines, tanks, and the best way to plant a mine under a tank to destroy it. The sergeant left 3 technical manuals on the table that everyone else saw as mere reviews. Soldier, study them. The lieutenant gave them to you. Yes, sir. I started reading all those manuals quickly. After lunch, we went to a martial arts class. Does anyone have any ideas about some kind of martial arts like karate or judo? Asked the instructor. I hesitated to raise my hand, though the sergeant was watching me. But in the end, I did. Why wouldn't I be surprised? The sergeant muttered. Soldier? The instructor asked.
Poder, señor.
Come here, Potter soldier. What kind of work have you been doing? Karate and some kickboxing, sir. Alright, let's see what he can do with karate. We started a fight where the instructor got his ass kicked in the dojo. I said sorry, sir, and offered to help him up by holding his hand. You're a good soldier, don't apologize for that. Stay in the dojo and go help your comrades. We spent the whole afternoon teaching my classmates some moves. They were thrilled that I was the instructor, but the guy kept throwing them to the ground. I handled it carefully, giving them pointers on how to avoid repeating those mistakes. When we finished, the instructor came over to me. Soldier Potter, have you heard about Krav Maga?
No, señor.
This is a close-quarters combat technique. The very term literally translates from Hebrew as close combat. It relies on speed, power, and adaptability to neutralize opponents. You've got an instinct I'd love to harness. If you're up for it, why not come train with me after dinner for an hour? What do you think? I'd love to, sir, but I'm not sure if I can. Your sergeant spoke with his lieutenant during our training session and sees no issues as long as it doesn't interfere with their drills or potential nighttime maneuvers. If that happens, we'll reschedule it for the next day. Don't worry about Thishel, let me know when it's ready. It would be an honor to receive your teachings, sir. I'll wait for you this afternoon at 8 p.m. Soldier. If I responded by greeting him. When we got to the shack to clean up, everyone asked what had happened. He wants to teach me Krav Maga, a close-quarters combat style. Hey Harry, that's awesome. I heard the training lieutenant is really good. I was ready to go out for dinner when we started chatting. I helped them with their doubts. Smitty always got lost in theory, and Fide's main issue was his bending posture. Together, we worked on it so he wouldn't keep falling flat on his face before bedtime. Before long, we'd become more than just buddies. We were all pulling together to help everyone achieve their goals. After dinner, I went with the instructor lieutenant. The class was super engaging. I learned a ton, adapting my existing knowledge to win. Whatever it took, I loved winning. My sergeant and lieutenant came over to check things out. Seeing them chatting while watching us made me a bit nervous, so I ducked under the instructor's body. A soldier must never let distractions pull him away. He warned me that in actual combat, there are many external factors that can distract him. But most of the time, he's risking his life. Never, I repeat never, should he be distracted by things unrelated to the fight, nor should he ignore them and remain complacent. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Those words got imprinted in my mind. We kept the class going for 2 hours straight. Neither of us wanted to wrap it up. Private Potter, I think he should go to bed, said the sergeant at 10 p.m. Whoa, I totally forgot the time. Seriously, after taking a quick shower and heading straight to his shack. The following weeks were intense. We started with high-risk training exercises, but both the lieutenant and sergeant kept a close watch to prevent any accidents. We crossed a 3-strand bridge stretching a kilometer long, where there was a thin rope and empty space beneath our feet. Though we wore harnesses and were secured to one of the bridge's cables, it still felt like a surreal experience. Climbing and rappelling, we were transported to the coast to launch ourselves from a speedboat into the sea. We navigated through obstacle courses both day and night. We learned to shoot, throw grenades, plant mines under tanks while passing between their wheels, and endure smoke grenades in enclosed chambers. We underwent diving training to build maximum underwater endurance, flight simulator drills, and the ultimate thrill, we frequently parachuted from planes at 4,000 meters. While it didn't match the exhilarating freedom of gliding with a propeller, the sheer sensation of being airborne was mind-blowing. At times, we were dropped into hostile zones where we had to stay hidden to avoid capture by attack teams. Every day we came out battered and bruised, exhausted from the beatings and scratches. The worst part? If we took longer than allowed to finish our workout, we wouldn't sleep until we achieved it. Our lieutenant was extremely demanding and wanted everything to be perfect. But he couldn't. We couldn't say anything to him because he was always there with us. If we didn't sleep, neither he nor the sergeant would rest either. Through his example, he managed to inspire us to constantly push beyond our limits and strive for greater achievements. During those 4 weeks, the lieutenant kept pushing me physically to compensate for my shorter stature and weaker build compared to my teammates. Through relentless training, I developed agility, speed, and endurance. My name always got called first during new drills while waiting for others. I'd end up holding the theoretical manual about that exercise in my hands. Additionally, the lieutenant would hand me a book every day to read before bed if we were going to sleep, of course. The next morning, I'd ask him about it. When his military manuals ran out, he started with telecommunications manuals. I learned Morse code, and one day the base technician took me to practice with him the signals a pilot should know, flag protocols, then information about military aircraft and helicopters. He moved on to combat tactics, guerrilla warfare, military strategy, and finally explosives, how to handle them, types, how to build a bomb, and how to defuse it. Regarding my magical training, I had absorbed knowledge of transformations, elemental magic, and alchemy, all while maintaining the principle of preserving human life during learning. I used to practice whenever I could, secretly and at night. Now I'm really good at all kinds of transformations, especially in magic. Elemental mastery controlled fire and air, while water and earth required further refinement. Although I couldn't practice in oculomancy, the most fascinating aspect was learning to absorb knowledge. I needed to interact with individuals and desire to acquire specific expertise, then simultaneously gain wisdom from both the subject and the person. My first application of this technique was with a martial arts instructor lieutenant, which ultimately enhanced my skills. As the final days approached, we were supposed to take both written and practical exams. We were in the dormitory cramming for the morning written test. Harry, Smitty pleaded desperately, "Can you explain again the different wind types and those hot air and cold air bags we use when descending with parachutes?" "Stimmy, chill out. Those nerves won't get you anywhere. Close your eyes and picture yourself descending from the heavens." I began explaining everything for the 3rd time that day. "I think I get it. If Harry's a real deal, thanks. Go study," I said with a laugh. "You're getting too heavy." On the other side were Charlie and Socrates trying to help feed with the mind's issue. Pablo was reviewing a manual on his bed while Danny and Stephen were already asleep. Exhausted by the stress, I followed their lead and went to bed too. Everything I needed to know was already in my head. That morning, they started with a full-blown inspection of the dormitory. We barely had time to eat before being locked in the classroom for a 4-hour exam. Mine had an appendix section with questions from every textbook I'd ever read. We emerged as zombie-like wanderers with questions buzzing in our heads. With free time in the afternoon, my coworkers had gone to bed after a sleepless night studying. I, having slept soundly, headed to the dojo hoping to find the lieutenant for some practice. "Officer, permission to enter." "Come on, Soldier Potter. How was the exam?" "Okay, sir, though it's quite lengthy." "Yes, I've always said a soldier shouldn't write, they should act. How about you join me for a quick chat? I'm free for an hour." "I'd love that, sir." We spent the whole hour practicing Krav Maga, which was really good and stress-relieving. As always, when people found out we were both in the dojo, they packed the place. Our fights had become famous, and neither of us wanted to lose. We always put a lot of creativity into it. The next morning, we woke up for the practical exam. We all gathered in the courtyard, dressed in combat gear, and were told we were going to conduct an assault drill with live ammunition surrounding us. We boarded an aircraft with camouflage painted on our faces and were parachuted into a rocky area. A guerrilla unit awaited us, whom we had to fight and capture. As soon as we touched down, we quickly retrieved our parachutes, hid them, and began advancing. This turned into a living hell. Grenades exploded everywhere, and the sound of bullets whizzed nearby. That we lay on the ground and advanced toward a hill, following orders from our lieutenant and sergeant who were accompanying us. We formed a well-coordinated unit that worked seamlessly together. Both the sergeant and lieutenant proved to be excellent leaders. Eventually reaching the hill where the guerrillas were hiding, we silently surrounded them. We managed to neutralize 2 sentries and locate the rest of the hidden group, though 2 soldiers remained missing from the squad. Vice Major, Charlie whispered, "You're 2 steps behind." "You too," the lieutenant whispered, gesturing at Feed and Danny on the right, while you 2 pointed at Charlie and Socrates on the left. "Eliminate those 4 men. Sergeant, lead the rest and keep searching for the 2 missing elements." Smitty, Pablo, Stefan, and I followed the sergeant. We soon spotted our missing comrades hiding in well-protected rocks on a high ground. Their automatic weapons would have exposed them instantly if we tried to approach. The sergeant gathered us. "Right side, left side. I'll drop smoke grenades to blind them. Move fast, you've got seconds before they spot and neutralize you. Trust me. Push forward." When the sergeant threw the smoke grenade, we sprang to our feet, keeping our heads low to avoid the crossfire. In seconds, we were charging toward the rocks, and within moments both guerrillas were pinned to the ground with our weapons at their throats. At that moment, a siren sounded and everything came to a halt. The explosions ceased, and the situation gradually calmed down. We all headed toward an open field with our prisoners, following the lieutenant and sergeant to where our colonel was personally overseeing the drill. There were additional sections undergoing testing, and we began gathering together. The lieutenant congratulated us. "I'm proud of you all for finishing the exercise in such a short time, breaking the record that nobody had achieved in 5 years." We all had beaming smiles on our faces, and let's be real, it was absolutely hilarious. Beside our lieutenant colonel stood a general and another lieutenant colonel. After they congratulated us, we headed to the base for lunch and rest. We endured 6 hours of practical training without eating. Our stomachs were growling for food, while our bodies desperately needed proper rest. That night, we threw a small party with the section leader joining in with our lieutenant's approval. "We're the best," Feed sang on one side. If the best ones were Charlie and Socrates, who always kept each other company with a touch of cheerfulness. "Harry, little one, don't you want a drink?" shouted the cheerful Smitty. "I don't feel good with alcohol." "Wait. That's impossible. You've got to take it to be a man," he insisted, gesturing at the others as they drew closer. They grabbed my arms from behind while another held my head to drink the bottle Smitty was handing me. But they forgot about my Krav Maga training and ended up with all 4 of us sprawled on the floor complaining about the punch, while I was laughing out loud with my jaw shaking. "But hey, I told you, little ones with Harry Potter's humor. There's no way he can beat me." We all ended up laughing some more than others by the alcohol, until the sergeant dragged us all into bed and turned off the lights. Chapter 3. I'm thrilled to receive your comments. They're all so enriching, and I'm truly grateful for everyone's input. Chapter 3. Selection tests in SAS. First test. It was past 10 when I woke up. We had a free morning, so I took the chance to sleep and rest my sore body. "Good morning, Harry." Stefan greeted me as he stepped out of the shower. "Stefan, who else is up?" "Right now, just you and me." We tried to wake everyone up, but only Danny joined us. We headed to the cafeteria to grab whatever was available at that hour. As we left with our stomachs already full, we bumped into our sergeant and stood firm to greet him. "Hey, I was actually going to the shack to pick them up. Guess the rest of the section isn't operational yet."
"No, señor," contestó Danny.
"Wake them up and have everyone assembled in front of the main building by 12 o'clock sharp. Make sure they're all clear-headed, properly dressed in work attire, boots immaculately clean, and everything spotless. No delays, this is crucial." We rushed to the shack and woke everyone up. The problem was with Smitty and Fidethi were coming in with a bad hangover and couldn't understand what we were saying until we dunked them under cold showers. "God, it's freezing. What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Fide shouted angrily. "We have half an hour to clear the area in front of the main building." Danny laughed. "Sergeant orders and some pretty cool guys." We made sure everyone was properly prepared and mostly settled in with a liter of coffee we brought along, then headed straight to the main building. Does anyone know what's going on here? We had a free morning. No? Said Socrates. I don't know. Danny said, we only know what the sergeant told us. We immediately called out when we saw the sergeant and lieutenant coming out of the building. Front and side sections, the sergeant ordered. Follow me. We paired up and followed the sergeant and lieutenant inside the building until we reached a large room where our lieutenant colonel, another lieutenant colonel, and a commander were waiting. We stood firm and greeted the crowd with nervous excitement at the sight of so many medals. Rest assured, our lieutenant colonel said to the gentlemen, the young men have completed their training month with outstanding results. I want to personally congratulate you all on this achievement. Thanks, sir. We all answered one. This isn't a routine procedure. They're here because we have a request from Soldier Potter. My stomach tightened instantly when I heard my name being called, and I froze in shock. Don't worry, soldier. It's about your interest in joining the Special Air Service, SAS, regiment. Commander Jefferson is in charge of that unit alongside Lieutenant Colonel Will White. It's a shame he doesn't want to stay with us. Everyone's here because we're giving them the option to take the SAS recruitment tests if they wish. They work well together. They have until tomorrow morning to decide. If yes, they'll depart with Commander Jefferson and the lieutenant tomorrow afternoon. Colonel Will White is heading to his new assignment where they'll undergo clearance tests. If you don't want to leave or can't get approved, you'll be sent back here and assigned to a new unit with us. Think carefully and let your lieutenant know your decision. You can step down if you choose you're not a soldier, Potter. The company ordered the sergeant to salute, he said, and all my comrades left with him. The lieutenant stayed behind with me. Rest, soldier, the commander said for the first time. Let's sit down. Then he gestured toward a large table. I looked at my lieutenant to see what I needed to do, and he gestured toward a chair beside him. He was clearly intimidated by those men. Soldier, as you might expect, I don't personally recruit SAS personnel. Your case is special. We were struck by your application when we received it. Though young, you stand out both in knowledge and effort. All your instructors speak highly of you, praising how quickly you absorb new information. It seems you also possess a strong instinct for combat. Our lieutenant has told us that this month he managed to improve his physical condition through sheer determination and without complaining about the high standards. But don't doubt it, that's his true strength. The intellectual who inspired us to seek him out doesn't always present itself as a valuable resource, especially when the candidate is so young. If I may say so, we should be able to tailor our needs accordingly. Our regiment's average age stands at 30. Admission criteria will be adjusted for you. We'll cut to the chase, but here's a question that keeps nagging at me. Why would someone with your skills want to join the military when you could be in civilian life where you'd probably end up earning a solid paycheck? I would like to say that I can contribute my share to ending terrorism and improving our society's quality of life, which would help prevent unnecessary deaths. That's all the reward I need, sir. I see you have clear goals, but you haven't explained why, Commander. I kept thinking. I suppose it's because my parents died in an unsolved attack that nobody has been able to explain. They left me an orphan at just 1 year old. I don't want this to happen to any more children, sir. Thank you for your honesty. I'll be honest too. Let's put it on the table. I have high hopes for you to leverage this gift. I'll assign the best instructors you can get. You'll learn everything your brain can handle. Your lieutenant has already started teaching you in many subjects, but will demand 24/7 dedication and perseverance. That doesn't mean we won't let you sleep, don't be scared. But you'll need to sign a contract with us for at least 5 years. Are you up for that? Sir, I'm all for it. 5 years of intensive training, that's exactly what I wanted. But let me be clear. You can't pour so much effort into one person without seeing results. Once we've got Voldemort out of the picture, we'll talk about this. Then pack your personal gear and head out tomorrow afternoon. The lieutenant will give you the instructions. Get out of here, soldier. If you will, thank you, sir. I left with the lieutenant. Soldier Potter wants to speak with you. Follow me, the lieutenant ordered me once we were outside the building. So, sir. We headed to the martial arts training room where the lieutenant instructor was waiting. I greeted him and looked at the two lieutenants with surprise. Harry, I can call you by your name, right? My lieutenant asked.
Claro, señor.
Harry, I hope you've understood what the commander explained to you. I think so, sir. They'll give him the chance to train with a few people if he passes the tests, which I don't doubt. It's an honor for a commander to take interest in you, but it's also dangerous. I've been watching him this past month and know he enjoys taking risks and relishes them. But it'll be tough. They'll push you hard. You need to be absolutely confident because the contract they'll make you sign will likely be ironclad. You can't leave the army under any circumstances. No time for women or family. They'll buy your life as long as that contract lasts. I wanted to fully grasp what that meant, unwavering full commitment. He kept staring at me, and it was me who insisted they take the entire section. You'd perform better with them. They work together seamlessly and VE built a strong bond in no time. But honestly, I couldn't bear leaving him alone with those people. Thank you for your concern, sir. But when I enlisted in the army, I knew they'd eventually use me. I'm prepared for that. I don't understand why the instructor lieutenant was allowed to stay here. While his career might not be as meteoric, we'll help him get proper training. Knowing he loves flying, we can include him in the pilot program. This month I've come to appreciate you. Harry, don't let them turn you into a killing machine. I need that training, sir. I'm prepared to pay the price, I replied with a sad tone. For I had to become a weapon to kill to eliminate Voldemort. I see behind that phrase either sheer determination or utter naivety. I can't tell you for sure, my lieutenant remarked. We just wanted to make sure he fully grasped what he was getting himself into. Permission to speak frankly, sir. Harry, ahead. I really appreciate what they're trying to do. I've come to respect them too. I realized they were protecting me from something in their own way. I guess they've known about the commander for days now, and I'm truly grateful to both of them. Trust me, I won't forget them. Not many people in my life have ever appreciated who I am. People always try to use my skills against me. I am used to that. If things go wrong, I'll know how to defend myself. I'm a survivor, but I need this training. There's nothing more to say, just wish him luck, my lieutenant said, then gave me a firm handshake. Thanks, sir. You can withdraw. I stood firm, greeted both of them, then headed toward the shed to chat with my section mates. When I arrived, they were all gathered around a table discussing the topic. Harry, we were waiting for you, said Charlie. What did they tell you? Smitty asked. Let me break it down. I applied for that military unit after reading a recruitment brochure. They said I needed to complete a month-long training program first, then I could take the SAS entry exams. A few days ago, I asked the lieutenant about it. The commander wants to leverage my quick learning skills by giving me specialized training. That's what I understand. In exchange, I must sign a contract that bars me from leaving the military for 5 years. I don't get why they're offering this to us, muttered Smitty. It's not that I'm complaining, I actually like the concept. They're a solid unit and do their job well. The lieutenant told them we work well as a team and closely monitored our yesterday's drill. I don't know Smitty, but they say they want young people in their regiment to mold us to their needs. You're gonna go, we'll decide what we'll decide, right Harry? Charlie asked. Yes, I enlisted in the army to join that regiment. I said if Stefan had affirmed it, I'd be with you. I told Smitty I love adventure. But are you still going to help me with the theory, Harry? Of course, Smitty, that's a no-brainer. I'm going too, said Charlie. He's one of the best regiments. Socrates? Yes, for the adventure. I'm not staying here, Danny confirmed. And you, Feed? I have some doubts. If I went alone, I'd say no. Honestly, the entrance tests scare me a bit. But if we're all going together, okay, I'll go too. You're not making it easy for me. I was just gonna say no, Pablo muttered. But as Feed says, if you all go, at least I'll give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, I can always come back. Guys, the entire JVSI section, Smitty exclaimed cheerfully. Smitty, can you translate the JVSI? Asked Charlie curiously. Brave youths, soldiers without conscience, Smitty said. Guys, you know this is gonna be tough, right? I reminded them to come down from their clouds. The entrance exams are gonna make us sweat blood. And not just metaphorically. Hey Harry, don't stress. We know this. Before you came here, we already discussed it. The training here will be like a walk compared to what we'll face there. But we've learned to move in lockstep together. I just can't adapt to another section, explained Stefan. Smitty placed his hand at the center, and we all stacked ourselves on top of each other. We weren't just a section anymore, we're comrades. That night, the lieutenant and sergeant came to the barracks to inquire about our decision. We told them that everyone would go. The lieutenant, he looked at me and smiled. Then I can only wish all of you the best. It has been an honor to have you under my command this past month, and I deeply regret losing you. Thanks, sir. The morning flew by as we packed our gear for the trip, following instructions to return our belongings to the furrier. By 3 p.m., we were all ready and nervous to board the plane that would take us to the southern base of Wales, where we'd be staying for 6 months. When we arrived, a captain and 2 sergeants were waiting at the airport. The commander and lieutenant colonel bid us farewell, wishing us well, and then we never saw them again. We stood firm and gave our salute to the captain and both sergeants. Get some rest, then hop on the truck. We climbed up, settled into the truck's seats, and silently headed toward our destination with our stomachs growling. The SAS base was massive, packed with small buildings and sprawling expanses of land. The truck dropped us off in front of some makeshift barracks. This will be your tent during the selection, explained one of the sergeants. Set it up in half an hour. I want all of you trained before the tent, and left us alone in the shack. Guys, I don't know about you guys, but I'm totally freaking out, Feed said. Right? Did you see how everyone was staring at us? Pablo asked. The truth is, it feels like we're just sheep in a pack of wolves, Socrates remarked. Come on guys, it's not that big of a deal. It's the same as when we first came in a month ago. I tried to cheer them up because if you don't remember, it's been less than an hour since we were there, and I was already doing push-ups just because I'm a bit shorter. Only a little? Smitty chuckled. Yes, I was just a little upset. Don't get mad, Harry. You're not that tall and maybe you haven't grown a beard yet, but you've got more guts than any of us to clear up Charlie's mess. And you've proven it time and again. Thanks, Charlie. If you're a real friend, let's go outside, it's almost time. We formed outside the barracks when we saw the sergeant approaching along the path, and stood firm. He ordered me to follow without any preamble, as if there wasn't much formality involved. He led us to a conference room where the captain and another sergeant were already there, and they gave us the order to take our seats. Gentlemen, I don't know why they brought these kids here, they're just a bunch of teething puppets who want last 2 minutes with us. If I were you, I'd hop on a plane back to your old base. They'll be miserable here and will return soon enough. Normally, anyone without over 2 years in the army isn't admitted. You guys have been there for a month or so, and you're only 18 years old. I've been tasked with tweaking the selection tests to better suit the kids. But don't get me wrong, this isn't going to be easy, nor will it be simple. This is a gift, but here we're sweating over the income. Well, just shorten the selection period slightly. During this first week, we'll evaluate you to see how far you can go. I have carte blanche to kick them in the young ass with a single doubt. I just stood there speechless, staring at them with a look of utter fury on my face. After clarifying the first point, let's move on to the second. The 22nd SAS Regiment operates differently from other regiments. We are organized into foreman patrols, with each patrol forming a troop. 4 troops make up a squadron, and 4 squadrons form a regiment. This structure includes 700 personnel, covering the senior officers, training unit, planning and intelligence unit, and various support roles. Additional personal details. Our commander already knows them. You're 2 patrols, but you'll be working together for now. Third point. Since I don't want to waste any more time, let's start with a knowledge test. They handed us some questionnaires packed with at least 500 different questions. Frightened by the sheer volume of inquiries, we started answering them. Thanks to our former unit's lieutenant, we were all well prepared for this challenge. I answered all the questions and my colleagues mostly did too. They wouldn't let us even lift our heads. There was already another dossier on our desks. A psychological toolkit as massive as our knowledge base. Who was this person who invented so many questions? Then came another personality profile and a detailed explanation of why we wanted to join that regiment of at least 500 words. The lights had dimmed. Everything was silent except for the rustle of paper and the scribbles of pens. I checked the clock, it was 5 in the morning. We'd been locked in that room for 10 hours answering questions and hadn't eaten since noon, so my stomach was growling. I kept rereading the assignment to kill time and stay awake. I didn't think they'd let us sleep after all, we were used to it and it wouldn't be an issue. But please don't let us go hungry. I was already If I didn't eat, I'd never reach a decent height. I needed to find some growth potion, vitamins, or something that could help my body grow. I was lost in those thoughts when 4 men armed with machine guns burst in and started firing. We all jumped out of our chairs, throwing tables behind us to protect ourselves in case these nuts were using live ammunition. I was right next to Charlie. "Charlie, we need to disarm them," I whispered. "They can hurt us to get us out of here. There are 8 of us, 4 of them, the captain and the sergeants. They've been gone for a while now. All right, you call the shots. I don't want to end up in a hospital, so let's get this sorted in seconds." You and Socrates turned around for the beard, and I had everyone already gathered around me, hidden behind the makeshift table barrier of Feda. Pablo went after the blue vest guy, Danny and Stefan, the glasses-wearing one. Smitty and I, the one who remains, all at once to the 3rd place. I looked at Smitty and said, "You go left, I go right." We all emerged from our hiding spot, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. After overpowering them with numerical superiority, we managed to disarm and immobilize them on the ground. Feed and Pablo put up a fierce resistance, but when I secured my own captive with a powerful kick to the stomach, I finally brought down their opponent. We kept our guard up for any further surprises while waiting with our captives on the floor. The door swung open, and in walked the captain and the sergeants. "Damn it, I never saw this coming." 1-0 in favor of the kids, the captain remarked. "Maybe our commander isn't so wrong about you guys. You just shot down one of our best patrol cars. They seem to have gotten a bit cocky and didn't do their job properly," he said while gathering the weapons. From our hands, the 4 men rose. "I believe they've learned their lesson and won't trust you anymore." The 4 men withdrew, retrieving their weapons without a word. As they were covered with shawls, we couldn't see their faces. "You ordered Feed to collect the floor drafts and bring them to me. Make sure nothing's missing. Go to the shed for a shower. I want you all groomed and clean in front of me within 30 minutes. Come on, what are you waiting for?" We dashed toward the shack. Lucky that my sense of direction was sharp and we didn't lose our way. We quickly showered and dressed. Without anyone noticing, I grabbed 8 bagels and 8 juices from my personal grocery store. "Quick, grab this. We don't know if they'll let us eat, but at least we'll have this in our stomachs." "Thanks, Harry. Where did you get that from?" Socrates asked. "I took it from the pub yesterday just in case." "That's what foresight really means, Harry. Thanks for sharing it." Smitty thanked the young man. We ate hastily, hid the juice containers and left. As if reading that twisted captain's mind, he made us run all morning without eating under a canopy that barely revealed what lay ahead. When we finally stopped running, he ordered us to dig a trench and then move rocks too. We were positioned in front of the trench by midnight, still drenched in rain. We'd only stopped for 10 minutes at noon to eat a soggy bagel with a sip of water. Finally came the long-awaited stop and form position order. The water pounded down on us with force, yet we stood firm. It seemed we wouldn't be sleeping tonight either. The night stretched endlessly. Though the rain had stopped, our clothes remained soaked. We shivered from the cold, as sleep and exhaustion from the day's physical exertion began to take their toll. At one point, we staggered back to our positions. We managed to stay awake all night and witnessed a stunning sunrise. At least today wouldn't bring rain. The captain arrived with 6 men carrying a basket brimming with snacks, another with small water bottles, one loaded with fruit, and 8 backpacks that looked like they were heavy. "This will be your entire food supply for the remaining 4 days of the week. Grab a backpack and load it with all the food you want. Hurry up. We're leaving soon." We grabbed one of the backpacks that was packed with stones and loaded up whatever snacks, fruits, and water we could manage. Carrying it on our backs, we hauled it along. It felt like an absolute weight. We started running after the captain and a sergeant. After 3 hours of marching, they made us stop. The sergeant handed out a map of the area and a sheet of instructions to each of us, along with a compass and a pen. "Hey little adventurers, let's get this game started. You've got 4 days to make it back to base. The map shows where the checkpoints are. You'll need to clear them before returning. If you're in good shape, they'll give you food. If not, keep moving to the next checkpoint. Use the map and compass to navigate. I've set up 2 patrols to follow you. If you want to play, they'll ambush you. During each ambush, they'll take something from you: food, drinks, maps, or compasses. You can increase the weight of your backpacks, but under no circumstances should you remove them from your back for sleeping or retrieving items. If needed, a teammate can carry them for you. If you fail any checkpoint, skip the test and leave. If you don't arrive before midnight on the fourth day, skip the test and exit immediately. If you lose someone from your team, skip the test and leave. Oh, and one more thing. I never told you that my patrols can also kidnap someone from the unit, so you should rescue them if you don't make it through. If you all fail, you won't pass the test and get out of the streets. And remember, even if you pick the unlucky one, they won't walk away without a fight. Keep your eyes peeled the whole time. This time you won't catch them off guard. At each checkpoint, you'll be given a badge to prove you were there. When you report to me, you must say the exact phrase on the badge. The captain blew the whistle, and a vehicle emerged from behind a small hill. They climbed up with the sergeant and vanished, leaving us alone in what looked like a desert landscape. We grabbed the paper and first made sure everyone had the same controls, not that they wanted to send us to different locations. According to the map, we were in Brecon Beacons Nature Park. This is going to be tougher than it looks. We haven't slept for 2 nights and have to stay awake for 3 more until they ambush us. Smitty complained. We're gonna get screwed up. Let's get moving. We can't afford to waste time. As we go, we'll develop a strategy. I told them while checking the map and compass to mark our first checkpoint. Head north-southeast direction. The lieutenant from our former unit had given me books on map reading, navigation in tricky situations, and survival skills. These would be our lifelines. As my last resort, I resorted to the survival spells from the book I bought at Diagon Alley's store. We started walking. I think we should split into 2 groups for the night, one for watch duty and another to sleep. We can switch groups every few hours, explained Danny. If that's a good idea, Charlie said. We can't sleep in a guardhouse. I don't want to get kidnapped. Those guys could torture us if they catch us. They'll definitely try to stop us from getting through. They've already made it clear they don't want us in this unit. But damn it, we're gonna prove they're no pushovers. I'm here supporting Charlie, but let's discuss that later tonight. Right now, I'm starving to death. Lately, I felt like Roni was constantly hungry all day. Who's taking a bite out of my backpack? I gave him a stern look as he opened his backpack and pulled out a sandwich. But guess what? When I unwrapped it, the sandwich was crawling with worms. What a bunch of jerks! I shouted, throwing the sandwich to the ground. What's going on, Harry? Look. I pointed at the sandwich that was crawling with worms. Good grief, we're not eating that, Stefan exclaimed with disgust. We started opening the sandwiches, but they all looked the same. We threw them away because they had gotten stuck inside the bread and couldn't be used for anything. Who picked the fruit? I asked. I think I should have 10 pieces. If I had taken it too, Charlie remarked. We gathered all the fruits and had 32 pieces: oranges, pears, bananas, and apples, along with 38 small water bottles. Each person gets 4 fruit pieces, Charlie said. We need to ration 1 piece per day, saving the orange for last. It's the longest lasting fruit. For bottles of water, 1 for each day, and we'll have 6 left in reserve. Wow, this is going to be such fun, muttered Feed, his voice tinged with irritation. We all started with the banana, then kept walking in silence to conserve energy while keeping watch for our surroundings. Guys, I was thinking we should calculate the distance between each checkpoint to figure out how long it'll take us to get there and how much time we'll need for the return trip. Then divide that total by the 4 days we have, and that way we'll know exactly how much sleep we can squeeze in. You're right, Harry. I agree with Smitty's suggestion, but don't look at me like I'm some math whiz. Let's split into 2 teams. 4 for the calculations and 4 keeping watch on the path, especially the ground, to make sure there are no traps. We positioned ourselves between Charlie, Socrates, Pablo, and myself with the calculations, while the rest acted as road keepers to avoid any surprises. After a while, we finally finished the calculations. Guys, you want the good news or the bad news first? Charlie asked the 4 sentries. Bad? Stefan suggested. We only have 2 hours left to sleep every day. Hey there? Smitty asked now. If it can be done, I'll explain in a moment. For a moment, I thought everything was a trap and we wouldn't make it in time, but we can't afford to waste time. When the sun dips lower, we speed up our pace and gain a few minutes. The rest of the day we barely spoke. Our focus was on keeping watch where we were putting our feet. If we heard any noise, we'd adjust our route if the terrain could lead to an ambush, and recalibrate our timing. It was past 3 in the morning, and the cold was bone-chilling. It would be helpful if we pause for 2 hours now as I suggested, and then return to this at 5. We have 2 hours left until the first checkpoint. If we stop here, we'll reach 7. If I agree, then who do you think can stay awake for an hour without dozing off? Charlie asked. I went to the first round of surveillance and told them. I'm with you, Smitty said. This time it was Feed who relied on me. There was a silence. Come on, I'll stay too, Pablo finally confirmed. Then gather the 4 of you to sleep in the center, and we'll surround you. They explained it to me. Within seconds, we could already hear them snoring. It wasn't surprising that we hadn't slept for 2 days and were utterly exhausted. Time began to fly by, and staying awake amidst the night's silence became nearly impossible. I noticed our intruders weren't far away, they were closing in. They'd waited half an hour of watch duty just to wear us out completely. Smitty whispers to the others. They're nearby, I can't see them clearly, but I know they're there. They'll rouse these sleeping beauties. I woke up to 4 people still asleep. I know I'm waking you up, but they're right here. Don't get up yet. When they attack, you'll have to get up, but don't fall asleep again. Got it? If Harry's worth it, I'm awake. I think. Charlie grunted, yawning. Let's pair up and stand back to back like we did during the attack phase when we were conducting tests. Got it? Yes, Socrates murmured. They didn't take long to give signals. Like flies landing on us, they weren't just 2 patrols as the captain had said. There were at least 4 patrols. I counted at least 13 or 14 men, so that meant 16 people from 4 patrols in total. With Smitty behind me, I started kicking left and right. The lieutenant's Krav Maga training was really effective. Now the others were defending themselves better with their backs covered, which made things easier. Soon we realized his plan was to take one of us down. It seemed like I had the upper hand, but the others saw through my strategy and moved closer to me, preventing them from taking Smitty out and leaving my back exposed. When they couldn't get close to me, they grabbed Pablo and, in 4 quick moves, emptied his entire backpack of fruit and water. They then punched him in the head, threw him to the ground, and left without a second thought. Feed, Danny, and Stefan rushed to get Pablo, who was unconscious. How are you? I asked as I approached them. I think Feed was right when he saw that Pablo was finally waking up, but he's gonna have a rough ride ahead. My head, I heard in a low voice, they've taken all my provisions.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry, we knew this was a risk we had to take. Let's split what's left. Now that's it, Smitty said. Get up and see if you can walk. Of course I can, but I got a bit dizzy doing it. Take it easy, he said. First, drink some water. Then I moistened a handkerchief and applied it to the wound to stop the bleeding. Thanks, Harry. Harry would have gone after you, Smitty asserted. If I noticed that, thanks for helping me. I don't think they have good intentions. Let's head to the checkpoint and see if they'll give us something to eat with some luck. We arrived in less than the 2 hours expected by slightly speeding up our pace. For soldiers were waiting for us in a tent, comfortably seated and enjoying a hearty breakfast. Look who's here. But if they're kids, shouldn't there be 7 of them right now? One of them remarked. Looks like we're still 8, Feed snapped angrily. You've got something for us? Charlie asked. Give it to us and we'll leave. But what kind of chickens are coming? I had ice cream for everyone, but now I won't give it to you anymore. Take it, and he handed us a brass plaque engraved with a number. Does anyone want to stay and rest a bit? Then we'll take you to the next checkpoint yourself. You're injured, he said to Pablo. We'll treat you, let you rest for a while, then we'll bring you closer. You haven't slept in ages, you must be exhausted, and the blow must have hit harder than expected. I'm good, let's go. We left before they could set any traps. I checked the maps and showed them the way that checkpoint was closer, and we'd be there by nightfall. But the road turned rough. We'd been awake for 3 straight nights, and staying alert was becoming a struggle. Hey folks, how about we all take a quick break right now? Let's give each group a half-hour nap, Smitty suggested. They want suspect we're making such an abrupt stop they might not even notice.
I'm totally hyped.
I'm in favor, Pablo confirmed, his head throbbing with pain that could blow out of his skull. All right, if I'm right, what do you think, Harry? Charlie asked, glancing at the paper with our calculations written on it. Well, we can make up for the lost time later. We monitor, he said, putting you under the shadow of that mountain so we have a covered flank. The four of us who hadn't slept all night huddled together to catch a few shut-eyes. What we didn't expect was for 2 patrol cars to descend from above, rappelling down the mountain where we were hiding and literally crashing down on us. Woken by my teammates' shouts, I saw the situation and woke them up. Without saying a word, we all stood united behind that comrade. They managed to catch up with Stefan and stabbed him in the neck. That's it, shouted the man with the knife. If you don't want your buddy to get hurt, I'll make sure all the compasses in front of me go down in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. He slashed his neck, causing blood to gush out. Those jerks weren't about to take any nonsense. They checked Stefan's pockets and took his compass. We threw our compasses to the ground. This time they'd won. After gathering all the instruments, they vanished without a trace. We tended to Stefan's wound with a wet bandage tied around his neck. Without a word, we set off. We were still shaken by the defeat, but I remembered our route. Along the way, I'd studied every map and directions just in case. Even without a compass, I knew we could reach all checkpoints. But I kept it to myself, certain that our backpacks carried some device that would not only pinpoint our location but also have audio capabilities. They would find us in record time, always when we were letting our guard down. I grabbed my map and scribbled, I think we've got a listening device in our backpacks along with the GPS one. Keep it under wraps. I passed the note to Feed, who was beside me, gesturing for him to read it and pass it on to others. Everyone looked at me and nodded in agreement. We hurried to make up for lost time, reaching the next checkpoint by 9 o'clock that night. Good evening, Pablo. Could you give us the plaque? But look how nice you are now, the same ones from this morning who moved to the new spot. Still got a headache? Anyone want to stay for a bit? Honestly, you're acting all shady and looking a bit messy. Why not just take a good shower and get a bed with clean sheets? And you've got a fresh wound on your arm. TS. That's not good. Give us the damned plaque and stop the nonsense, Socrates snapped. All right, don't get mad. They gave us another plate with a different number, but they won't let us take it. What's your plan to find me without compasses during the next inspection? The easiest way is to just leave it now. I've got a truck that can take you to the base where you can rest and enjoy a delicious lasagna. How tasty is this lasagna? Or maybe chicken with golden potatoes and crispy fries. You can add ketchup if you like, or try our 4-cheese pizza loaded with tons of cheese. Socrates threw him off the platform, and he told the others, let's go. As we walked away, we heard the soldier's laughter growing louder, and finally caught a glimpse of his shrill scream. The next checkpoint is the final one, but it's way off. If you can all make it through together, I'll give you my ice cream stash, LOL, but don't think you'll make it. We didn't respond but kept moving fast. Charlie wrote on his map, Harry, do you know where to go? I replied, yes. Don't worry, I memorized the routes and can find the path, but we need to recalculate the time. We didn't account for fatigue, so now we're moving very slowly. He nodded affirmatively. We kept walking without stopping. If we paused, they'd ambush us and kidnap us. They'd already stolen our food and compasses. We needed to find a way to sleep for at least an hour or we'd collapse before reaching our destination. My mind raced nonstop as I searched for solutions. Then I spotted some long trees on the ground that suddenly made sense. I grabbed the paper and scribbled, got a sleep hack. We can build a makeshift cot using our coats. Tie the sleeves to those tree trunks. Each person sleeps in one position while others take turns carrying the cot. This way we'll stay en route. The GPS won't spot us stationary until we reach the next checkpoint. We'll all be asleep by then, right? With renewed vigor, we rushed toward the fallen trees. Shedding our coats and tying up our sleeves, we used our backs as makeshift cradles, forming 2 makeshift beds for simultaneous sleep to gain some rest. We grabbed small sticks as makeshift knives, though they'd already injured 2 of us. They weren't joking, and neither were we. It's your small idea, Charlie whispered. The honor was yours. Stimmy, you have an hour. Make the most of it. After checking if I could handle the weight and giving them directions to stay on course, I closed my eyes in 0 seconds and fell asleep, swaying to the rhythm of my teammates' footsteps. So we took turns rotating shifts both for sleeping and carrying the stretchers. After 4 hours, everyone had slept an hour before starting the rotation again. We never stopped working all night, but there were always 2 of us sleeping or resting. With no ambushes due to our non-stop work, we managed to save time for the next checkpoint that we approached the control booth, removed our medical beds, put on our coats, and used the sticks as walking poles. We pretended those holding the poles were lame, feigning exhaustion we didn't have, and managed to regain some strength. When the controller saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. But, how did you guys get here? Well,
I'm speechless.
you 8 were supposed to say entirely, but, let's call it half-integrated. Honestly, you've totally blown me away. I promised ice cream, but since I ate them thinking you wouldn't make it, I'll give each of you a chocolate bar. You earned this. Before we knew it, a smile appeared on our faces when we saw the chocolate, but nobody ate it. We kept it in our pocket to check first if it wasn't bad. He gave us a plaque with another number. I thanked you as we were about to leave. I'll wait for you at the base. Stay alert, the return will be dangerous. Watch out. You guys are good at this, but I don't want you getting caught now that you're so close. We walked toward the direction we remembered was the base, while enjoying the delicious chocolate. Guys, they gave us 3 plaques with 3 numbers, but the captain said we should tell him the phrase they were saying on the plaques. I told him that. Then what if the captain was wrong? Or did they give us the wrong plates? Smitty snapped angrily. I think it must be in code, Pablo explained. When I was little, I loved playing secret message games with my brother. We need to crack the code they used. Everyone turned to look at me. A coded message, maybe. Let me think about it for a moment. I carefully examined the plates and memorized the numbers, then stored them. We set up the beds again and organized ourselves to sleep or rest. I think I have it, I exclaimed, breaking the silence after a while. What's it about? The solution to the captain's riddle is as simple as numbers replacing letters in the alphabet, but I couldn't figure it out because they started by giving one to the letter Z. Then what's the phrase? Pablo asked. Get out, you won't make it. What a jerk he is. Feed snapped angrily. We didn't say another word. 3 hours remained until our deadline, and we were almost there. We saw lights and heard footsteps behind us. Without a word, we quickly rolled up our sleeping bags and started sprinting to get to the finish line before anyone caught us. With our energy spent, we sprinted as fast as we could. We kept an eye on the pursuers who were shouting at each other right outside, but we didn't stop constantly checking to make sure nobody got left behind. 8 of us dashed toward the base and set up shop in front of the main building, where several officers were chatting. Sir, we're here to meet Captain Magma, Danny said to one of the officers, barely catching his breath. But if they're kids? The officer exclaimed, glancing at his watch. It's 10:30. You arrived an hour and a half early. Huh? Haha. All in one piece. Let me check again, okay, half of them. 8 o'clock. I know someone who'll pay me a handsome sum. But you guys are awesome. I bet on you. Seeing the patrol cars rushing to capture us, we instinctively hid behind the officers. The officers burst into laughter, and one of them went to fetch our captain. When the captain showed up, we formed as best we could. We present ourselves as ordered, the gentleman declared triumphantly. Did they pass all the tests? Then yes, I said, handing him the 3 plaques. The answer to that question was, we won't back down, sir, because if we're going to get it done, we'll make it happen. Let the sergeant take them straight to the infirmary, he said with a grin. Clean up, get checked out, and have them fed. You've earned this. You guys keep surprising me. Go straight to the shower and get yourselves ready. The sergeant directed us to the infirmary. After a thorough hot shower with plenty of soap and a proper shave, though he himself had a beard, 2 doctors from the base gave us a full-body checkup. They provided food to address our nutritional deficiencies and administered sugar-sweetened water to combat dehydration. In the end, we each got a bed to sleep in. I wanted to keep watch over us just in case there were any issues, like if they'd abandoned us in the middle of nowhere for 4 days. But before we knew it, we were all asleep within seconds. Chapter 4. I'm super grateful for all the comments you've left. But I want more, lol. I absolutely love hearing what you think. Chapter 4. Selection tests in SAS Part 2. They let us sleep 8 full hours straight. After eating and resting, we looked completely different. The sergeant came to collect us, gave each of us a new set of clothes, and accompanied us to the same examination room where Captain Magma was waiting with another sergeant. "Stay calm," he ordered, pulling out the crumpled maps from his pocket that we'd used to write our messages, silently reading them. They're resourceful and can tackle tough challenges without losing focus. They work seamlessly as a team and know how to support each other. From the start, they share all supplies without fussing over who has more or less. They handle pressure well, endure food shortages and sleep deprivation, and spot weaker members in any situation to lend a hand. As for navigation without a compass, everyone knows you're the only one who can pull this off. They came up with a brilliant solution to sleep and trick the trackers. I praised the note we wrote about the recliners for sleeping while staring directly at me. They've got 4 patrol teams on duty who are hoping to get to the final test to get back at them. They'll need to sharpen their wits and strength to outsmart them. The very commander himself gathered them to launch their mission, abandoning their initial plans to trick some kids. Soldier Potter isn't going to leave the base. Alanites a warning from a friend. Rumors are swirling that he's been pushed too hard to defend himself. It seems someone recognized something about Krav Maga. We'll discuss this calmly later. We kept watching her smile. You bet you'd never guess what kind of sadistic test she was thinking about to pull off that grin on her face. Here on the ground, they have prepared backpacks with all the gear they'll need for tomorrow. We're heading into the jungle where they'll be surviving for a week. Usually it's 4 weeks. But they should appreciate this shortened time frame. Today's focus is on shooting practice and weapon handling drills. Come on. Let's not waste any more time. We headed to the shooting range where an instructor had been waiting for us. We spent the whole day practicing with various firearms, disassembling and reassembling them. Thankfully, everyone had good aim, so the practice didn't drag on too long. We ate well during our time there and went to bed early. It would be better to unpack my backpacks and check everything out when I arrive at the campsite. I don't want to end up in the jungle with a last-minute surprise like finding out I'm missing a spare boot and have to go barefoot. We opened our backpacks and started unpacking the contents onto the bed, checking if all materials and clothes were in good condition and making sure we had everything identical. But then came the surprise. One of us was missing the knife, only the sheath remained. Another lacked the spare uniform pants, while I was short on the first aid kit to treat minor wounds that could be fatal in the jungle. To make matters worse, no one had spare socks. We went to the first store and collected all the missing gear. While some of us kept the manager distracted, others snatched 8 waterproof coats to protect us from the rain, mosquito repellent lotion, and swapped our team boots for more comfortable, durable ones that wouldn't cause friction. We also packed plenty of spare socks for everyone. In the jungle, we had to take extra care of our feet since we'd likely be submerged in water for hours on India as we were about to leave. Faye noticed the thermal blankets and borrowed one for each of us. We quickly slipped them into our backpacks. In a hurry, Pablo set up some strings just in case. When we all left, we burst into laughter, hoping the manager wouldn't have too many issues with the materials we'd borrowed. When everyone was asleep, I got up and absorbed botanical knowledge in the bathroom. I hoped the person who gave me this knowledge also understood tropical plants so they could help me in the jungle, then went back to sleep. We were woken up at 5:30 a.m., already packed and keeping tabs on our backpacks like they were priceless treasures to prevent them from being switched. We boarded a plane bound for the rainforest of Borneo, Indonesia. The 13-hour journey ahead meant we could sleep, and sleep recharging what we hadn't slept all week. When we arrived and disembarked from the plane, it was already around 8 in the evening. The weather was sultry and stifling, with a palpable dampness in the air. A truck was waiting for us. As we climbed aboard, we noticed 4 patrol vehicles coming down from the opposite door, those very same ones that had been pestering us. We were about to face trouble, but not exactly from the native animals. The truck started moving. We were supposed to cross the country's capital, Bandar Seri Begawan, lavish city with modern buildings and a grand palace. The captain explained it was the Sultan's residence, boasting 1,788 rooms and 257 bathrooms, along with a beautiful mosque bathed in multiple floodlights. In stark contrast lay the humble side, houses built on riverbanks using wooden logs, flanked by a wide stretch of murky waters that gave us a preview of what we'd encounter in the jungle. We finally left civilization behind to venture into the lush greenery of Brunei. The truck came to a stop at the edge of the jungle, where all was quiet. In the darkness of night, we could only see the brief stretch illuminated by our flashlights. I raised my own and aimed in the direction we were supposed to go. A chilling, thick, and full of secrets thing that she didn't want to uncover. But what could she do? Ladies and gentlemen, here is your compass and local map for each of you. A survival guidebook on building shelters. A comprehensive guide to jungle flora and fauna, including venomous species. A machete for navigating through thick undergrowth, and a radio that can only be used if bitten by any of those animals, in which case an emergency vehicle will evacuate the injured immediately. If you use it for other purposes, however, you'll just get kicked out onto the street. Just like last week, your dear friends will be keeping watch over you and might want to play surprise ambush games. Stay alert, they know this jungle inside out. They'll stay nearby monitoring your stay at this luxury hotel.
Surprise me pissenlit.
This envelope contains your orders. Face the challenge and march the soldiers into the jungle. Sir, may I ask? Permission granted, soldier. Is today the first day? I asked. Soldier, tell them today I'll be waiting for you on the other side. We ventured into the jungle with lingering apprehension, as nothing was visible. The deeper we went, the more dense and impenetrable it became. I feel like I'm smaller than I really am in this vastness, I sighed, gazing up at the tree's height. If you're right and this is getting more substantial, we won't be able to move forward soon, Socrates remarked. Harry opened the envelope with the orders, and we should organize ourselves in this clear area before going deeper. We need to check the map and the route that Charlie indicated. I glanced at the envelope and smiled as I opened it. And the winner is, I exclaimed, pulling out the paper. Harry Potter, tack on. You must be feeling refreshed in this clean air. Smitty chuckled. This is the first time I've seen you cracking a joke. You're always so serious and responsible. Smitty, you're messing with my character. What am I supposed to do? Am I going to turn into a laughingstock? Oh God, don't let that happen, Harry. Charlie interrupted my monologue with a laugh. Yes, of course I answered the orders while still laughing, but I had managed to make us forget a bit of the fear we were feeling. We're supposed to be here for a week. There's a rendezvous point where we need to show up before midnight on the 7th day. Given this timeline, I think we'll have to trek through thick jungle to reach it. No instructions given, just survive and make it in time for the rescue team to pick us up. Let's check the maps, create a route, and calculate the time. Harry memorized the map, the route, and the rendezvous point. Feed whispered. Just in case they ambush us and take them away. I don't want to end up living in the jungle. Of course, don't worry, it'll take you out of here. But remember, for the same reason, it'll be their number one target. Besides the beating I gave them last time, you should keep an eye on me when they show up. Of course, Harry, Smitty exclaimed, his arm resting on my shoulder. Well, keep watch and monitor you to make sure nothing bad happens to you, and you'll get us out of this mess. Let's get started, Charlie said. First, we'll map out the route. We grabbed our maps and mapped out a route from where we were to the meeting point, estimated the time required, split it across our available days, and factored in some contingency for unexpected delays and exhaustion. All right, we've got the directions. It'll take the first leg. We've slept like logs on the plain. How about a moonlit stroll? There's a clear spot on the map marked as a small lake. Wouldn't it be cool to land around 4 a.m., fill up the water jugs, test the potability, and disappear before the big animals wake up and start drinking? It's definitely not good for your brain to be flooded with so much oxygen. Would you let us venture into a hostile jungle at night?
Fede exclaimed in terror.
Exactly, animals sleep at night too, I replied. That's the prime time. If you're right, we'll keep following you, Stephen declared animatedly. Come on, feed. We're all in this together. Nothing's gonna happen. Just stay alert and watch our backs. With machetes in hand, we began our journey walking side by side, all moving closely together. We carried only 2 lit lanterns to save energy and avoid drawing attention from the animals. The entire scene was utterly quiet, with only the sound of our footsteps audible. This constant swinging with machetes is exhausting. My arms completely shattered. We need to organize a rotation system. 2 people lead the way while others follow the same route. That way, we'll conserve our energy, Socrates suggested. If it's a good idea, Feed chimed in. We should also avoid making too much noise while walking. We need to practice, Charlie remarked, and there's no better time than now when we're not under pressure. We scheduled our shifts to go 2 ahead, clearing the path, and all of us put in our best effort to avoid being heard while walking. We arrived at the lake, or rather the muddy puddle. Danny tested the water's safety, and we filled our jugs, though we weren't exactly confident drinking that brown liquid would be healthy. But we couldn't let ourselves go dehydrated. I placed a cloth in the mouths of the buckets to fill them, so the cleanest water could enter. I explained this when I saw they were filling them without protection. Everything was swarming with mosquitoes, so I cast a little spell on each of us to keep them at bay. It was just a small trap, but hey, race the kicker, those weren't mosquitoes at all, they were planes. The jungle was awakening as the sun rose on the horizon, and the deathly silence of night began to give way to a cacophony of sounds from all directions. The day broke through thick fog, with humidity clinging to our bones like glue. We should take a nap, Alpha Patrol. Danny, Steven, Smitty and me from the surveillance team, Beta Patrol. Charlie, Socrates, Feed and Pablo to sleep up in the trees. We'll alert you within an hour and switch shifts. I've organized this seriously. Your commanding skills are getting better every day, Harry, Smitty whispered with a chuckle. If you're walking around, everyone should head up to the trees. The animals might start coming over for a drink soon. Unzip your thermal blanket and wrap yourselves in it. We all managed to find a branch that could support our weight while being comfortable enough for rest. I started reading the book to discover which animals we'd encounter and what kind of plants we could eat. After an hour, we switched shifts and went to bed. I handed the book to Charlie and Socrates to read to. The more people who knew about the dangers, the better. At 7 in the morning, we set off again for another lake or marsh to fill our containers as we did today. The morning was perfect with daylight illuminating the area. We could see the abundance of wildlife around us. Birds of all kinds fluttered about, while we spotted little monkeys leaping through the trees and some orangutans from afar. I kept watching those adorable little monkeys picking fruits and munching away. Guys, look at those monkeys munching on tree fruits. That means they're edible. I can't see them clearly from this distance, but I remember reading about a similar fruit in the book Mangostines. We need to climb up the tree and pick the purple ones if they're there. That's exactly how we did it. The fruit was at a great height, but we climbed up and gathered them to eat, all of us. This one's good, Feed remarked. Its flavor is like a peach blended with raspberries. It's true she's got it rich, but watch out for the monkeys, they seem to be mad about having their fruit taken, says Smitty River. We gathered more fruit to load onto our backpacks and continued our journey. Without stopping, we followed the relay system to keep moving forward until deep into the night. When we reached the lake, we conducted another potability test and filled our canteens. We climbed a tree to rest for a while. After surviving the second day without much trouble, we had water and still had fruit to eat. We started the third day at 7 in the morning after descending from the trees, with thick clouds overhead. We were hoping for a light afternoon shower, but since we'd had 2 dry days, we kept our rain gear handy just in case. I was momentarily captivated by a massive, peculiar flower beneath a tree. The others remained oblivious and kept walking, leaving me behind. Moments later, I found myself on the ground under a net. I swiftly drew my knife to cut it, knowing who they were, but failed. A kick disarmed them, and within moments they had me standing upright. They ripped me off the bed and gagged me with a handkerchief to keep me quiet, warning others. They also tied my hands behind my back with plastic straps. You know how I wanted you in my tiny hands? One of them threatened me, punching me in the stomach while 2 others held me down. Because of your fault, I spent 2 days in the ER, he continued, striking me again, this time on the face and breaking my lip. And then there was the commander's personal scolding for our poor performance. He even hit me in the eye and made my eyebrow stick out again. Then a 4th man ordered, if the smell of blood is detected, it might alert the leopards. I couldn't make out their faces, just like the last time when they were dressed in black and covered with shawls. All I could see were their eyes, but I was struck by their voice. They'd probably regret that beating. They carried me through the jungle safely, and we made it to their camp where the others were waiting, all set up in perfect order. Wow, you guys made it! One of them exclaimed cheerfully, this time approaching us without the guide. Otherwise, the others would be lost. I told you I'd bring it today no matter what the cost. But it was easy this fool got distracted by a flower, and the others didn't even notice. Terrible, he whispered, tugging my hair and pulling my head back. You've gone through that, haven't you? He said to the other, staring at the wounds on my face. He deserved it. If he ever gets into the SAS, he'll ask for his forgiveness, he said before walking away and entering a store. You've really upset him, so it's best to keep quiet and not cause us any trouble. Where do we put it? Asked another man, the one who's proven to have more resources. We shouldn't trust him again. Tie it to that tree. It's crawling with ants. Better let's play for a while. Take off your clothes. Tell me, little one, you're not allergic, right? He asked with a laugh. I got so nervous that I tried kicking them to get free. Even though I was tied up and about to enter the jungle, 2 more came rushing in when they saw my intentions. They started stripping off my clothes, leaving me only in my underwear. They grabbed my head tightly to cover my nose and ears with cotton balls, stuck adhesive tape to keep the cottons in place, and even removed the scarf from my mouth. If you don't want ants to crawl into your body and devour you, I wouldn't even open my mouth or close my eyes now. Entranas. Bullshit. Leave me alone. You'll wake up to me, you fools, just leave me. But no matter how hard I resisted and tried to kick them, there were too many of them and they were prepared to stop me from escaping. They dragged me toward a tree where they tied me up standing hands behind the trunk, ankles bound with ropes that looped around the trunk toward the other ankle, and another rope around my waist, leaving my back wedged into the trunk. You know what? You're perfect for a photo, he shouted, knowing I couldn't hear him clearly with my ears covered. He went to grab the camera and snapped a picture of me tied to the tree. We'll give you a copy so you'll remember not to get yourself into adventures that could lead to big trouble. You'll wake up to this, I won't give in and we'll join the SAS. Keep your eyes peeled because I'll stick that same photo down your ass right in front of the commander when we get our commendation for joining the SAS. You're scaring me, but I'd shut my mouth if it were you. The ants are crawling toward you big red ones. I know you read the book Captain gave you, so you know what's coming next. They'll start stinging you. Their bites sting like crazy, and they'll bite you to inject venom that's not lethal but will cause an abscess. Tell me later how it feels when your whole body's covered in these stings. Before I could react, I felt twitches creeping up my leg. I took deep breaths and tried to relax as much as possible, tightly shut my mouth and eyes. I just hoped this game would end as quickly as possible. But knowing those bastards, they'd laugh at me for a while. I wouldn't let them hear me scream, cry, or beg. I couldn't use magic, they were right there in the SAS. It was awful. I spent over an hour with the ants crawling all over my body, biting me and enduring the stings that left marks everywhere. I kept breathing through my mouth whenever possible while keeping my eyes tightly shut. By staying still and letting my muscles relax as much as I could, I avoided triggering their irritation and managed to avoid getting too many bites. A torrential downpour gradually drove the ants away from my body to seek shelter. I opened my eyes and saw the SAS team members inside the stores, completely oblivious to me as they stayed dry. Determined not to use magic, I began frantically rubbing the ropes against the rough trunk until they gave way. Then I untied the belt's cord and finally freed my feet. I couldn't retrieve my clothes because they'd been taken inside the store, so I quietly left along the same path they came from, only wearing undergarments. Having read that indigenous people use urine to reduce inflammation from red spider mite bites, I instinctively passed my own urine through my body and was genuinely relieved. I hoped to recover my backpack left behind on the way and put on fresh clothes, otherwise I wouldn't have made it through this ordeal. The relentless rain kept me from spotting any animals along the way. When I finally made it to my destination, to my relief, all my companions were gathered at the spot where my backpack had been left behind, completely lost and desperate, not knowing what to do or where to find me. Harry, Smitty shouted when he saw me. Oh my God. Harry, what's up? Come sit down, let's treat you to something before you go out. What's going on? Charlie asked, helping Smitty with the first aid kit. I was distracted for just a few seconds when they ambushed me from above the trees with a net. They were waiting for the right moment, and I let them get away with it. They took me to their camp, and I can tell you they're absolutely nuts. But how did you come in so full of wounds, with your whole body covered like it's been bitten? They tied me to a trunk teeming with red ants. When the rain started, they all fled. I managed to open my eyes, ripped the ropes binding my hands by rubbing them against the tree, and escaped. They probably haven't noticed I'm not here, yet it's raining so hard that everyone's inside the store. Better not entertain them now to avoid getting caught in the rain. These facial wounds aren't from ants, Feed asserted. No, there was one that I sent to the nursing department a couple days ago when they attacked us last time, and he was a bit upset with me. Did they hit you? But what a jerk! Danny exclaimed angrily. The ants were the worst, I muttered, recalling the awful time I'd been through. After disinfecting all the wounds, I quickly dressed myself, slipped on my raincoat, and we set off along the route we'd planned. We can't stop because of the rain. We need to take advantage of the animals being hidden too and push forward as fast as possible, he explained. Blood scent could help us track them down faster. We kept moving forward without stopping. My body ached terribly and was crawling all over with itching, but through some magical force I managed to ease the sting just enough to keep going. That's how we spent the fourth day. It was already 8 in the morning, yet we hadn't paused our journey.
I'm hungry, Socrates grumbled.
Let's check if we spot any fruit along the way. If we don't eat, we won't have the strength to keep going. Even if we don't stop, Feed said, I don't want to get caught and end up like Harry. Danny covered his mouth, gesturing for potential listening devices, essentially setting them up as a weakness.
I'm sorry, Fede apologized.
We kept up this rhythm through the 5th day until noon, when we came face to face with a raging river that we had to cross. Did you know about the Harry River? Pablo asked. Obviously, it's on the map. What I didn't know was it's in fast currents, I said while checking the river's flow rate. Let's first see if there's any nearby bridge. Alpha Patrol up, Beta down. We're at this spot now. I marked a tree with a scarf. Watch for crocodiles along the way. I don't think there are any since the currents are so fast, but let's check. When we reunited, none of us had found anything to cross the river. I tossed a stone to test the depth. It looked surprisingly deep. We checked the map to review our route once we'd crossed it. We need to lower the signal, Charlie said, tracing the map with his finger. Right, if we go down we won't lose the route and maybe even save time. If we let the current carry us for a couple of kilometers, all the way to this bend here, I marked it on the map. The real challenge will be reaching the other side. Who can't swim here? The current is too strong, added Smitty, echoing the strategy we discussed with Charlie. How long are the strings we have? I don't know, Feed replied. They can each make about 10 meters. One idea is to all pull together in one block. Let's glide for about 2 kilometers, keep pushing to reach the other side, then kick off simultaneously with all our might, thrusting the trunk toward the opposite bank. We're strong, maybe we'll make it. Are there no piranhas here? Feed asked. Well, according to the book, piranhas aren't dangerous, but crocodiles? I don't know. I haven't seen any myself, and the current is really fast. But we're 8 of us with 7 knives. I lost mine when they grabbed me. I think we can handle a crocodile. I gave it a shot. How can you stay so optimistic all the time? Feed asked me. Come on, don't worry, we can make it. Charlie Harry encouraged him. If we all push together, we'll reach the other side. Let's head out into the water while it's still sunny. Getting soaked at night would be a real pain, Smitty said. Make sure to fasten your backpacks properly and keep your pants securely tucked inside the boots. After securing the backpacks and selecting a sturdy trunk strong enough to hold 8 people in the water, we fastened ropes around our waists and plunged into the river with disgust. It was a muddy brown stream, filthy beyond measure. It's disgusting,
Pablo grumbled.
We started descending the steep slope, pushing off with our feet to inch closer to the other side. I noticed the swirling turbulence that had been visible on the map was now approaching. Now, with all your power, go for it. We all started at the same time and managed to push through the current until we reached the shore. Socrates grabbed onto a fallen tree trunk and managed to push himself toward the bank. We all emerged from the water, some helping each other, dragging ourselves thanks to the ropes tied around our waists until we were all out of the water. We ended up covered in mud from head to toe but happy as ever. Guys, we made it, shouted Smitty as the JVSI division pulled off another win. We embrace and leap with joy. Plus, we must have saved a few hours on the road, I added cheerfully. We managed to keep our backpack contents dry by changing into fresh clothes, leaving the soaked ones hanging outside to dry. With all this noise, even the elephants from the neighboring country will hear us. We heard they were talking among the trees. Damn, he muttered in a low voice, sounding the alarm while checking how my teammates were positioned. They were from the SAS. Same old crap. They burst out of the woods, laughing. Who knows how you managed to climb out of that tree and escape? But I didn't answer him. It took us a while to find you, but we knew you'd have to cross the river at some point, he explained to the man who already recognized his voice. Though I must admit, it took you less time than my first attempt. This time you're gonna give us all your boots, the ones you're wearing and the spare ones. Come on, if you don't start now, I'll shoot one of them. You guys on my leg, he threatened by pulling out a gun from his thigh. Nothing could cause serious harm, but it hurts like hell. And in the middle of the jungle? You'll tell me how you're gonna fix this soon enough. They'd shown us time and again that when they spoke, they weren't playing. With a bullet wound, we couldn't make it to the rendezvous point. So they started pulling their boots out of the backpacks and throwing them on the ground. Mine were already theirs from our last meeting. Then we unbuttoned the ones we'd been wearing. When your feet are so worn out you can't walk, just call the radio and they'll come to pick up the kids. Let's talk about you later, he said, giving me that same old punch in the face. But hey, you know what? It's a shame you didn't make it to the interrogation test. We were gonna have a blast. How's your little torture going? Are they really hurting you? They were laughing and leaving us without shoes, while I lay on the ground bleeding from my lip again. We'll wait until they're far away, slip on more socks, grab the thermal blankets and cut them in half. With the ropes tied around our feet, we'll have something to protect us, I whispered, wiping my mouth with a little water. That's how we did it and kept walking, a bit slower this time and keeping tabs on where our feet were going, and that's how we wrapped up the 5th day. That night we didn't sleep to make up for the lost time from moving too slowly. There was little left to lose, and we had to push through. On the 6th day, it rained non-stop all day. We were soaked through and everyone had small bleeding wounds on their feet. We got a scare when we encountered a venomous snake. The two of us who were clearing our path didn't notice there was one in one of the trees. The snake, trying to dodge the rain, snapped off a branch and flew into a rage right in the middle of everyone. Don't move, Danny, I warned him when I saw he was the closest one. I approached her, locked eyes with her, and whispered in a soft voice in Parcel, assuring her we wouldn't attack or harm her. I reached out my arm to guide her upward, gently stroking her head. An actual speaker? I'd heard an old legend about humans having the ability to speak our own language, but I never thought I'd ever find one. If it's something I can do from a young age, let us move forward without causing harm. We don't want to hurt you, I whispered to my companions so they wouldn't hear me. If you can move forward, but leave me on the tree. With the rain, it's unpleasant to walk on the ground. I left the snake in the tree and signaled my companions to keep moving forward, continuing our journey. Starting today, they'll call you Harry the Snake Charmer.
Anuncios Smithy. Smithy no estoy para bromos.
But what you've done is really weird, Feed continued. Let's just be happy it worked out and not have to call the radio station to get someone with a serious snakebite injury. I told you to drop the whole thing. Thanks, Harry, you saved me from a really fat one, Danny thanked. That night, we rested on fruit-laden trees. We feasted, treated ourselves to foot massages using items from our first aid kit, and wrapped up with warm blankets folded into thick layers. Each group then took another hour or so of rest before heading out again. Today we're finally ending this nightmare, Socrates announced cheerfully, but we need to stay on high alert with the SAS guys. We don't want them to cause us any trouble at the last minute. Right, we'll be back at the base in a few hours, Smitty said. We're almost done. I know you guys can talk to them right now. Smitty, you're getting worse every day. Charlie grinned. We started walking straight ahead, the grass growing thinner with each step. But our adventure had never planned to encounter a leopard, and its mate on our path had already smelled the blood from our feet. Without a word, we bolted like mad and scrambled up the tallest tree we could find. Feed gasped in shock by the hair's length. I think we've never climbed that tree so fast in our lives. Right, we were acting like monkeys, Danny added. Right. But those silver-footed monkeys, Smitty exclaimed, kicking up his foot while the silver thermal blanket was tied to his feet. We all laughed, easing our nerves. But now we need to go down, and those two seem to have fallen under the tree waiting, Stefan remarked, though you must admit they're absolutely stunning. Fine, but from a distance? I won't even go near to pet them, Pablo snorted.
Hay lianas, murmuré.
What do you think, Harry? Danny asked. There are vines, I explained, gesturing at one in my hand. We can jump from tree to tree using these vines. Are you kidding us to play Tarzan, jumping from tree to tree? Feed moaned, his voice trembling with dread at the thought. Really? I replied, putting on a good-natured face. Oh my God! Harry, your ideas are getting way more out of hand, exclaimed Smitty, but he was about to be fantastic, fun, and thrilling. Can we shout like Tarzan while jumping? And oh, we all answer at the same time. All right, I've caught you. Let's keep quiet. You guys are so boring, he muttered softly. After tackling the first vine with all our might, we tested whether it could support our weight. One by one, we moved from tree to tree. At first, we were scared of falling, but then we got into the groove and kept our footing. Instead of flinching, we glided through the branches like flying squirrels, saving time and letting our feet rest. The vines had finally grown out of the trees. We were nearing the exit of the jungle when we caught sight of the azure sky in the distance. Everyone gathered around a fruit-laden tree and shared some snacks. We've got one last race left, Charlie remarked. What do you think? If we don't think about our feet, maybe we'll get it, Danny said. How many kilometers should it be? Asked Feed. We were talking about a 5 or 6 kilometer hike. That's just common sense, I explained while pointing at the map. But let me give you some context. We're not going to run around, but rather keep our eyes on the ground for hidden ropes to avoid any ambushes. They've set up nets, and I don't want to end up hanging from a tree in front of the captain, just 1 meter away from reaching it. They'll wait for us to go straight because we're desperate to get there, but we're on track and not panicking. Everyone nodded and we started walking. We used a stick to test the ground ahead of us, then kept moving forward. I led the way while everyone formed a line behind me, all holding knives. Feed had lent me his own, saying I'd use it better than he would. We had finally made it to the exit, just a few meters from the jungle. We were on high alert, surveying the terrain when we spotted the captain sitting in a shack, chatting with the sergeant. But there was no sign of the SAS patrols anywhere. I don't like it, I whispered, this has been way too easy. Where would you set a trap to catch someone smart? Pried Smitty. In the most obvious place where he should think of everything except the obvious, I replied. Then, now think of something obvious, Smitty continued. Something obvious. I looked down at the ground where a power cord stretched out before us. The floor was soaked through, and next to the captain stood a generator way bigger than what you'd normally find in a store. I grabbed a stick and wrote on the ground, current. Wait, what? Charlie asked, utterly baffled. I marked the ground and drew the cable connected to the generator. And if you add water to that, pointing at the ground and our feet without shoes, Socrates declared, Ingenioso. Solution. Jumping, they asked, how's your long jump? Remember how the lieutenant taught us to jump and roll on the ground? That's gonna be fun, right? Said Stephen. Everyone at the same time? Danny asked. Yep, it's gonna be even more eye-opening, I grinned. And we'll all stand up right away and line up in front of the captain. Well, what do we have to wait for? First off, we need to take off those thermal socks from our feet. We shouldn't be wearing them in the first place. Feed warned us. If you're right. We stripped off all the protective foot covers that had shielded us from greater harm than we actually faced, then lined up shoulder to shoulder for the final race of our second challenge. We started running when we reached the cable area. We gained momentum and leaped over, rolling down to the other side outside the jungle. We stood up, checked if everyone was present, and formed up. We present ourselves in accordance with orders, the captain declared proudly. If I see him as a soldier, as it's become routine for you all, I'm surprised, he said, raising an eyebrow. He checked his watch and gave us a thorough checkup. Some bruised but intact, Sergeant. Alert the doctor to examine them and feed them. Though I don't think they've gone hungry this time. We followed the sergeant to a store where we took off our dirty clothes and scrubbed ourselves with a bucket of water. They threw us some white powder that the doctor said was meant to kill any bugs we might have on us, then gave me a lotion to treat the ants' bites. We changed into clean clothes, though everyone still had their feet bandaged. They gave us antibiotics to prevent potential infections and a couple more injections I didn't know were for. When the captain came in, "Gentlemen, once everything's cleaned and disinfected, well, head home. Board the truck that'll take us to the airport. You can all sleep on the plane." We slept through the entire return flight. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Selection tests in the SAS final test. When we arrived at the base at 3 p.m., the captain gave us an hour to eat and spent the entire afternoon with an instructor teaching us how to handle explosives, make homemade bombs, identify various types of mines, and how to defuse them. We went to bed very late. As soon as I saw all my comrades asleep, I went to the bathroom and drank some potion concoctions. Though exhausted, I didn't think they'd let us rest much until we completed the third test. That I was worried those men had shown time, and again they weren't walking on thin ice. That waiting made me nervous, probably exactly what they wanted. They were tired, anxious, and ready to bring us down. At least for now, we weren't hungry. They could sit and wait if they thought I'd collapse. The next morning at 6 a.m., we were woken up and spent the entire day on the obstacle course. It was far longer and more challenging than the one we used to go through in the other barracks. Jumping over obstacles, scaling towering rocky walls using only our hands, descending from the walls that ended in deep pools of filthy water, long tunnels flooded with water where we had to hold our breath to pass through, mine zones where stepping on them would dye your entire body red, forcing you to start over from scratch as punishment. We paused for 20 minutes to eat a meal brought to us, then began again under the shouts of 2 instructor sergeants. It was 2 in the morning when they let us go to bed without dinner. We were soaked, dirty, exhausted, and starving. How did I even think last night that we wouldn't be hungry? Guys, I have a bad feeling. Stay alert, nobody's been telling us anything about the latest test. I think they're gonna pull a surprise on us. While we were heading to the showers, we could set up night shifts for surveillance, Charlie suggested. It would be interesting. Today they kept us busy all day, and that's a bad sign. If you think it's okay, we'll have Alpha Patrol on watch until 4 a.m., followed by Beta Patrol for the next 2 hours. They all agreed. After showering, I changed into regular clothes to avoid getting caught in my underwear. Since we usually slept this way, I grabbed a book to read while making my way to the guard post. It was 3:30 when I heard noises near the door. Smitty sat down on my bed, heard them too. "Are you hearing me, Harry?" he whispered. "Yes, I think they're already here. Let's wake up the others and hope for the best. I tell you the same thing, take care of yourself." We turned on the lights to verify our suspicions and roused the sleeping comrades. The raiders, upon being exposed, swiftly moved about hurling smoke grenades. It was a full squad of gas-masked operatives, 2 men for each of us. A futile struggle ensued, but we refused to surrender without a fight. Gradually, they took my comrades away. Only Charlie and I remained. They cornered us at the end of the shack where the air was worse, far from the exit. Back to back, we made our final desperate moves, coughing uncontrollably as tears streamed down our faces. With no other options left, they managed to pin us to the ground with their hands behind our swords. They stripped off our boots and socks. Then we, being dragged out from under a truck with our hands tied behind our backs and blindfolds on. I tried to get up but couldn't because I found someone's boot in the way, my head preventing me from doing it. "You're ours now, we've got your full authority. You can start trembling, go ahead and start shaking," someone whispered to me. I heard Charlie coughing beside me, but I couldn't see anyone else. Both of us were struggling to breathe, having been inhaled the smoke from grenades for ages. It was clear we'd entered the final stretch and it was going to be brutal, really brutal. They put on oxygen masks for a while to ease our coughing and help us breathe better, then gagged us shut. After a brief drive, the truck came to a stop. They grabbed me to drag me out of the truck. It was freezing cold, and I was only wearing my uniform pants and a short-sleeved shirt. They shoved me into some sheltered area, then pushed me down again. I heard a door slam shut. There was no sound around, it felt like I was alone, but I knew there must be a surveillance camera watching. I cautiously moved to find a wall and took shelter. When I collided with it, I kept retreating, counting my steps until I found the door. I checked if there was a handle and tried opening it with my hands tied behind my back. Though clearly locked, an idea struck me. If I bent down to hook the fabric covering my eyes and mouth onto the handle, I might manage to pull them free. In the end, I made it and saw that I was in a tiny room with no windows and completely dark, exactly as I'd imagined, with a camera watching me. They didn't like me seeing where I was. 3 masked men came in and beat me up to the core, covering my eyes again. But this time they wrapped a hood over my entire head. I couldn't see a thing and struggled to breathe through the fabric. I froze, sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. The blows were excruciatingly painful, and before long they started making noise. The noise was so deafening it could have shattered my eardrums. Then everything went silent before I had to crank up the volume again. Every now and then someone would burst in, hurling what looked like a bucket of ice-cold water over me. The chill made my bones tremble, and my head ached like crazy. The pressure and nervousness made a tear slide down my cheek. I was questioning whether all that effort had been worth it, if it had been a mistake and returning to the magical world would have been better. But I forced myself to think about my loved ones. Ron, Hermione, Remus. The more I loved and missed them, the more I knew this whole struggle was about preparing myself to defeat Voldemort. I couldn't forget my goals. The door would reopen again, but this time they pulled me up, took me out of the room, sat me on a chair, and tied me to it. Soldier, tell me why you're putting up with this. The easiest way is to say right now that you want to return to your old regiment. It's a good one. Just tell us you're surrendering, and everything will be over. Your comrades have already surrendered. They've betrayed you. Now they're snuggled up in their beds, shivering from the cold, while you shiver alone. What are you doing here in this regiment? Nobody wants you around. Are you not saying anything? Then we'll have to convince you to talk and finally tell us you want to leave. They pulled off my hood and I could see them, but they were all covering their faces to avoid being recognized. They started beating me again. One of them came with an electric device that ripped my shirt. After another cold water shower, they placed electrodes on my chest. Tell us you're surrendering, that you want to leave without turning on the lights. This hurts so much. Do you know? But I didn't respond, and they gave me small doses. It was excruciatingly painful, though not as agonizing as a crucifixion. I was prepared to endure the pain, biting my lip without uttering a word. You're a broken soldier. Tell us you want to go home and this is over. We don't want you here. We don't want daycare kids. They pinned my head back and forced a funnel down my mouth. They started pouring water through it. I couldn't swallow it and was drowning. They had a tight grip on my head, leaving me completely immobilized. Those minutes were agonizing as I struggled to breathe the overwhelming water. Eventually they let go, and I vomited a lot of it. But when I lifted my head, I looked them in the eyes and said, Harry Potter, plate number 28070202, and he managed to manage a smile when he saw his anger. You know, we've got plenty of patience and imagination. Just tell us you want to leave now and everything will be over. If not, you'll end up in deep trouble. We have direct orders from the commander and he's given us permission for everything. He threatened me by grabbing my hair and pulling my head back so he could see my eyes. Got it? This isn't a game. Let's drop it now. And they showed it to me. Hour after hour, the pain grew more excruciating. There were moments when I wanted to throw in the towel and end it all. Others when I felt like sending them to hell and leaving them sprawled on the floor. But I held no idea how my teammates were doing. No clue if they'd given up. Yet I had to keep going even if I was left alone. Never seeing Charlie again or Smitty or anyone else. Even though nobody there loved me anymore, I just had to push through. Because my mission was to train myself to defeat Voldemort. They couldn't fathom the weight of responsibility I bore. Though they saw me as a child, I couldn't surrender. Me back was against the wall. But ultimately, I'd be saving their lives too. Voldemort too wanted to destroy the Muggle world. In the end, they let me go. Everything was over. I heard the captain and one of the doctors talking to them, and they made me leave. My mind was in a fog, and their words sounded distant as if they were miles away. They've been through a lot, the doctor snapped, glaring at me as he pulled my head back. He tried to focus his eyes with a flashlight, but they were swollen from the blow, so swollen I could barely open them. This is too young for this. He's only 18. They shouldn't have gotten this far. Their orders came from the commander, the captain stated. I don't get why he wouldn't let them in to fetch them. Let's get him out of here and take him straight to the infirmary, the captain ordered, his voice tinged with concern. They yanked me off the chair I was sitting on and lifted me between their legs. But one of my legs was broken from when they'd thrown the chair to the floor while tying me up, which caused me to fall with my leg in a bad position. I couldn't put any weight on my foot. Harry, it's all over now, but you've got to make your way out of this house on your own, the captain said. Got it? If you've held on this far, just a few more steps to the car waiting right at the door. Don't throw in the towel, you've got to walk this alone. I don't want to lose you now. You're a good one. Prove them wrong, show they can't beat you. From the captain's words, he understood I needed to move on my own. He couldn't surrender and painfully nodded affirmatively, signaling he understood. But seeing what was happening, the doctor looked around and he walked me through the room and gave me a kind of stick to help me walk. Gradually, I emerged from that dreadful room and closed my sunburnt, swollen eyes. How many hours had I been trapped there? Or was it more than a day? Maybe I shouldn't know. Now it's over and I've succeeded. That's what truly matters, I've made it. When I left, the 2 patrols were there, watching me with their faces exposed, greeting me with the respect I earned through all the tests. I stopped in front of my friend, who smiled at me even though he'd always kept his face covered, still recognizing me. In the jungle, I told you if you made it, I'd apologize. Here's my apology, you're young and I didn't think you could pull this off, but you've got guts and grit. Let me congratulate you and welcome you home. Even if you don't believe it now, you've got me here as your ally. We followed orders and maybe someday you'll follow these same rules and remember my words. This regiment brings in the best. Every operation is a gamble for everyone's life, and no one can fail. We're all in this together. I nodded affirmatively as the doctor helped me into the car and started it. The next thing I remember was waking up in the ward, surrounded by my colleagues whispering to each other. Harry, you're awake. How wonderful to see you again, Smitty exclaimed as he hugged me tightly. Excuse me. I'm letting you go. Honestly, it's like someone's run over you with a truck. Don't give them ideas, Smitty TVE got enough imagination already. How are you? Charlie asked. I was alive. There was a moment when I thought I wouldn't make it. How was it for you guys? I didn't make it through, Harry Feed lamented. I gave in to the first one. Couldn't handle the pain. Don't worry, Feed. It's tough, but you shouldn't feel ashamed. Think about it, you've already passed 2 tests. And that's a huge achievement. Thanks, Harry. I didn't make it either. I fell into one of his traps, Danny continued. Not even I did either, Pablo. I kept holding on until I couldn't take it anymore. His face was flushed with so many purples. I didn't say Stephen either, he said, tears welling up in his eyes. They tricked him so cleverly that I fell right into their trap. Guys, you're awesome. I'd stake my life on your hands. I told them to keep pushing, they don't know what they're risking. But you'll be extraordinary heroes, and everyone will respect you for making it through. When you tell the whole jungle story, you'll be legends. You're the only one here, Harry. You're lying on the bed beaten to pieces and cheering us up. When it should be the other way around, Feed said with a smile. I'll miss you. I too, said Stephen with great emphasis. We left within half an hour. Came to see if we could say goodbye to you. It seems you've opened your eyes after 3 days, just to cheer us up. Danny hugged me emotionally. Take care, you're prone to getting into trouble. I don't know what to say to you, Harry said. They haven't told you yet. Take care and finish off all those bad guys you said you had to fight. Pablo added. It was good meeting you and going through the adventures we shared together. They'll be great memories. They said their goodbyes to each other, and the 4 of them left a bit more animated. I kept watching Charlie, Smitty, and Socrates with puzzled looks. All of them looked disheveled, and Smitty had his left arm bandaged up. We'll stay here, Charlie cheerfully confirmed, responding to my silent question. A smile lit up my face. They'd made it happen, and I barely got up to hug them. This quiet soldier or not, he's never gonna leave this ward. The captain who was entering with the doctor said. I see he finally opened his eyes. If he wanted a vacation, he should have just asked for it. They took my colleagues away from there, and the doctor gave me a full checkup. They ran me through a scanner to make sure everything was fine. According to the doctor, my facial bruising looked okay. Thankfully, they didn't say I had a broken nose. My fractured leg would heal in about 15 days, and the broken rib was improving. There was a large hematoma in the stomach area but no internal injuries, and it was progressing well. Some stab wounds were stitched perfectly, and the broken finger was also healing smoothly. It was the left hand that had been cursed. Yet every bone ached with excruciating pain. Congratulations, Sergeant Potter. You've officially joined the SAS. But don't think you're done yet. Tough training is just around the corner. As the commander put it, we need to cram every bit of knowledge your brain can handle into that big, powerful brain of yours. Looks like there's plenty of room for that, and your body's got serious endurance to boot. Yes, sir. When can you leave? The captain asked the doctor after the checkup. I was surprised that the captain stayed by my side throughout the entire medical examination. At minimum, a week is required for the rib injury to allow proper rest and prevent complications. If I let it heal too soon, the bone won't stabilize properly. I'll keep a close eye on this here. I'll come to collect it in a week, soldier. Take advantage of the break to read and leave many books on the bedside table next to the bed. So, sir. But if you have both eyes swollen, you won't be able to see the letters, the doctor protested. Now he's a member of SAS. Stay strong, Harry. Have a good read and don't fall asleep. There will be an exam when they come out in a week. If you say so, no problem, sir. Doc, don't overdo it with the extra care, you know. The captain warned the doctor. But the doctor didn't heed the captain's advice. I spent the entire week under his close supervision, eating massive portions of food as he claimed it would help me gain weight and gave me plenty of vitamins to kickstart my final growth phase. He was a genuinely kind and pleasant person. To keep myself occupied in bed, where they wouldn't let me get up unless I got tied up, I read extensively. This happened after I wandered through the ward a couple times. My classmates came in the afternoon and we chatted about the classes that had started. For now, since everyone was bruised up, they were all theoretical classes that coincided with the books the captain had brought me, so I helped Smitty with concepts I didn't understand. The week finally ended, and this afternoon I was discharged. I'd been itching to escape those four walls that were suffocating me, even though the doctor had taken a liking to me and kept saying I wasn't ready to leave the ward yet. The captain came in the morning and they had a heated argument about him being in the nursing department, which was delaying my training. The doctor insisted I couldn't continue regular training. In the end, we agreed he'd leave by afternoon but could only attend theory classes until he gave me the green light. At noon, I had an unexpected visit. Harry, you've got a visitor, the doctor warned. Good morning, Harry. Can I call you by your name? Said my special friend. I haven't heard your story yet, so I'm still responding defensively. Hugo Werner, he introduced himself by shaking my hand. I noticed you were feeling better. He was a man in his mid-30s, a tall, muscular man with dark skin. If I leave this afternoon, they'll give me the clearance. I'm Troy Stevenson said, a man in his mid-30s, blonde and slightly shorter but impressively muscular, shaking my hand. William Street was approached by another man, a young man about 25 years younger with red hair. He appeared strong but had a more slender build. Brian Kennett said, the last one. A man in his 30s with a deep tan and a slender build. He brought us a present to apologize, indicating by handing me a box. When I opened the box, I was surprised to find a razor-sharp combat knife inside. The blade had a black handle and an elegant leather sheath with straps for leg lacing. My initials were engraved on the back. Well, I don't know what to say, thanks. We've been a bit too much with you, Hugo said. This is a way to apologize. They stared at me with that look. Hey man, just a little. Well, Hugo finally acknowledged it all at the end, no regrets, right? Give me some time, okay? Of course, no problem. We just wanted you to know how bad it feels for us. Maybe we didn't realize how far we'd come until now, and that we're truly sorry. Okay. A shameful silence fell. Hey folks, I offered you some chocolate by opening one of those boxes they brought me just to break the silence. We chatted for a while about their experiences, the SAS, Special Air Service, and how their selection tests were way longer than ours. I realized they weren't bad people at heart, they just lost their cool when following orders. Could I forgive them? Only time would heal the resentment I had toward them now. That night, my roommates came to fetch me and we moved into the new dormitory. We were now in a spacious 4-bed dorm with comfortable beds, a coffee maker, fridge, oven, and a food storage cabinet. At the back, there were study desks for studying or eating, along with bookshelves for books. Here we are in a fairy tale, Smitty remarked, but the sergeant insists on maintaining perfect order and cleanliness every day. He says we're too young to grasp what order means, and that he'll go to great lengths to teach us this lesson. All right, no problem. Did you bring my stuff from the other shack? You do have them in the closet, Captain. I think he was checking through them. I have nothing to hide. The truth is, I cast the spell to prevent them from finding the chest containing bottles of knowledge. But I should explain a lot. That night, I absorbed the knowledge of light magic. Having been delayed for days due to my stay in the infirmary, I couldn't afford to lose a single day. The next morning, we attended a small ceremony where they presented us with beige berets from the unit featuring its emblema winged dagger and the motto whoever takes risks wins. After receiving their congratulations, we signed contracts. Mine was for 5 years, while my teammates were 3-year terms. Days began passing this way. Studied, read, and took all sorts of courses. When the doctors removed the bone spurs from Smitty and me, we returned to physical training. I started slowly. My leg initially stung when walking, but through persistent effort, I gradually regained my former fitness level. I started practicing Krav Maga again, and this time my classmates also picked it up. Our instructor turned out to be none other than Hugo. Good morning. Here you'll learn the art of Krav Maga. Since you're already familiar with it, I won't go into too much detail about the explanations. Let's have a demonstration fight, Harry? I know you're good at fighting, come on over. He glared at me with a wicked grin, finally getting my chance to get even for the hell of it I'd endured during those trials. I edged up to the center of the dogo ring. Hugo knew I was going all out and we started the fight. I was as good as him, smaller and leaner, but I used his strength against him, using my speed and agility to take him down. I gave him a good thrashing, leaving him sprawled on the floor with a split lip and a body riddled with bruises. I stepped closer and offered my hand to help him up. Are there no regrets? I asked, smiling and recalling his words. Right? Have you already made up enough? He stared at me, gripping the hand he offered to stand up. You're amazing. You'll help me train your teammates. In our training, we learned to drive all kinds of vehicles and navigate through areas that common sense said were off limits, but we kept going anyway. The most fun part was riding motorcycles, where both Smitty and I would go wild on the bike, doing crazy stunts like backflips and spins. We learned where to place explosives to take down buildings, telecommunications infrastructure, and electronics, while using satellites to provide us with the information we needed. We mastered diving techniques by learning to navigate marine currents and respond to dangerous marine life, working underwater, and deploying explosives. We also learned to operate various types of boats and small vessels, including performing precise jumps from moving craft. Parachuting in HAHO mode, the type we knew required deploying parachutes at high altitudes and halo systems that launched us from great heights, often with oxygen masks. However, these parachutes deployed too low, just as we neared the ground. This allowed enemies to miss detecting the parachutes until we were flying high above the area, and since the plane was at such an altitude, we couldn't see or hear anything. We also started learning to fly planes and helicopters, initially using a simulator and taking theory classes. We conducted urban combat drills, night operations, and counterinsurgency training using tactical strategies. These included rappelling from helicopters with ropes to rooftops, descending from buildings via descents, and infiltrating through windows. In our anti-terror operations, we conducted various drills and hostage rescue simulations. We had a facility called the Killer House where we could physically modify walls to suit these training exercises. We took first aid classes where they taught us basic medical skills. They showed us how to use common plants found in nature for reducing infections or providing pain relief, like sewing wounds, stopping bleeding, and even amputating injured limbs from mine explosions. We also learned how to remove bullets and tell if a wound was life-threatening. When the captain deemed we had acquired sufficient expertise after 4 months, we were integrated into various task forces for training. This allowed us to adapt to working with larger teams while simulating real-world operations. Guess what? We consistently teamed up with another patrol unit, Hugo, William, Troy, and Brian. Though it was challenging, collaborating with them proved productive. Through this experience, I gained invaluable insights from everyone involved. They said we were the regiment's little ones. They had adopted all 4 of us. They started calling us the little squad, teaching and protecting us. My buddies never knew it was them who kept us up all night during selection tests, and I never said a word about it. We just needed to get some high-altitude training. Charlie was a total pro with land vehicles, explosive handling, and satellite tech. Socrates had a knack for maritime stuff and nailed it like a boss. He was an expert in all types of watercraft and an extraordinary diver. Smitty was more versatile, loving everything that wasn't about studying. He adored flying just like me, excelled at rappelling, descending from helicopters with ropes, and was a master of parachutes, capable of opening them at such low altitudes that we were always scared. In short, he was a daredevil. I had no choice. They trained me until I became perfect at everything. I had twice as many classes as my classmates. While they were often asleep, I was still working with instructors to perfect my skills. My luck was that I could absorb their knowledge effortlessly. Just a tap on the instructor's hand would steal their expertise, making things easier for me. But the captain kept pushing harder, always present during my new skill tests with instructors, keeping a close watch on everything. Regarding the magical training, during these 4 months I had absorbed knowledge of spells, ancient magic, runes, magical creatures, and how to combat them by practicing at night when they let me. I also took advantage of having bottles containing knowledge from different languages and learned French, Russian, Arabic, Chinese, and Japanese. Everyone in that regiment was required to master 2 different languages, but I managed to dodge those classes thanks to the bottles Dumbledore left me. The rumors were swirling that our training was wrapping up and we were about to head out on a real mission. The whole thing had us hyped. Then one day, Captain came in and ordered us to follow him to the conference room, where 3 more patrol cars were already waiting. "Gentlemen, everyone knows the rookie squad," he announced with a smile, gesturing for us to take our seats. "I believe we're all ready to face reality. That's why I'm forming a new team with all of you. You'll be directly under my command. Hugo, you'll take charge when I'm not around." "So, sir." This week they'll work together on several drills I've scheduled for them, learning to collaborate and build rapport. I want everyone to gather at Killer House tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. That's where they'll receive their orders. It was an absolutely mind-blowing week. We pulled off every stunt imaginable. Staging a hostage rescue at Killer House, pulling off another helicopter-assisted strike against terrorists, diving underwater to plant explosives, parachuting into restricted zones to rescue hostages under enemy fire, having half the team captured for the other half to rescue them, then flipping the tables. By the end of the week, we were completely drained and battered, but thrilled with what we accomplished. We all learned to fit in with the team and work together seamlessly. Chapter 6. At the request of some hilarious friends, the Black Sisters, I'll be filling in some details about Harry's companions. Charlie Wares is 21 years old, standing at 1.80 meters tall. With his reddish hair and hazel eyes, he's exceptionally intelligent. As the eldest member of the junior patrol, he's always there to help Harry with planning tasks. Being the oldest, he's particularly protective of Harry, who looks so young in comparison. He turned 21 at the end of last year. Socrates Hansen, 19 years old, 1.75 meters tall, very muscular, with beautiful blue eyes and a dark complexion. He always goes with Charlie and is somewhat reserved. He turned 19 after just 1 month in the army. Aki Smith Smitty is 19 years old, 1.70 meters tall, with chestnut eyes and a slender build. An outgoing, adventurous, and fun-loving person, he shares the same temperament as Harry. Both are reckless troublemakers who always try to make things more complicated. While Harry helps him study, which isn't his thing, his real passion lies in action. Disliking his name, he changed it to his nickname. He also turned 19 during training. I've already introduced Hugo's patrol to you in the previous episode. The 2 new patrols appearing won't be major characters. I'll just give you their names. Axel Taylor, Frank Nelson, Mike Jones, and Ivan Scott. The other patrol consists of Justin Green, Brad Olson, Joe Barnes, and Lucas Fox, with ages ranging from 28 to 35. And without further ado, we turn to the next chapter.
Chapter 6 Missions.
Our first mission finally arrived. They had gathered us in the strategy room. "Welcome," Captain Werner declared. Our mission is to rescue 2 civilians held hostage by kidnappers who are extorting our government. We must infiltrate Colombia without being detected, rescue them without casualties, and exit the country discreetly. We don't want international conflict. Soldier Werner took command. So, sir. A doctor will accompany you to remain on standby in the aircraft should the hostages be injured. Werner's patrol team with the junior squad will venture into the jungle for rescue operations, while Taylor's unit with Green's crew will secure the plane and cover the evacuation. I want a clean and swift operation. They showed us the area's maps, where the plane would land and where the informant said the hostages were. We conducted full-scale drills for the entire operation, and once everything was set, we boarded a plane bound for Colombia. But how nervous I am, Smitty muttered. This is our first mission, we can't afford to fail, Charlie exclaimed. That doesn't stop me from having a stomach that's shrunk, Smitty continued. Let me tell you, my stomach's been turned upside down too, Socrates remarked. Harry, you don't say anything? Asked Troy, who was listening with amusement to my 3 companions. I'm doing well, I replied, lifting my eyes from the book I was reading about the Colombian rainforest and the animals we might encounter there. Socrates, I'm amazed at your alwayski pinjitogether calm, he remarked. Have you studied the maps? If I can recite it from memory, it'll calm everyone down and everything will be fine. Doesn't it make you feel ashamed? Brian laughed, the youngest one, who must be giving you all the motivation. But what a weird thing it is that I'm the youngest. Smitty and Socrates are only a few months older than me, I complained, even though I knew I was actually a year younger than them. No, I'm not ashamed to be afraid, Smitty explained, brushing off my complaint. I know when I get there, all the fear will pass and everything will be fine. I trust my teammates. I hope so. But one misstep and everything goes down the drain, Hugo warned. This isn't a practice, take it to heart. We spent the rest of the journey sleeping to arrive fully rested, as it was a 12-hour trip. Get the teams ready, we're on our way. The plan was for the plane to land at an abandoned runway used by drug traffickers, and we would venture into the Colombian jungle to reach where they had taken the hostages, a 50-year-old man and his 30-year-old secretary. We landed and headed into the jungle, stealthily disappearing into the undergrowth. We were fully armed. I activated the magic compass ID bought at Diagon Alley and, without letting anyone see me, revealed the name of our target. The compass showed a different route than we were taking. I told him the girl's name and pointed it toward the opposite direction. Then I started focusing on to find some clues about why we weren't on the right track.
Hugo le lame bagito.
Silencio, Harry.
We're not on the right track. What? We're going in the opposite direction. Either someone messed up the information or they got it mixed up. But how? It's in the opposite direction. Look at the ground, the footprints are heading toward the other side. I picked up this bracelet, but since it was positioned that way, it wasn't leading us there, but rather pointing to the opposite direction. He kept staring at me like, if you mess up our careers, they'll go to hell, got it? I'm certain there on the other side they must have been transferred there. Hugo, who was in command, gave the order to change direction and followed my lead. We found a wooden shack and analyzed the auras inside the house. The hostages were tied up in a corner, guarded by 4 men. We stealthily approached the windows and confirmed what I already knew. The 4 men are well armed. Charlie, Brian at the main gate, Smitty and Troy covering them, Harry with me behind, William and Socrates on watch. If anyone comes, alert us immediately. We entered the house simultaneously and restrained the 4 men within seconds. I then approached the hostages and freed them. British Army, sir, we're leaving. Are they wounded? Thanks, soldier, not just tired. Getting them out of there and onto the plane was a breezite was already waiting for us. Once airborne, heading straight to London, we all heaved a sigh of relief. Harry, we need to be clear when drafting the report. It's obviously not feasible to claim the entire operation was modified because you had a heart attack, Hugo pointed out. I found enough clues to believe the hostages had been moved. We followed the trail until we reached the location where we discovered them. A woman's bracelet on the ground, severed branches cut in the opposite direction of our approach, numerous recent footprints, and 1 female footprint with high heels. If they were indigenous people, they wouldn't wear heels in the jungle. Besides, everyone knows I'm good at following clues. If that's true, The return trip was completely smooth sailing. When we arrived, there were already people waiting for the rescued individuals who had been taken away. We then made our way back to base camp. When we arrived at the strategy room to draft our report, they congratulated us on completing the task efficiently and promptly, then gave us a day off. That night we got our first official leave to leave the barracks. We visited the nearby village and went to a pub. It was the first time since joining the army that the four of us from the junior patrol had ever left our uniforms behind and enjoyed some downtime without them. There we found more people from the barracks and joined them for some beers, chatting about all sorts of things. We met some, we danced with the girls, but getting my crush to dance with me was tough. Smitty threatened to make my life miserable if I didn't do it, so I summoned Gryffindor courage and pulled her into the dance. Once the ice broke, we had a blast. It was absolutely delightful. With her long chestnut hair and beautiful blue eyes, I kissed her before saying goodbye. My first real kiss was sweet and intense, and I returned to the base with a silly grin on my face. That girl had totally blown me away. The next morning, I woke up early and used that day off to slip away while everyone else slept, transforming into my animago. Ever since joining the army, I couldn't fly with my falcon form. I practiced using my tools and some spells under cover of darkness to avoid detection my hand hadn't been lost. By the time I returned, it was already dinner time. "Where have you been, little one?" Hugo asked, as I spotted him heading to the dining room. I needed a day to detox from all the training, so I went for a run. The surroundings were absolutely stunning. I grabbed a bite and savored the solitude for a while. It's really relaxing. I do it when I can too. "Hey, let's go eat. You'll have flying lessons tomorrow. Maybe they'll even let you touch a real plane soon." Yes, that's exactly what I want. I absolutely love being in the sky. When we jump from a parachute, it's incredibly relaxing provided there's no ambush drill waiting below. You should have been born with 2 wings. You're right, I smiled thinking about my animago. The next morning we headed to the flight class. As usual with instructors, they handed me all the manuals and told me to read them thoroughly. After finishing, I just listened to their instructions. We spent several days practicing on the simulator before finally getting to fly solo in an aircraft. I was thrilled about this idea. I loved planes, though they weren't as easy to handle as a broom. But since I couldn't fly a broom anyway, I made do with that. The flight was absolutely fantastic. I mastered the aircraft in just a few minutes. My memory had memorized all the manuals. Honestly, I stole knowledge from my instructor who knew a ton about planes, so now I'm also super knowledgeable. Days passed and we were given another mission. We were in the strategy room to receive detailed information. "We've lost one of our guys in hostile territory. We need to track him down and bring him home. This team is good at following clues, which is why we're sending you guys. We don't know the exact location of the soldier, only where his reconnaissance plane crashed. You're going to Afghanistan." They provided us with the location maps and possible coordinates of the area where it might be. We had satellite photos of the aircraft but couldn't find any trace of the pilot. "Sir, in this photo there are faint traces as if a body had been dragged. I told you when I saw the photos here. Look," and pointed out. "That's exactly what caught your attention." "Could be," the captain asserted. "They're heading toward those dunes." "What's there over there?" I asked them. "A small town." We had been studying satellite images captured at various times of day and photos of the town in question. After preparing, we boarded a plane bound for Afghanistan, following the same strategy as before, stealthily entering, rescuing, and exiting quietly. 16 of us from the team were on board, but just like before, Axel's patrol unit and Justin's squad stayed behind to keep watch, covering the doctor accompanying us while we flew with the aircraft and its pilot. We arrived at an abandoned landing strip where 3 jeeps with native drivers were waiting. I overheard them talking and managed to steal their language skills from one of them. Better not admit I understood it to ensure they wouldn't trick us. I had a bad feeling about these men, and their exchanging glances made me uneasy. They drove us toward the crash site. Hugo ordered that Hugo was back in charge, while Harry analyzed the footprints he saw in the photos. I approached the plane side where the photo footprints were supposed to be and checked the direction. Then I activated the magic compass by saying the soldier's name, which showed the same direction as the footprints. The footprints point us toward the village, and there's dried blood. Charlie and Smitty, along with William and Brian, were inside the plane checking if there was cargo or if they could find any more clues. Nothing on the plane, Brian shouted. They've completely emptied it out. Not even the black box. Let's hop into the cars and head to town, Hugo announced. We climbed into the jeeps and headed toward the village. The compass kept showing us we were heading in the right direction until we desviamos. I told the driver to handle the car. No, folks over there. For the car, I repeated it. You haven't heard me out yet, Hugo chimed in, his confidence growing as he began trusting my intuition. We were in the middle of a desert with nothing visible, but the compass indicated we needed to turn north, while the town lay due northeast. It was heading north. Look at the ground, there were tire marks, slightly faded but still visible. Hugo repeated to the host, northward. No, the village over there insisted. I don't trust them. I whispered in a low voice. They're saying we're not sticking to the plan. Do you understand? Yes, I've been learning several languages and Arabic is one of them. Do you think we can make it out of here without the guides? I'm not familiar with this area, and if we have to check maps, we'll take forever. And if they spot us, we might not even make it. Yes, according to the agreement, we're transferring the guides. We'll take 2 cars with Yuson will be left for them to return home, while we'll find the way, grab the materials, and tell you that he told Charlie and Socrates they were in the last car. No, he can't take a car there. The town is over there. Orders were to go to the town, insisted the local resident. The pickup orders have been updated. We'll leave the vehicles where they picked us up when we depart so you can retrieve them there. We couldn't just walk away, so they pulled out automatic weapons from under the seat. William was right behind one of them and Troy behind the other, leaving only one of the 3 drivers slightly separated. At Hugo's signal, they immobilized both drivers, leaving Brian with a knife head pulled out and hurled at the officer to disarm him. That patrol team was solid, we had to admit it. We hadn't even moved yet when they'd already solved the problem. Charlie, Socrates, and I exchanged glances. Maybe our experience would make us as good at this too. Hey guys, strap them up and leave them under that rock. We'll free them when we get back. Where's Harry?
Al norte.
We head north, plunging into the desert. For the sake of all, Socrates said, leaning his arm on my shoulder as we stared at the scorching sun overhead. I hope you can pull us out of this desert. No problem, but first we need to find the pilot. We kept tracking the vehicle's tracks until we reached mountains riddled with holes, looking like caves. We're in high alert. Get out of the vehicles and head straight for the mountain wall, said Hugo. He had the cars wrapped in camouflage nets and pulled out brown camouflage nets to cover them. If you don't get too close, it's completely invisible. They're in one of these caves, but I can't pinpoint exactly which one yet. Let's start climbing and clear out the caves. I want you in pairs, watch out, they might set us up at any moment. Charlie with Brian, Socrates with Troy, Smitty with William, and you with me. There were footprints and dried blood here. I showed them the entrance to a cave, and my compass also indicated the interior. Charlie, Brian, stay by the door and keep watch. The rest of us keep going. The cave was pitch dark inside. We lit our flashlights and spotted fresh bloodstains again, so we kept pushing deeper into the darkness. I hear noises, Hugo whispered as he turned off the lanterns and kept moving forward with the pilot light. We lit small lanterns that barely illuminated the ground beneath our feet. Sensing danger, I warned them and we halted. We encountered 2 armed men attempting to exit the cave. Smitty and William restrained them, tying and gagging them against the wall before continuing our journey. The cavern was vast with winding passages. I kept the compass steady while they followed me. Eventually we reached a chamber where our pilot lay unconscious. 4 heavily armed men were interrogating him, their weapons fully exposed. They hadn't seen us yet. Hugo signaled to distribute us and attack from different flanks. We didn't want to shoot for fear of being exposed, so we grabbed the knives. We fell on them simultaneously in pairs, unable to sound the alarm. We tied them up, gagged them, and left them there. Our mission was rescue, and the pilot was in terrible shape, numerous wounds and bruises. I adjusted the compass and asked for directions. With so many maze-like paths, the witch couldn't give me clear guidance. I told her about Charlie waiting at the door, and she finally gave me proper directions. We encountered a few minor issues along the way, but to our surprise, we managed to secure everyone safely without anyone sounding the alarm. We stepped outside, gathered those hiding behind the door, and headed toward the vehicles. We warned that we were heading to the plane and that the pilot was injured, to alert them that they'd find the guides tied up and their position. I set the compass to the plane's direction and took the wheel of the Jeep. Smitty took the other vehicle's wheel, and we sped through the desert toward the plane. I drove ahead while Smitty kept close behind me. "I'm not sure if leaving the steering wheel to you two is a good idea," said Brian, who was holding on tight to keep from falling out of my car. Yes, don't worry, Brian, we'll make it through safely. You're crazy, and the guy behind you is just as crazy as you." Hugo grabbed Brian, the injured pilot, to keep him from falling. Once aboard the plane, the doctor treated the pilot, who was deeply grateful for getting us out of the situation. We flew home, leaving the desert behind. When we arrived, they congratulated us again. Our team was starting to gain a reputation for efficiency because we were accomplishing our mission without causing a fuss, and that's exactly what the top brass liked. Days went by as we received specialized training in chemical weapons and toxic gases. The class was highly engaging, and when I absorbed the instructor's knowledge even more, because that man knew many things we weren't being told. Another month had passed, and I had mastered the knowledge of sword-fighting bottles, divination, astronomy, Hebrew, and German. That week we went mountain climbing to learn skiing. We were all thrilled until they suggested we should use the solitude on the mountain to practice survival skills. A week in the snow with only our gear and a store, at least they let us sleep inside the cabin. "Shit, surviving in the snow is bad. Really bad," Smitty said while we ate. "I don't like the cold. I am a hot-blooded guy." "Stop complaining," Charlie said. "I'd rather have snow than be stranded in the desert. At least you don't lack water." Remember the first week? We arrived completely dehydrated. "Well, I like the cold." Socrates kept saying it's stimulating. "I'd rather have a couple of tits to get my juices flowing," Smitty said. I laughed. "You won't laugh so hard. You'll see when your ass freezes at night," Smitty growled. "It's all about keeping a low profile," I sighed. "You can always find the silver lining," Socrates exclaimed with a laugh. "You can see a bottle as half empty or half full. I prefer seeing it half full." "I'm all for it," said Hugo as he joined the conversation. "I can say again that I've only been with Smitty for a few months," and Socrates kept staring at him with a reproachful look. "You're still that little guy, hee. By the way, do you know how many days we'll be there? They're usually a week of survival training, and I guess we'll be having a week of ski practice. They haven't given us the orders yet. How do you guys go mountain climbing?" I asked the group of Hugo. "That's our weakness, which is why they send us too. We all huddle together in the mountains sharing the cold." "Who would have thought it, little one?" exposed Brian. "Axel's patrol and Justin's team just went skiing. Now they're heading to the desert. When we return, we'll be frozen and flu-ridden, while they'll be burned out and dehydrated." "What a crew," Williams remarked. I grabbed my magic backpack, stocked up on 12 remaining bottles of knowledge jugs, the special sleeping bag I bought at Diagon Alley, my grocery store that I hadn't used much lately, and the magical clothes I'd turned into a military uniform. With this setup, I wouldn't get cold. Thinking of Diagon Alley made me wonder, where were Ron and Hermione? And what about Remus and the Weasleys? I missed them so much. So many times I was so exhausted that I couldn't think about them, and I felt ashamed for forgetting my friends. How would they be? The day was coming when my training year would end, and I needed to start finding a way to reconnect with the magical world again that I knew about the London-based terrorist group that Voldemort was running. This organization had been actively involved in mysterious activities, but I couldn't get involved yet. It was a group of seasoned veterans who found it amusing when I showed interest in their operations, and he'd been telling me his adventures, and I'd earned the respect of the entire regiment. Nobody questioned my youth. Then Ted from the Veterans Patrol came along and told me they'd found someone wearing a white mask like for carnival, but lost them. I thought it was better they'd lost him, otherwise he'd be dead. We were already on the plane about to take off when the captain came over to us. "Soldier Potter, I have orders from the commander to fly the plane for several hours. What do you think?" he said, knowing I'd love that. "See," I shouted with euphoria, but quickly corrected my attitude. "Sir, what a thrill. With such a peaceful rest, the airplane is the only place where we get to unwind, Socrates remarked. I love flying. Can I clear the plane myself, sir? Of course, but watch out. This plane is bigger than your usual ones. If there's no problem, I'll read the manual in a moment. But what I did was pat the pilot on the shoulder and steal his memory of how to handle such a large bird, then grab the manual to review it. The captain wasn't with us this time. Hugo was in command of both patrols as usual. After requesting clearance and permission to ascend, I gently pushed off and steered the aircraft all the way to Geneva Airport in Switzerland, the closest airport to our destination, Chamonix. The journey proceeded flawlessly. The Frenchman asked for permission to land and smoothly touched down without any issues. These birds were made for my hands. It was a perfect flight, Harry remarked to Charlie. Are you really exhausted? Well, you know what? I still have that adrenaline rush from landing. Good Harry, perfect as always. Hugo must have congratulated me again. I guess the captain will ask for my opinion on the flight. Don't worry, I'll give you solid reports. After disembarking from the plane and passing through customs, Hugo submitted all required documents. Outside, several French military jeeps were waiting to transport us to Chamonix in France, where we would attend the Army High Mountain School of the Terran Army. Our government had requested permission to conduct mountain training at this facility. Hello, ladies. A French Army officer greeted us as he waited. Did you have a smooth ride? If you're good, Sergeant, the soldier reports to Commander Hugo Werner of SAS with 2 full patrol units. Please load them onto the vehicles and we'll take them to the barracks. As always, Hugo had a way of keeping me under his control. He'd always ride in the same car as Meme because he didn't trust me, or maybe he felt safe with me. One day I'd find out why. I climbed into the passenger seat next to the driver and the French officer, while Hugo settled down behind us. Hello, driver. How long will it take us to get there?
Cuando tardarán un poco.
You speak French perfectly. We'll be running an hour late. You speak a perfect French? We'll be running about an hour late. We chatted about everything under the sun from his homeland to my own country, and we had a blast traveling together. While I was listening to the folks behind me talking about me, I kept my eyes on the conversation with the French soldier and turned my ear back to catch what they were saying. All of their men speak such flawless French. Oh no, the soldier Potter is a special case in every way. How special? Let's say he's exceptionally gifted just by reading anything. He learns it and puts it into practice. But he looks so young. Yes, he's 18 years old. And is it already in a special body? I've already told you this is a special case. He's the one who brought the plane from our country here, he explained proudly. Can you handle a plane? Among other things. Wow, what a talent. I love challenges. I'll send one of my top athletes to help you with your skiing training. The folks at that military base were super friendly. During the ranching season, without the officers noticing, they even gave us tips on surviving high-altitude environments. Harry, I guess you'll be translating later, right? Smitty asked. Of course, they're giving us survival tips. They've done it all and encountered every kind of situation. I'll tell you everything about it later. They're good folks, Charlie said. I'd like to get to know them. Hi there.
I am Gustav.
I can understand a bit and speak with you, said a French soldier. This is how I practice my English. That's perfect. They spoke with several soldiers who understood a bit of English, while I continued my conversation with another group. I asked who knew the most about mountain climbing, and they introduced me to a man in his 40s who was an instructor. Unintentionally, I placed my hand on him, pretending to fall, and steal his knowledge. To me, the secrets of mountain climbing were now completely revealed. We went to bed early because by 5 o'clock, Diana had already started climbing the mountain where we were going to practice skiing. The next morning, the climb turned brutal. Our legs were unprepared for such bitter cold, and our oxygen supply dwindled with altitude. We kept stopping to warm up along the way, until finally reaching the prepared ski trails they had set up. Someone who's never worn skis on their feet asked the instructor in perfect English, and everyone looked at me. What's going on? Am I the only one? I whispered to them, sir, but I learn fast. There are no manuals here, Hugo said with a laugh. Are you questioning my ability to learn? I laughed. Oh no, God save me. If you dare question that, go ahead and be the first to teach us how you learned it. It's all about letting it slip, right? It's not that easy, soldier, the instructor warned. Put on your boots and hook them onto these skis like this. He demonstrated, but I accidentally lost my balance and bumped into his shoulder. Seizing the moment, I snatched all his skiing expertise and grinned. I slipped on my skis and got ready to hit the slopes. I stashed my regular boots in the backpack we carried, secured the helmet properly, took off my goggles, moved toward the wind, and pulled up the scarf to cover my mouth. If you're all set, line up behind me and let's go down slowly. I was following the instructor behind me, with Hugo right next to me. We started descending in a zigzag pattern, but the descent felt way too slow for me. Hugo, you've been questioning my learning ability before. Let me prove you wrong. Harry does not need it, but we're moving way too slowly, I complained. Since you've never worn skis before in your life, how can we go slow? The instructor scolded me, you're an impossible soldier. Stop boasting. Tell me you leave me now. I pleaded with Hugo in a pleading tone. It's my honor and the honor of the British Army that's been wounded. If you break your leg, I won't move you. You'll keep taking the survival course with that broken leg. Sure, I said with a laugh. Though I knew it was true, I didn't want to break anything. Is he going to let this slide? The instructor snapped. He's putting his life on the line. Don't worry about him. If he says he's capable, I believe him. Just a demoted soldier who'll eventually get back into the ranks. I kicked the ball to break free from our line, then screamed like a madman down the mountain slope. It's impossible, he's a rookie, that guy skis as well as I do. With him, nothing is impossible, and this time there are no manuals, explained Charlie with a smile. After half an hour, they caught me. I was sitting on my backpack waiting to avoid getting my back cold. Though even with the magic clothes I wore, I wouldn't have gotten chilled anyway. Let me introduce myself, sir. Nothing broken, sir. I greeted Hugo firmly. It was fantastic. I love skiing. He promised you'd follow the others from now on. That'll be extra practice for staying still and keeping up with the training. Okay. This afternoon, several veterans gathered on pristine trails. I got permission to take it with me since he speaks French. There would be no communication issues with my teammates. We returned it that night, exhausted and worn out. The instructor suggested a smile to Hugo the next morning. Permission granted. They may take it, he replied, his eyes pleading as I looked at him. Survival wasn't something we started yesterday. Soldier Potter, if anything breaks, he's already warned and will do the same job as his comrades, even if he's wounded. If you're okay, thank you, no problem, I'll be grateful. Let's climb up again and descend a bit faster, the instructor explained, glancing at me. We spent the whole morning hiking up with skis on our backs and skiing down until 12 o'clock when we packed up. The French folks had lunch very early. After my teammates went to rest from the hectic morning, I was waiting for my instructor. Conversation in French. Guys, we're gonna take one of the English guys, the youngest one. But he's just a rookie, he won't be able to keep up with us. He seems to be exceptionally gifted in everything. It was his first time putting on skis, and he enjoyed descending just as much as I do myself. I want to see how far he can go. Look at that, right? Yeah, Harry, come on.
Buenas tardes.
This is a casual meetup, Harry.
No formalities.
Just call me Thierry. Hi, I'm Paul and this is Pierre.
I'm Harry.
Hey, you're way too young to be in the SAS. That's the million-dollar question. I'm 18 and had a whole bunch of circumstances that led me there, but I'm totally into it. Have you already completed real missions? Or are you still in training? Half the team looks pretty young to me. Yes, we're 2 patrols, 1 more seasoned and the 4 newer ones. We just joined the team not long ago, though we've already been on rescue missions in Colombia and Afghanistan. But we're still learning at the academy. You guys are such early birds. We're going skiing tonight because the night's coming up fast here. We climbed the mountain and started descending. Those crazy skiers were bouncing around on their slopes, making wild jumps. I was having a blast myself. One time, I borrowed the best jump technique from someone else and tried it myself. A few minutes later, everyone was left breathless watching my leap, but I landed with such grace and perfection that they all started cheering. Thank you, I thanked them while greeting them as if it were a play when I stopped. If we return you with a broken leg, your commander will kill us. Come on, let's go down as night falls. What an incredible experience. Thanks for letting me join. If you ever visit England, check out the SAS barracks. I am currently stationed at the Welsh barracks. I'd be thrilled to show you around. Ever tried skydiving from an airplane before? No, that's not what we do here. This is an experience you can't miss if you crave intense thrills. How does it feel? When you're at the threshold, before your first leap, you see yourself plunging into thin air. The earth looms distant, yet someone pushes you into freefall. Stabilizing your body, it feels like gliding through the sky. Nothing matters more than savoring the speed. You open the parachute, get a jolt, and ascend. Then comes the smooth descent, watching the ground still stretching ahead as it draws near. The view from above is breathtaking, and it's even better when the sky is clear. The jump becomes routine though. If you're on a mission, you don't even think about the jump just to get there and avoid being seen. But that's another story altogether. Looks like you're living your life to the fullest, right? I try, but I'm always learning something new. The irony is you're here just to play games. When you get off work someday and break something, nobody will blame you. We'll take you sky-high jumps like flying, but gravity will eventually slam you back down to the snow. If you know how to fall, you'll slide down the snowy slope like a pro. I'll keep that in mind. We arrived down in the late evening, took off our skis and returned them, then headed to the cabin we'd been assigned. Hey there, Hugo called out, having been waiting for me. Yes, I'll come back in one piece, intact. Hey Harry, I see you. How's it going? Oh man, it was pure chaos. I took a leap from who knows how many meters and ended up falling flat on my face while still sliding down. It was an absolute adrenaline rush. Now I see I can add to your file that you're a good skier. Yes, I smiled. Stop learning so much stuff, or your file will be completely full. It's fun to learn.
Anda ve a dormir. Buenas noches. Sí, buenas noches.
The next morning we hit the slopes again, but this time I kept my promise and stayed in line. Instructor Thierry was laughing his head off at how cute I looked that day. Harry, we're gonna upload again today. Do you think they'll let you go? I can't do it, Thierry. Tomorrow we're starting the survival drill, and I need to follow orders. I promised you this escape was just for show. I get it, but it's a shame. If I feel the same way, dreaming about it was absolutely fantastic. We wrapped up the day and hit the sack early. Diana had set the schedule for a week-long trek through the mountains, with no supplies and just a basic mountain tent for everyone. When we went down for breakfast, the French sergeant, our assigned support officer, warned us that the weather would change in 2 days and we shouldn't go up. I'm sorry, but our orders are to move up and we can't postpone it to another week, Hugo stated firmly. It's dangerous, he insisted. This will be a solid training exercise. In real missions, we need to know how to react. SAS isn't a game. I see now. Keep the radio on in case they need it. Sure, we'll meet in a week. If they don't return within a week, we'll go up to find them. Good luck. One of our guys will show you the way, but he won't stay with you. I can't put any of my men in danger. You got to understand me. Exactly, we all follow orders. We were getting ready to climb up, feeling a bit uneasy. I had all the cold weather gear packed, and it suddenly occurred to me that I could charm everyone to make them feel less chilly during our stay. So I quietly protected each person from the cold one by one, hoping nobody would notice. The first 2 days went smoothly. We pitched our tent in a sheltered spot to protect it from the storm, gathered provisions from nature for the coming days, hunted rabbits and had meat, and even fought off a pack of wolves that tried to eat us for dinner. Through clever tactics and teamwork, we managed to outsmart them without any injuries. But when the storm hit, nobody was prepared. The wind seemed ready to sweep away our tent, and snow blanketed us. We had to take turns every hour, tied to ropes to clear the snow piling up on top of the shelter. No fire could be lit, and we had no food. Only the snow we melted in a pot with a lighter was our only sustenance. I kept thinking about the tent, the food container I carried in my backpack, but I couldn't take out any food without explaining how I'd prepared it, and I couldn't eat without sharing with others, which ended up leaving everyone empty-handed. When the survival week came to an end, we had to disembark. The storm that hadn't subsided was going to make it extremely difficult. We need to get down here, folks. We can't stay another day here or they'll come looking for us and we won't make it through this survival challenge, Hugo stated. How are we supposed to navigate through this storm? Smitty asked. Harry, do you think your instincts might drag us down? Hugo asked. I don't know. I've never been in this situation before. There's no clue where to go next. The snow covers everything, but there's nothing else to do. I guess we'll have to collect it and head down. I think we'll reach somewhere eventually. If we don't freeze up along the way, Socrates worried. We packed everything we had. Gloves, scarves, helmets, woolen scarves, glasses, and grabbed the store along with all our tools, anything that might have allowed us to pull off a little magic. It would be interesting if we all tied ourselves to a rope so we don't get lost, Brian shouted, trying to make sure we heard him. Storm noise. It's a good idea, Hugo nodded, pulling out a rope, and we all got tied around the waist. We loaded our backpacks. Hugo went first, then I came next, followed by Brian, Charlie, William, Smitty, Socrates, and Troy. The veteran squad kept trying to protect us, even though we'd shown them time and again that we were fully capable of handling things on our own. The snow was reaching above our knees, and with the wind making it hard to move forward. I checked my magic compass and said Thierry's name. The compass pointed to a direction, expecting the Frenchman to be in the barracks so we wouldn't have to circle around. I don't know why, but this compass recognized people better than it recognized places. He showed Hugo the way to follow, and we started descending. We nearly lost sight of Troy, but realized one person was missing and turned back. But his ankle had broken. We improvised a stretcher using a sleeping bag and 2 thick branches. We placed him inside the bag to keep him warm and discreetly cast a warming spell while another ensured the bag wouldn't break. We took turns carrying the stretcher as we continued our descent. It took us 6 hours to climb up and only 2 hours to come down. The descent felt endless. Another person got injured when a rock slid from the slope and hit Socrates' head, knocking him unconscious. We grabbed another sleeping bag, 2 more logs, and a stretcher. Secretly, we used another heat spell, another on the bag, and a healing spell. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it down alive with all that shock. Brian was next, almost dragging me along by the rope connecting us. Gradually, everyone started falling due to various accidents, and we were left with Charlie, Hugo, and me. What are we going to do? Charlie asked as William sustained a nasty stab wound to his lower abdomen after tumbling while dragging Smitty. The collision had broken an arm and at least 1 rib. Because we could barely breathe, 3 of us could have carried 2 stretchers in a line, but there are 5 injured people here and we can't just leave them here. This time I'm over the moon with the situation, guys. If we leave them here to warn us, they'll freeze to death and the radio won't work. I've tried this countless times. If just one of us gets hurt or goes missing, it could lead to another accident. And if only one person stays here, they might struggle to protect their injured comrades if some animal attacks them. Trinios? How do you say that, Harry? We could make sleds. There's so much snow that the sleds would slide right across it. It's us who end up sinking while walking. Where are we going to get the reindeer? We'll use logs for this project. Let's grab 2 or 3 large, smooth logs and attach them to the existing log frames we have. They'll slide smoothly across the snow. There are plenty of trees around here. We gathered long, thick logs that could accommodate 2 beds each. With patience, we stacked them up, secured them with ropes, and arranged them one after another. To protect the heads from hitting rocks or trees beneath the snow, we crafted cushion-shaped blocks from thick tent fabric, lifting these protective pads onto our companions' heads. Troy, who had only fractured his ankle, kept William on his lap to control his constant movements and stabilize the descent as much as possible. He was the one with the worst abdominal wound. Preparados. Charlie and I were leading the way, pulling the rope that connected all the sleds, while Hugo followed behind holding the other end, keeping watch to ensure we didn't lose anyone. Watch my compass, he said, and we began descending along the path. The descent was slow, and the darkness thickened around us. Look at those lights, I exclaimed after hours, when I spotted lights in the distance. We made it. Look at those lights. Get moving. We're almost here, folks, Hugo shouted to the wounded. We quickened our pace. Just as we were about to reach the bottom, the sentries at the barracks spotted us, raised the alarm, and came to our aid. They helped us reach the infirmary thanks to my heat magic, which cleared out all the frozen supplies. They also treated everyone who was injured. Harry was Thierry who called me. How are you? News is spreading, and I heard you're all in the nursing room. We arrived with 3 on our feet and 5 in the stretcher. Only one of my teammates is seriously ill, the rest will recover soon. Conglomerates? No, none of us were properly protected. The real issue was the lack of food and exhaustion from the storm. How long has it been since you ate? For about 4 days, the storm kept us trapped inside the store. We couldn't go out to find food, so we melted snow to drink and avoid dehydration. That was awesome. Any frozen food left over?
No nadre.
Karai with the English. I believe this is the first expedition returning under your circumstances without any frozen supplies that might require amputating a limb. We're from SAS, where we live by the motto the risk-taker wins, and we've conquered the cold and storms. If I see him, go get some rest. We'll meet tomorrow. Hugo was checking everyone out, and I was the only one still awake. Don't you sleep, Harry? Not yet. You've been incredibly brave today and, as always, you've guided us well. The idea of the sleds was absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Hugo. I'll talk to the management team to get this action recognized in your case file. There's no need for Mavi done what I had to do. We're all still alive, and that's the only reward. You're special, Harry. A truly unique lad who sleeps soundly and rests well. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, Hugo contacted our barracks and explained the situation along with the injured we had. He asked the French army if they could transport us by helicopter to Geneva Airport in Switzerland to return home. The French authorities didn't give us any trouble. I stole the knowledge of the helicopter pilot. I had never flown a helicopter before, but I already had the theory and practice from the simulator. I was eager to fly one myself. Mr. Could you possibly take the helicopter to Geneva? I asked the pilot. You're still too young to be flying a helicopter, soldier. But I've already flown fighter jets and even a commercial airliner. How is that even possible? A helicopter isn't the same as a fighter jet. Do you know how to fly one? Well, sir, I've been flying in the simulator for hours. It's not the same as a simulator. It's a principle, I said with a smile. Anda has been handling the controls for a while, but I won't let go of mine, he said, gesturing toward the co-pilot's controls. Okay. When I saw the pilot handling it perfectly, I took the controls myself and kept watching him. We can add the helicopters to your file, so I see Harry laughing at Hugo, but you never get tired of it. No, learning is fun. The pilot let me land at the airport and congratulated me on handling it so well. After a smooth flight, we arrived in London. At the airport, the captain was waiting for us with several vehicles and 2 ambulances for those with more serious injuries. We greet you and board the vehicles. Thanks, Harry, for bringing us home. Charlie sincerely thanked. Not Charlie, you also helped bring us home. We work as a team, we're all in this together. If Harry, we're all one. Honestly, we've been wondering with the guys for ages why things always work out perfectly. This time there wasn't any ice cream, and I felt this warm sensation coursing through my body during the snowstorm. One day you'll tell us how you do Idiuri an angel or something like that. What do you think, Charlie? I'm not some angel, I am just a regular guy, actually kind of gifted. And the heat we all feel in the mountains? Since you're doing this exercise, I guess you think walking in the snow isn't really a great workout? The topic ultimately settled on that, though I needed to be cautious with the spells. They had saved their lives but were starting to waver, which was dangerous. The idea of an angel made me smile. In the morning, they assigned Hugo, Charlie, and me to work as an incomplete patrol team while our colleagues were getting better in the infirmary. They ordered us to join the Veterans Patrol, London's anti-terrorist unit, so this time I was supposed to stay close to Voldemort. While it might bring fresh intel, there was also the risk he could uncover my secrets too, which would be disastrous. It felt like fate had opened the door for me to dive into the wizarding world and see how things were really going down. The Magical World Tour was about to begin. Chapter 7. Thank you all for your comments. To everyone who took 5 minutes to share thoughts on this story, I really appreciate hearing what you think to help us improve. Hope you keep enjoying it. Chapter 7. The World of Magic. We were in the strategy room with the patrol team. We were about to work with Ted, Bernie, Ralph, and James. This unit usually operated independently under the direct command of the lieutenant colonel. The average age of the squad was between 30 and 40, and we added Hugo, Charlie, and myself to the mix. I knew them because I loved chatting with them whenever I could, subtly gathering clues about Voldemort's activities. They were great people who really appreciated it when I showed interest in their stuff. They felt valued that way. Hey Harry, what a snow adventure you guys had. Huh? Ralph asked. It was thrilling, I replied with a laugh. The wind carrying us away, snow up to our knees, for days without food, freezing cold, and 5 injured folks descending in the middle of a storm. Total fantasy, what a real vacation. Right, Charlie? Gentlemen, please note, the lieutenant colonel announced as he entered the room alongside our captain. A new attack has occurred in central London. The style is identical to the previous one, and the victims are in the same condition. The lieutenant colonel kept staring at us. I hope they won't be swayed by death, he said, looking at both Charlie and me, who had never been on a mission where there were fatalities. We don't answer the question, both of us. Then everyone, come closer, he said, pulling out a folder packed with photos. I approached, knowing what I would see: photos of the dead by Avada Kedavra. Eyes wide open with faces of wonder or terror. And I wasn't wrong. Tell us what you see, Ted asked. Perhaps a new perspective could give us clues about this terrorist group. Harry, you're an expert at tracking leads and are known for your keen observation. Based on what I understand, tell me what you see in these photos. These people died in terror. Their faces showed they knew what was coming before they died. Yet there's no blood anywhere. The bodies lie still, indicating it happened swiftly. The terrorists left minimal traces. The scene remains spotless, and since the house looks intact, it feels like they just went in to kill them and leave. The next photo is a bit more intense, Ted warned. They're kids. The following photos were of the couple's children. One was about 11 years old, as there was a photo of the boy in his Hogwarts uniform at the back, while the other was 6 years younger. Fortunately, I didn't know them, and so what? They were killed using the same system as adults, Hugo responded. If they were the first ones, their faces showed surprise rather than fear. I suppose they arrived and killed the children in front of the parents, then proceeded to kill the adults. The motive wasn't to coerce the parents. I think they found them first and interfered with them. The mother shows no signs of tears. The eyes, which had not yet fully absorbed the death of their children, must have been quick. It seemed like an execution, perhaps even betrayal. Good reasoning, but how did they kill him? It's not a conventional weapon. There are no bullet casings, it wasn't a knife attack, and there's no blood. A single blow to the back of the head could have caused that effect, but the bodies show no visible hematomas, at least in the photos. And autopsy reports never reveal any injected substances either, explained Hugo. Nothing, the autopsies came back cyano poison injections, no signs of violence. Perhaps some immediate-acting poison inhalation. Moreover, once Ted mentioned seeing someone wearing a white mask like a carnival figure. If it was something they inhaled and used masks to protect themselves, I don't know what could be closer to the Avada Kedavra. But with just photos, it's impossible. There's still missing data. Ted is taking the soldiers Werner, Wares, and Potter to the field, while the rest of us try to figure out who these people are, the lieutenant colonel ordered, having been listening all along. I want a report on my desk this afternoon. So, sir. We grabbed a car and headed to central London. The 3-hour drive from the barracks to the city center was managed by Ted, who was in charge of the patrol. On the way, my mind kept racing to find a way to explain the Avada Kedavra to a muggle. When we arrived at the building, it was near the magic zone. I slipped on a hood to keep my face hidden. My hair was cut short. I was glasses-free, and I'd changed so much physically with my scar covered up. I didn't think anyone could recognize me. We entered the house, and I noticed the work of auroras were fading away, leaving no trace. 2 more auroras remained at the scene, dressed in local police uniforms. You can't get away with that, one of them stopped us. The Special Operations Service, SAS, unit. We have authorization, Ted said, gesturing toward them while holding up a document. The aurora was displeased but couldn't stop us from passing. It kept staring at me strangely, maybe sensing my magical aura? That couldn't be it. With Dumbledore's potion, it had been hidden, yet standing so close. Or perhaps it was just curious about my youth. It wasn't. To see a 18-year-old guy with a specialist squad, I'd either need to chill out or risk messing up big time. Could they leave us alone? Ted pleaded with them. In the end, the hesitant auroras departed, leaving us with an open field. We were walking around the field when he turned to me and asked, "How are you? You look pale." I was fine. I put on gloves Hugo had given me and approached the bodies of the adults to examine them. It was strange that the muggles hadn't removed them from there after so many hours. This must be Aurora's doing, it can't be poison. The bodies showed no signs of convulsions or excretions. It was like death had decided the heart to stop, or someone had deliberately made it stop. That's a highly imaginative hypothesis. But what if someone could actually stop a living person's heart with sheer willpower? Harry, you've clearly seen way too many sci-fi movies. Not exactly that many, but we've seen real cases where people develop extraordinary abilities, because let's face it, who doesn't have the power to convince their heart to stop beating? Look at the terrified faces of the two adults. It was a quick death, but before that they were terrified. There's not a single sign of violence anywhere on their bodies, they're just dead, said I, glancing at the bodies. What do you think of Hugo? There are no internal hemorrhages or puncture marks. If it were gas-related, there would be bodily excretions, the body would be rigid or bruised, or show other signs. But these corpses are just dead without any apparent cause. What if Harry's right and we're facing someone with a different quality than normal? Working with him, I've learned to trust his gut instincts. They're a group, Ted explained. We've seen it happen. If everyone has that quality, it must be something they can learn. Honestly, I've seen some pretty weird stuff in my life. I stood there lost in thought, staring at the corpses. I could sense the Auroras nearby and they were on edge. We needed to leave before being forgotten. I'd mastered the art of clairaudience and lightness magic years ago. Something was trying to invade my mind, which was a red flag. They were up to something and I had a bad feeling about it. I know this might sound crazy, but we need to go. There's no time to waste, we have to leave right now. We can't withdraw Harry, a member of the SAS. He never steps down until he finishes his job, Ted informed me. I smell gas. Let's go, I said. I managed to get them out of the house before it blew up. This time, the Aurora had passed by so long that trying to kill 4 muggles to clear evidence was too much. Karai Harry. Starting today, I'll be taking your advice without thinking like Hugo did. Thanks for pulling us out of that situation in time. It's nothing. Let's go back to the barracks. We returned in silence. When we arrived, we presented the report and went to the nursing department with Charlie and Hugo to check on our colleagues. Hey guys, how's it going? Nice to see you guys. We heard you're with the anti-terrorist squad. How's it going with them? Smitty asked cheerfully. It's different, Charlie said this afternoon. They're behind that case of the terrorists here in London and everything is very strange. If it weren't for Harry's sense of smell catching the gas escaping, we wouldn't have seen each other again. The house where we were exploded 3 seconds after Harry almost dragged us out of it. We chatted for a while, 8 of us, and then said our goodbyes before heading off. Hugo, why don't you come sleep with us? That way you won't be alone, I suggested after consulting with Charlie. Thanks, that's a cool idea. Come on, if they call it urgent, we'll all be together, Charlie finally convinced him. Charlie and I went to the Barracon, then Hugo joined us. We talked about little skirmishes until we all fell asleep. I took longer to drift off, my mind replaying what I'd seen today. How could the Auroras want to kill us? Were they as desperate as the Mortifagos to kill us? In 2 weeks, it had been 6 months since I enlisted in the army, and I'd learned a ton of skills. But now that I was actually on the ground, I could finally put all my knowledge into practice. Whether by good fortune or bad luck, I found myself working with the patrol unit chasing the Mortifagos, though they didn't know it. It felt like destiny was bringing me back to my place. Could I trust these guys to tell the truth and help me pull off my mission? I would have worked with them a bit longer before deciding to trust them, but I needed to find a way to contact my family. In the end, I just fell asleep. Charlie, Hugo, Harry, up here we have work. It was Ted who came to wake us up. Did I fall asleep? Didn't I hear Diana? I woke up in a fright. No, you haven't slept yet. It's 3 in the morning. Hurry up and get dressed, we're leaving. Meet me in 5 minutes at the main building entrance. Bring your work clothes and stay warm, it's freezing outside. Okay, let's go, Hugo said. I got up and quickly washed to dry off. Then dressed in the magical clothes that had become my uniform, they could protect me from minor spells and the cold. We rushed to the main building. We received a warning that the terrorists are currently in a building. They handed us the weapons and we all got into the vehicles. The 2 patrol cars and our captain were with us. No one spoke as we arrived. Clearly the spells had already ended. 5 bodies lay on the ground. It was 6 in the morning, and for some reason we were the first to arrive. We managed to gather clues, examine the corpses, and take numerous photos before anyone else showed up. I analyzed the magical remnants and they were potent. The attackers must have been from the circle of the close circle. Voldemort. We returned to the barracks in 3 vehicles at 8 in the morning, only to find ourselves stuck in London's rush hour traffic. I was in the last vehicle of a military jeep driven by James, with Bernie sitting behind him half asleep. We were separated from the other 2 vehicles by a massive truck that suddenly appeared ahead, coming out of nowhere. Damn truck! James complained, I can't see clearly to overtake and it keeps slowing down.
Dans panique, Bernie et il réassure Harry.
Even if we're 5 minutes late, they won't say anything. You saw how the traffic was already jammed. The alert system had already isolated us from other vehicles. But what we didn't expect was for the truck to open its doors and slide down a ramp. James tried to brake slightly to move away and maneuver the vehicle, but behind us came another massive truck that started pushing us, forcing the jeep to climb the ramp. I can't maneuver. They're trapping me, James shouted nervously. Harry, jump out of the car and warn him, Bernie growled. This isn't something I like at all. I won't leave you guys behind. If you stay, he'll stay too and we'll get our weapons ready to defend ourselves. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Within a minute, we were inside the truck as they had already climbed the ramp and closed the doors. 6 armed men waited for us. Without a word, they shot my 2 comrades in the head without giving them a second chance, killing them instantly. If you don't want to end up like them, drop your weapon, one of them ordered. I was stunned they'd killed my comrades cold-bloodedly, without mercy. They'd trained me extensively, but I wasn't prepared for this. They grabbed me between 2 men, flinging me out of the jeep and disarming me. Like a rag doll in their hands, they were much taller and bulkier than I was. They tied my hands behind my back with a plastic strap and gagged me shut. So you're the prodigy of SAS, said one of the masked men with perfect English but a strong Russian accent. You're young and lack experience, but if our reports about you are accurate, you'll be very useful to us. You've seen we don't play games, he noted, pointing at the bodies of my comrades. Stay still and follow instructions. If you want to keep walking this path, we've spent countless hours monitoring you separately. They still don't let you go out much, and I get it, your face looks like a kid's. You probably don't even have the age of 18 listed in the report. They took off my helmet and all the gear I was wearing, the boots, the belt, but I kept the pants and the short-sleeved shirt I wore under the uniform. You're on high alert. He's young and we've taken him by surprise, but he's trained by SAS. You know his background, they won't betray you. Now hell, start thinking of a solution to his problem. He told the 2 of us to stay with me. They forced feed me something that left my muscles slack and powerless. They slammed me into the truck bed against the wall. 2 armed men stood guard, their automatics trained on me without blinking. After a while, the truck stopped. The jeep came down with my dead comrades. They abandoned the vehicle and continued their way. I waited for them to get off the truck to see how I could escape. I needed time for the drug they'd injected me with to wear off. I needed to make a move and keep moving while waiting for them to stop injecting me. I didn't know what they wanted, but I had to act fast. Those people had already killed me without thinking. As the 2 jeeps arrived at the barracks and waited for our arrival, what are they doing? The furious captain shouted, frustrated by the heavy traffic we'd encountered. This can't be taking so long to get here. Mister, they don't answer the radio, Ted reported. This isn't what I want, the captain exclaimed. We need to search again for those who haven't had an accident. Ask the local police and give them the route we took if they find them. 2 hours later, police reported finding the jeep with 2 soldiers shot dead in the middle of the road outside London. But there was no trace of the 3rd occupant, the young soldier Harry Potter. After hours of driving, the truck finally stopped. My hands were numb from gripping the plastic strap, though I didn't show it. The drug had worn off, but my 2 towering guardians dragged me out of the vehicle. We were in a small private airport with only 2 runways. They dragged me onto an airplane already in motion, accelerating rapidly. They slammed me into a seat and immediately fastened my seatbelt. Only 4 of the 6 men on the truck got on with me for more pilots. This was my chance to escape. Knock them all out, take control of the plane, contact the radio and make a dash back. I waited until the flight started and they relaxed a bit. I removed the plastic strap with my magic, gave my hands some time to move freely after the awkward position and I barely moved my hand to reach the seatbelt buckle to unfasten it. Once everything was undone, I swiftly delivered an elbow strike to the side, knocking him unconscious. A kick to the standing man beside me also left him out of action. The third guy, seeing the suicide attempt, rushed up with his gun but found my foot pinned to his head. Only the fourth guy alongside the pilot and the same pilot remained standing. I pulled the scarf that had been gagging my mouth and grabbed one of the weapons. In one of the weapons lying on the ground, there were several straps attached to all of them, hands, feet, and even the gag with their own scarves so no one could move if they regained consciousness. I silently made my way to the cabin. Entering, I suddenly fired the weapon's barrel into the head of the fourth man, rendering him useless. The pilot remained behind. If you don't want to die, keep driving calmly, he warned, pointing the gun at his head. Even as the fourth man on foot with the reins kept his eyes on the pilot, he pulled me out of the co-pilot's seat and took my place. I asked the pilot to tell me the flight number and route by grabbing the radio. 747, route to Moscow, he replied in Russian. What? I was stunned, but didn't expect an answer. Where are we right now as we're flying overhead? He pressed the gun against her head. We're flying over Germany, near Berlin. Here on flight 747, someone was listening. I asked through the German radio. Berlin Control Tower. Tell me about the 747. I'm a British soldier who was kidnapped. After neutralizing my captors and taking control, I'm currently flying with the pilot. I need permission to land at his airport and request assistance contacting my superior, Captain Peter Magma from the Special Air Service, SAS, Regiment in Wales, England. Stay alert, soldier. I'll alert our police and contact you. While waiting for an answer, the pilot, in a desperate maneuver to regain control, lunged at me with a hidden knife, slashing my arm. I managed to immobilize him and knocked him unconscious with the pistol's barrel. After stabbing his hands and feet, I left him on the ground. Flight 747, is it listening? We heard noises. Did something happen?
Yes, I'm listening.
The pilot lunged at me with a knife and stabbed my arm. But now everything's under control. Who's flying the plane? Right now, myself. Do you have military flight training? Sure thing, but call me Harry.
Hey Harry, I'm Albert.
How bad is your injury? It's not worrying, I said, glancing at my arm that was bleeding profusely. We've been able to contact your superiors. They were aware of Harry's disappearance. We're arranging for him to have a direct line with them from the plane and he has permission to land. When it's near, we'll alert you and show the track on the radar screen. Thanks, Albert. Everything fell silent. I adjusted the flight path using the coordinates they provided to get closer to Berlin Airport. Captain Magma, you're talking to Potter Soldier?
Sí, señor.
Where is it located? As I approached Berlin Airport, sir. How's the situation going? Controlled. 5 men knocked out and tied up, sir. The last one was the pilot who refused to follow my instructions. Does he fly the plane himself? If so, any wounds? Just in the arm, sir. Nothing serious. I watched my blood trickling down my arm. Maybe it was something important and magical that stopped the bleeding. But I couldn't close the wound because if they found me covered in blood without a visible injury, it wouldn't look normal. Soldier, we've got an aircraft ready to pick you up in Berlin. We've spoken with the Berlin authorities and they'll escort you during our arrival. Don't try anything on your own, just wait for us to arrive. So, I'll wait for you, sir. You're supposed to be right up close with the controller, right? If I get there, we'll meet in less than 2 hours. So, sir, the controller incident happened to me again. Hey? Yes, tell me, Harry. I'm in close quarters maneuvering mode, give me a clue. He told me to approach runway 8, where our police officers would be there to pick him up and collect his luggage from the plane. He even gave me the runway coordinates for landing. Thanks, Albert. I hope to meet you when we arrive. Good landing, soldier. I started making my way to the airport and located the runway. I landed perfectly as they had told me they were waiting at the end of the runway. I opened the plane door for them to board. A British Army soldier, Harry Potter, introduced himself in perfect German. Inspector Ernest Bremen, it looks like we won't have any communication issues. I already had an interpreter ready, but the airport staff didn't mention that he speaks our language. Excuse me, sir. I've always loved languages. Can you tell us what happened? I was kidnapped in my own country and forced into this plane. By the time we were already airborne, I managed to take control of the aircraft. Did you only manage to take down 5 armed men? You see, I told him with a smile, but please don't tell me I'm too young. I won't tell you, Mr. Potter. Come with me, let's treat that wound. I heard it was just a scratch, but apparently it's a major one. Nothing important, sir, and he'll get you some shoes, he said, noticing he was barefoot. If that's the case, that would be great, thanks. We disembarked from the plane as the inspector's team worked to free the prisoners. They escorted me to a set of offices inside the airport. Harry? Yes.
Im Controller Albert.
I've been eager to meet you. Happy to meet you, Albert. I'm grateful for your help. I gave you a hand to show my thanks. Come on, how old is he? Teen. And has the plane landed yet? What do they teach in the British military? Everything we could need, Albert. I must return to my post. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope you'll make a safe return to your country. Thank you again for everything. I stayed in the office with the doctor who was treating my wound and Inspector Bremen. Once I had the wound stitched and disinfected, the doctor left. Miss Potter, could you tell me what happened now? Sir, I would prefer my superior to be present here to respond to you. You are from the civil police, but this falls under the British Army's jurisdiction. Well, wait for your superiors. Would you like something to eat while we wait? I'd really appreciate it. My stomach's empty. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. They brought some food and a cup of hot tea. Before eating, I magically checked to make sure there was nothing poisoned or laced with sleeping pills. After the meal, I closed my eyes. Lying back in a comfy armchair, exhaustion and nervousness were taking their toll. Soon I noticed the inspector approaching and sat up straight, opening my eyes abruptly. They were well trained, so I saw him appear to be in deep sleep. He only noticed me when I approached him.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's instinct. IBA is about to alert him that the plane from England is landing. They'll be here with us in no time.
Perfect, señor. Gracias.
After a few minutes, my captain entered through the door accompanied by a sergeant and 2 soldiers who had been on standby outside. I immediately stood up to stand firm and greet them. Rest, soldier, the captain ordered. How are you? Well, sir. Gentlemen, Inspector Ernest Bremen is here to serve you. Excuse me, Captain Magma and Sergeant Strong. The captain introduced himself in German. If you think we can sit down, the soldier Potter refused to share anything until you were present. But the German government needs information about what happened. We've detained 5 people whose identities have been verified. 3 Chechen army guerrillas. Now tell me, do you think the Chechen guerrillas wanted an 18-year-old British Air Force soldier? The soldier can tell the inspector what happened, the captain said. All right, sir, I began recounting what had happened until I took control of the plane. Then they didn't ask for anything? The inspector insisted. Not, sir. I only know they had my file in their possession. Since they have all the information, we should withdraw and take the prisoners back to our country for interrogation. Our government representative is handling all the necessary paperwork with their administration. Sir, I thank you for your assistance and warm hospitality. I expressed my gratitude by shaking the inspector's hand. Take care, soldier. We boarded the plane ready to depart for London. Once aboard, the prisoners were loaded and kept under tight surveillance. Hasn't he withheld any military information? The captain asked. No, sir. I don't know anything more than they weren't chosen by chance. I don't understand why they wanted me. They told me if their reports were accurate, it would be very useful for them, and that they had been monitoring me to orchestrate the operation. But then they stopped talking to me again. He's done a solid job as a soldier. Thank you, sir. But I couldn't prevent the deaths of James and Bernie. Have they been found? If we find the abandoned jeep with them inside, don't worry. They were seasoned soldiers. If they couldn't prevent it, we arrived in London and were greeted by jeeps waiting to take us to the barracks. I stood there staring at the jeep, torn between options before finally stepping inside. Harry, you're climbing, the sergeant said, noticing his hesitation. You're a highly trained SAS member and you've proven it. When we all arrived, everyone welcomed me with hugs and joy, though they were saddened by the loss of their comrades. I had to submit a report directly to the commander, who bombarded me with questions about every detail of my abduction and how I managed to control the situation. Exhausted, it was 3 a.m. when they finally let me out of this makeshift interrogation room. They gave me a day off the next day to recover. But the next morning was no break. Ted came to pick me up at the cafeteria and took me to the strategy room. "We're all in," the lieutenant colonel announced as he saw us enter. "Sit down." We interrogated the prisoners from a Chechen guerrilla group. It took considerable effort to get them to talk. They were highly trained, but ultimately revealed their goal. They wanted Soldier Potter to memorize blueprints of protected facilities, enabling them to steal a well-sealed biological weapon for an attack on a Russian city center. "You would have been used as the carrier of this weapon all the way to the very doorstep of Moscow city center during peak hours. It was sheer luck. He managed to contain the situation otherwise. Countless innocent lives in that country, including his own, would have been lost. The Russians want us to take him to the embassy to present him with a military medal, and the British government has agreed as it gives our nation a good PR boost by having such a young hero. An internal investigation has been launched to determine who provided the Chechens with his background information." I got nervous. I didn't want any awards or media attention. "But let me tell you, I haven't done anything brave or heroic," I tried to say. "This isn't up to us, soldier. It's his government that accepted you. As a soldier serving their government, you must obey orders." The captain smiled at my nervousness. "You won't say receiving a medal makes him nervous, nor does facing 4 armed men alone frighten him." I wasn't thinking about the medal. I was focused on the press. The wizards could read Muggle newspapers too, and there weren't many Harry Potter fans around. I was totally in a mess. They kept me under surveillance for several days, refusing to let me leave the compound. They focused on teaching me urban guerrilla tactics and potential threats, instructing me to track clues in crime scenes and create profiles. The worst part? They even administered drug tests to make me learn how to handle their effects. I ended up in the ER for 2 days detoxing from the drugs, but somehow managed to regain some mental control under their influence. The medal presentation day was approaching dangerously, but what I didn't realize was that my name and photo had been making headlines for days, detailing my heroic deed. It wasn't until Ted gave me a copy with my photo on the front page that I finally understood he wanted to keep it as a memento. "Harry Potter the Soldier, a hero," and continues, explaining that I had saved thousands of lives through my heroic action against Chechen guerrillas. "What do you think, Ted?" "I'm not a hero and I don't deserve this," he said, his voice as clear as paper. "They're exaggerating everything. Hey, how's it going?" The boy replies, "Yes, I'm fine being alone." "Scared? Well, you see, what our little one has scared us into the press." The entire barracks was proud of me. I had left the regiment in an excellent position, but I was walking like a zombie, preoccupied with what would happen in the magical world with that news making headlines everywhere. "Harry, you're distracted," the instructor who was with him at the time remarked. "He studied all the theory, sir. I think we should call it a day. I can't get any more out of you." I sighed. "I've never seen doubt in your eyes before, and now, what's on your mind?" "Sir, the press doesn't like me being treated like a hero. I'm just a soldier learning my way here, sir." "Well, that was unexpected. Think of it as just another hurdle to clear. We need to learn how to handle anything that comes our way." If Mr. Y and I withdrew thoughtfully, but that got to the captain's ears, and they called me in to talk to him. "Sit down, soldier." "So, sir, I've heard that he hasn't been very focused lately," the captain said. "Would you like to talk about that?" "It's nothing, sir. I'll get over it. I don't think it's a problem for you," he continued, "but something's bothering him and keeping him from focusing. Tomorrow he'll go to the Russian embassy about the medal issue. I'll be there with him. He won't be alone." "Thanks, sir. But there's something that's been weighing on him, and over all this time he's shown us that every time he worries about something, it's never in vain. I needed help. Tomorrow would be dangerous for both myself and everyone around me. The Mortifagos must already know who the soldier in the press was. Should I trust them and tell them, or stay silent and handle it myself? I couldn't leave the barracks without someone covering my tracks to contact my friends in the magical world. Ever since the kidnapping, they've been keeping a tight watch on me, that they wouldn't take me away again, and finally I made my decision. The captain had shown me he was a man of integrity and an open mind. Permission to speak frankly, sir. Permission granted, soldier. It's hard to explain. If I tell you a story about wizards and witches, how would they take that? Chapter 8. On April 23rd, where I live, it's a tradition to give a book on this day. I want to share a chapter with you all. Hope you'll enjoy it. I also want to apologize to Colombian readers if Chapter 6 ever upset you. It wasn't my intention. I love traveling and exploring new places and cultures different from my own. And your country is one of those I'd absolutely love to visit. A big hug to all of you and to the rest of our friends who have gathered here to enjoy some good company. I keep thanking you all for your comments. Every single one of them is so lovely and makes my heart race. Chapter 8. Explanations. The captain kept staring at me. Explain yourself, the soldier said very seriously. I swallowed my saliva, explaining everything might be harder than it seemed. With a smooth motion of my hand, I cast a silence spell and shut the door to keep others out. Another one was placed on the confidentiality captain. He couldn't spill any information about what I was about to explain, and would shield us from the Ministry of Magic discovering the flow of information to a muggle. It's hard to explain, and you might not believe me at first. But I'll tell you because tomorrow we're definitely in danger. Just please don't interrupt me, no matter how unbelievable my story sounds. Let me finish. I began to slowly recount a magical world that truly existed, a realm where wizards and witches lived in an isolated society. To the society we all knew. I was a wizard, a renowned figure in the magical world, and I shared my condensed story along with Voldemort's tale, the terrorists they had been hunting for ages, the muggle-feeding Death Eaters, the Avada Kedavra curse, and how he had joined the military to learn self-defense and finally take down Voldemort. My photo has been appearing in every newspaper alongside my name. While wizards aren't exactly the most likely to be in the non-magical world, there are always spies reporting major events. I've been missing for 6 months now, and my coverage just got sucked down the drain. The captain stood there with his mouth agape, speechless. Thankfully, he hadn't interrupted my story, something I genuinely appreciated. He glanced at me and burst into laughter. Look how imaginative the soldier is. He told it all so convincingly that I almost believed him. But he's gonna run miles over this joke, right? But he stopped laughing when he saw me so serious. Sir, let me show you. With a quick flick of my wrist, I transformed one of the office chairs into a cat. Then I grabbed the cat and crafted it into a bronze statue, placing it atop the desk right before its eyes. It's no joke, I explained it very seriously. God, he exclaimed, slamming his chair off the floor and standing there staring at the statue before turning to look at me. I've seen strange things in my life, but this one really took it to heart. What does this mean? He carefully picked up the statue and examined it meticulously. Though nervous, he tried to keep his cool. I am a wizard, sir, and magic does exist. Magic whispered, trying to convince herself. You can't talk about this to anyone. The magical society remains hidden from everyone's view for security reasons. Back in ancient times, they conducted massive witch hunts and sorcerer hunts. You know how humans reject anything different. If we're discovered, they'll hunt us down and kill us just like they did before, assuming we're dangerous. We're just a minority. We know our ministry communicates with certain dignitaries about our existence, but I can't specify who exactly knows this information right now. If the terrorist we're hunting is a sorcerer, there's some truth to the saying that sorcerers are dangerous. But don't we hunt down terrorists every single day? Haven't I myself been kidnapped to get weapons that could kill thousands of innocent people? You don't need to be a wizard to be dangerous. But just like in any society, we have our own black sheep here too. I see, he said, lifting the chair from the floor and sitting back down. And the bodies we keep finding, bloodless and devoid of violence, are victims of magic. Yes, an Avada Kedavra spell that instantly kills the heart, and there's nothing against the spell. He says he's the only one who can kill that terrorist, Voldemort. Why kill him instead of capturing him? Yes, there's a prophecy above my head that identifies me as the only one with the power to defeat it. We can't capture it, it's too powerful. No one could hold on to it anywhere, and we'd have to start all over again. So what steps should we take at tomorrow's ceremony? I don't know, sir. If the necromancers strike, I'll be the only mage left. Let me tell you, they can finish you off in no time. Having all of us dead, I only have a few hours left to digest this amazing information and plan a possible strategy. Can I turn this statue back into my chair? Of course, I told him with a smile and then turned the statue back into a chair, leaving it where it was. We fell silent. The captain kept staring at me, then his gaze shifted to the chair. It was as if I could see his mind processing every piece of information he'd received. Did you play magic with us? He asked at the end. I almost never use magic here, sir. They trained me well and I usually handle it like you would. I used magic for survival in the snow. When we were descending through that storm, I cast a warming spell on my companions to keep them from freezing. So that's why there was no frozen food? If you will, I shielded all my comrades from the cold and tried to tend to their wounds so they could survive the transport, but I couldn't fully heal them. We could say he saved everyone's lives. Just avoid the cold. I can swear he didn't use magic in any of those selection tests. Sir, I swear it's true. I was talking to a venomous snake in the jungle that was about to bite one of the boys. I convinced it not to bite us and put it back on the tree where it had fallen. You can see how they left me if I'd used magic. They wouldn't have been able to touch me. Can you talk to snakes? Seriously, and what else could you possibly do? I only understand snakes. Other animals I don't comprehend even though I share a deep bond with them. I can almost do anything my imagination can conjure up. The only thing I can't do is bring the dead back to life. Dead people are gone, and I can't just appear out of nowhere as food either. Does he say we can't talk about it to anyone? No, this information is protected. If you try to speak up, they won't be able to articulate it. But there's more, sir. More soldiers? I want to know everything. I'm not 18, I'm 17. With magic, I forged my birth year because I needed to get in here. You fight terrorism and win. I thought if they showed me how to do it, I could adapt magic to this cause and conquer it to free my world from so much death. Everyone's afraid. Our ministry is corrupt and full of spies. The press only spouts lies, and nobody trusts their neighbor for fear they might not be a killer. I'm a man of great renown, yet people have said all sorts of things about me nothing I could do. They've branded me a hero, a liar, and a madman when I claimed Voldemort had returned. But once they realized I was telling the truth, they began hoping I'd solve their problems. Few know the prophecy, but they think since I killed him as a child without nearly any powers, now that I'm grown, it's my duty to finish him off again. We reviewed his records because I thought he looked too young for that. Honestly, I couldn't stand having such inexperienced recruits join the regiment. I'm good with magic. I mentioned raising my shoulders but only changed the birth year, nothing more, sir. Everything else, that's also true. What about that whole thing about him learning so fast? I've always had a knack for learning. I put in tremendous effort to stay prepared, but I refused to share the secret of Dumbledore's gifts with anyone, not even muggles or wizards. It was my own secret because those items were extremely dangerous depending on who received them. So now he's a hero in both societies, he said with a smirk. Let's say in the magical world I'm just a piece they want to use however they please. Who? The ministry and the minister use me whenever they see fit or spread rumors based on their own agendas. If he's just a kid, the 17-year-old says he is. Yes, now I'm closer to the 18th. I explained it all with a shy smile. Can't you use everything he's learned from us against us? Because that's what I want. To destroy Voldemort once and for all so I can finally live my normal life without him bothering me, that I've been living through an assassination attempt every year since I was 11. It's not an easy life always hiding and living in fear. I've lost all my loved ones either to their own hands or to those who kill them. I can't walk down the street without being accompanied by at least 3 bodyguards. Before entering this place, I lost my mentor, who was like a grandfather to me, a great person and a brilliant wizard. How can we defeat that Voldemort? It's difficult, only I can kill him, as the prophecy says. But first, I must eliminate his serpent, for it has taken a piece of his soul within it. Even if I kill him, unless I destroy the serpent, he'll return with the snake's soul fragment intact. Was that what he did last time? Yes, he regained a piece of his soul and came back to life with my blood. So we always end up with the key to both ending him and bringing him back to life. Harry, are you dangerous to non-magical people? He asked, whispering my name to emphasize his point. Sir, I've been with you all for 6 months and have only used magic to protect you. I would never think of harming any innocent person. So if we boil it down, there's magic, a magical society living among us without mixing in. But here's the kicker. A terrorist wizard is putting both societies at risk, and that's putting us all in danger too. You were a mage, 17 years old, the only one who could kill that terrorist. He's notorious in your community because you eliminated him with your powers during a war as a child, and he came back to life through a ritual using your blood. The ministry is corrupt, and you're in danger from both the terrorist mage who wants to kill you and the ministry that employs you. That's the gist of it, if you put it pretty well, sir. And yet you kept disappearing from your world to learn how to defend yourself. Now, with the newspapers publishing your name and photo, and hey, you've been on the front page for days, even though I don't know where they got the story from since we've been keeping it all under wraps. You think the terrorist sorcerer might have tracked down your location and come to hunt you down on the celebration day to finish you off, just like everyone else on their journey, which is why you've been feeling anxious and distracted these past few days. If you could, I might reach out to some friends in the magical world to see if the news has reached them there. I haven't heard from them since I joined this place. And how would you do that? He had to go home to find them. We usually communicate through Lechuza, but I left my own Lechuza in the hands of this friend to come here. Got a cat? There's no faster system out there. Not, sir, the magical world we speak of has remained stuck in the Middle Ages. There's no technology here, not even electricity. We light our way with torches or candles, where magic takes over as the ultimate tech solution. Good God! And how would you even get to your friend's house? I disappear from here and pop up there. And you say that so casually? He disappears and reappears. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to this. I can carry it if you want, sir, I suggested hesitantly. Take me away? How? I disappear with myself to appear where my friend lives, so he can get a taste of the magical world and see for himself what I've told him. Will that hurt or leave marks, or cause me to lose part of my body? Not just does it make you feel a bit dizzy the first few times. I warn him he's about to meet people who will make him think. They're so weird, their outfits, their house, their way of speaking, even the things moving on their own. You'll need some patience here, because I'm gonna have to give you all the reasons why I disappeared. I left them a note saying not to worry, but they haven't heard from me since. They don't know what the army does either, so you won't get much of the story. I'll have to explain it all to them. I'd love to see him, but are they so far removed from us that they don't know anything about technology? Or our way of life? They live completely isolated, with only a few wizards knowing how to survive without magic. I have a friend who, if we're lucky enough to find her there, she'll be able to explain why she lives with her parents in the world without magic, the one we call muggles. First, we'll let you know we won't interrupt you. We'll say I'm giving you instructions for the embassy day, and since you've been stressed out all week, nobody will be surprised. He left the office to speak with the sergeant and his secretary, then returned inside. What should I do? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement as he tried to understand the world he was eager to explore. Just relax. I'll hold him by the wrist. I secured the door to prevent anyone from entering and discovering the empty office, then slipped away to reach the outside of the den. Once we were in the woodshed. Is that okay, sir? That was pretty weird, but I guess I'm doing good. I checked the surroundings to make sure everything remained unchanged. It wasn't for nothing that I'd been in the army for 6 months and was still not overly paranoid. After confirming the perimeter, we approached the door. Ron, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, are you here? I shouted from outside, pounding on the door. Hearing the soft murmurs of conversation inside, I knew they must be eating and called out again. It was Harry's voice, or I thought it was, when I heard a voice inside that sounded like Ron's, and I smiled. What do you say? If it's Harry's voice, he's back. There was a loud crash of chairs, and the door slammed open to reveal a horde of redheads hugging me and screaming. The captain stood back in surprise at this warm welcome. Harry, we've missed you so much, Ginny said. But Harry, you've changed so much. If I didn't know it was you, I wouldn't recognize you, Ron insisted. And what's that costume you're wearing? Looking at the uniform, he wore khaki pants, black boots, and a khaki jacket, the same outfit he usually wore when he was at the base. Ron just said something stupid, Hermione retorted. But you're right. How much you've changed. You look so handsome now, taller and more muscular. He pressed my arm and asked, Are you going to school in uniform? Go relax a bit, I asked everyone to smile. Though we missed the bear hug from Mrs. Weasley, Harry, we've been deeply concerned about you, my dear. Mommy, if you don't let go of him, you'll drown him, her husband advised. He then took my hand and gave me a warm, affectionate greeting. Since you're all calmer now, I want to introduce someone who's coming with me. Captain Magma from the British Army. The Weasley family is super warm-hearted. But when you fall for someone, it's for life. The captain politely greeted them, and everyone responded with their greetings. Harry, Muggle, where have you been? Hermione challenged. I've got a ton to share with you, but time's running out and I need info. Let's go inside and get settled down. I made sure to sit next to the captain so he wouldn't be alone in the midst of all the strange stuff. He kept his eyes on everything moving around the house and explained to them from above where he'd been and why he'd made that decision. Harry, the Muggle army? That's just something you'd only think of yourself, Ron exclaimed. I couldn't have gone with the Auroras. Ron would have killed me on the first night while I was sleeping, and I needed training, you know that. Well, I think it was a good idea. You must have learned a lot. Just look at the change you've made, Hermione said. What body were you in?
I'm Hermione.
No one said I'm not with them yet. I've been training in the best regiment, I said, looking at the captain and smiling. The SAS, Special Air Service, is a special operations unit. Wow, Harry, you always go all out when you dive in, exclaimed Hermione. Why do you say that, Hermy? Ron asked. This is the finest unit in the British Armed Forces, a top-tier elite force that's been meticulously trained to handle any challenge. A good description, miss, the captain remarked. Do you also belong to that regiment? If Hermione is my superior, did you join the army at 17? Hermione asked in a low voice. I lied about his birth year, replying in the same tone. Hermione looked at me nervously, wondering if the captain didn't know. I've explained everything to him. I told you when I saw his face, the ones I don't want to let know are Ron's parents. They'll start a full-blown scandal if they find out. Magically, Harry, you've managed to pick up a few things, Mr. Weasley remarked with interest. Don't worry, I had Dumbledore handle it all. He left me a legacy of books to study and an entire training program to follow. I can say I've already completed the crucial part. What's going to happen now? He asked again. I told you I was absolutely certain we'd fight Voldemort and get rid of him. But now I have a problem. By some strange twist of fate, I've ended up in the British press. In the world press, Captain explained, Harry, you think the people you saved were Russians? You're in every newspaper worldwide. Harry, what a mess you've gotten yourself into, Hermione asked. It seems getting into trouble is just part of the job, the captain remarked, though there was no visible surprise on their faces. Not in the real world, sir. Sometimes things happen to me that don't happen to others. Sometimes, Harry? Ron asked, laughing. Well, way more times than I'd ever wanted to whisper. What's going on with you this time? Asked Ginny. Some Muggle guerrillas kidnapped me to help steal an extremely dangerous Muggle weapon. I managed to get the situation under control and escape unscathed, but turns out the weapon was meant to kill innocent people. They're now trying to give me a medal as a thank you. They won't give it to him today, they'll deliver it tomorrow, and this will be a major event, said the proud captain of his soldier, adding that it wasn't as brief as you might think. He managed to immobilize 5 well-trained Chechen guerrillas and took control of the situation. The plane landed in Berlin, preventing them from using him to obtain weapons. By Merlin, sir, they didn't tell me that. I jumped out of fright. The one, Harry? The Prime Minister's matter. It was meant to keep you from getting more nervous than you already were. But it's in danger. First, let's figure out how much danger. The captain calmed me down. I said it while looking at my friends and calming myself down. I need to know if the wizards have heard about me being in the press and whether they're aware there's going to be a public event with me tomorrow where I'll be sitting in the front row. I don't know, Mr. Weasley hesitated. We haven't heard anything yet, but we haven't left the den for days. We caught a magical flu and haven't communicated for a few days. But now we're back on track, he reassured me, noticing my worried look. I haven't bought the Prophet either. Let me talk to Remus, Minerva, and Charlie. While Mr. Weasley was contacting everyone, my friends started sharing our Hogwarts adventures with the captain, from 1st to 6th year. Did you fight a dragon? But does that even exist? The captain exclaimed in disbelief. Oh yes, it did exist. It was a dragon at least 8 or 10 meters long. Harry flew off with his broomstick, and the dragon followed behind. Then they disappeared from view, leaving Harry alone on his triumphant broomstick. Is that flying a broom? He exclaimed again. You haven't told him anything, have you? Hermione asked. 2 hours ago he discovered the magical world. Give him time to adjust, you know how it is when people see strange things. I explained that, in response to his question, sir, if wizards have the ability to fly on brooms, then I can say I'm pretty good at that. Now I get what you're up to with the planes. Harry, do you have any planes? Hermione asked. I told you above what I'd learned to do. Barbaro Harry exclamo Ginny. Mr. Weasley had lit the fireplace when Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, Minerva McGonagall, Charlie, and Bill arrived. Everyone greeted me enthusiastically, and Remus tugged at my ear for disappearing. I introduced myself to the captain and recounted the whole story again. In the end, we talked about what really interested us. Harry, the news came out in today's Prophet, Kingsley said, handing me a copy of the morning edition. It featured my photo in military uniform with the headline, The Disappeared Harry Potter, Hero in the Muggle World. What's Harry Potter doing with the Muggles? Is he hiding? Why are the Muggles honoring him? Has he left the magical world? All the Muggle newspapers across the globe are raving about his feat. He saved thousands of Muggles. But shouldn't he be here saving wizards instead? And yet Rita kept writing those same old cliches as always. We're in trouble, I said in a low voice while handing the copy to the captain, who was stunned by the moving images. How am I supposed to protect everyone from the Morcephagos? Voldemort's gonna take advantage of this opportunity. I'm sure of it. If I agree, Kingsley confirmed days ago that he's staying put, clearly preparing for the coup. What can we do? I don't get magic stuff. The event can't be cancelled, especially with the media hype it's been getting, the captain declared. The world is waiting to see the young English hero. With media from multiple countries covering the event, we've got security protocols in place to handle any normal contingencies. I can deploy 30 loyal Auroras to keep the Morcephagos from approaching the area, Kingsley stated. We'll be coming too, Remus confirmed. Those of us here won't leave you alone, Harry. Now that you're back, we'll have 8 or 9 more wands ready. Thanks, Remus, but don't worry about me. I'll handle myself. The real issue is all the personalities that'll be in that building. Harry, what's your plan? Charlie asked. You know both sides of the story. Let me explain. I can build a barrier around the building to block unwanted apparitions and protect the doors, preventing anyone with the mark from entering, whether through magic or simply by walking through them. I pulled out my paper and pencil from my pocket and started sketching the building and its surrounding streets. I'd memorized them the day before, trying to figure out what strategy to follow. You know the London plan by heart? Ron exclaimed in disbelief as he saw my drawing. Yesterday, I checked the building's condition and surveyed the surrounding streets to determine access routes. Wow, you've really learned something. I think, sir, I said while looking at the captain, that if we bet on the Auroras, the magical police, in these areas outside the building, I explained by sketching circles on the makeshift map, we could prevent the Morcephagos from getting close and harming those outside the embassy, whether they're journalists, curious onlookers, or police officers monitoring the situation. That I imagine they're located around this area. I kept drawing small squares around the main entrance. I can protect those inside with me. Your Aurors, Kingsley, should erect strong barriers to keep Muggles from finding out about the Muggle visitors' visit. Could work, Kingsley said thoughtfully. They'll pick the most powerful ones to set up those barriers so we can avoid the panic of the Muggles. We have another problem, explained the captain. We fear the Chechens might also show up. You need to stay alert on 2 fronts. The Mogs and the Chechens. Fantastic, I exclaimed irritably. Is all this really tomorrow? Ron asked. If it's 7 in the evening. In the end, we polished out the plan. After saying goodbye to everyone and promising never to stop communicating with them again, we called it a day. We showed up near the embassy in a small alleyway. From outside, I could erect the building's barriers. After explaining this to the captain, I closed my eyes and summoned powerful defenses that shielded the entire structure from all types of magical attacks. Among these protections was a safeguard that would prevent anyone using multi-jug potions from passing through those doors or entering the building under any circumstances. Additionally, I controlled every camouflage spell and personality substitution technique to ensure absolute security. The captain stood silent, watching as no one came to bother us. I've got all the exterior barriers installed in the lobby. If I'm not here, I can't install them. I hope we can get it done before everyone arrives. Let's see if we can make it happen a bit earlier under the security cover. We'll do our best. We vanished from there to reach the barracks. You know, I can get used to this travel system. It's fast and clean, though it's a bit overwhelming. Go to sleep now and we'll talk tomorrow. It's going to be an intense day, and you need to be well rested while I'm still trying to process everything that happened this afternoon. Good evening, sir, and thank you for your support. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning in bed, watching the clock tick by 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It was time to get up. In the end, I managed to fall asleep for a couple hours. Then I heard the sound of a target being shot, and I suddenly jumped out of bed. Charlie, along with Smitty and Socrates, who had already recovered, gave me a pep talk for the day. They knew I was stressed out. I'd shared so much with them, and we were close friends. Harry, chill out. You look like a firecracker about to explode. It's just a decoration. Try to calm me down, Charlie. It's not just that, Charlie. The Prime Minister will be there too, alongside numerous dignitaries and journalists. We'll be in Russian territory where they've got intel about potential Chechen attacks. Karai, Harry, what kind of mess are you getting into? And what's the captain saying? Socrates asked yesterday. You've been with him all afternoon. They've mobilized half their army for this afternoon, but that still doesn't sit right with me. All right, now you can't do anything, right? Said Socrates. No, let's go eat. An empty stomach won't help you defend yourself. You haven't slept much, at least not enough to eat. We don't want you looking pale in the photos. They grabbed my arms and led me to the dining room amidst laughter and jokes to help me relax. They managed to make me forget about the troubles, the attacks, and the dark wizards for a while. At 8, I had a meeting in the strategy room and headed there. When I entered, I found the entire regiment's top brass present, and I felt completely stifled. Between soldiers, the captain ordered. I formally greeted everyone. After all, I was just a lowly soldier among the high command. There was my captain, another captain I'd only met twice or so, responsible for security outside the building, the lieutenant colonel commander, and a general I'd never even seen in the entire regiment. Rest assured, soldier. I've been eager to meet you. People have raved about you, and your latest performance was flawless and effective. We hold high hopes for you, the general congratulated him. Thanks, sir. I suppose they've informed you that the Prime Minister will be representing the British government, though it hasn't been officially confirmed yet. There might be a Russian military general accompanying a political figure from the Russian government, perhaps a minister who's making a special trip to attend the ceremony. His action has made waves in global media, and everyone's jumping out of their shells to grin for the cameras. As I've heard, he has a natural talent for remembering and learning quickly, and he's fluent in several languages. Is Russian one of those? So, sir. Perfecto. We all took our seats at the table as they began briefing the general on the full security protocol they had prepared for the embassy and the reception hall. This involved coordinating with the Prime Minister's personal guard, Scotland Yard officers, and the Russian military unit responsible for embassy security. They then showed us photos of the Russians to help us recognize them and those attending the event, along with photos of the attendees themselves. I was supposed to understand our troop situation, know my position, follow protocols, and behave appropriately before Russian dignitaries. We stayed there until past 2 in the morning. They even served us cold meals in the same room. The captain whispered to me that if we could vanish to coordinate the defense with the mages. So, sir. Then let's go. Commander General, I need to take Corporal Potter away for a moment to show him our scaled-down embassy model so he can get a feel for it. We'll be back here in 20 minutes. Very well, Captain, don't take too long. We set out, hid, and vanished to reach the woodshed. Hello. I checked in. Thankfully, everyone was gathered discussing the same topic. We only have 20 minutes left, please pay attention. The captain explained the organization of everything to them, detailing everyone's positions, who was in charge, photos of key figures, and schedules to follow, all while noting that there might also be a Chechen attack. What I should say is that when we're there, I won't be able to speak a single word to you. In an extreme case, I'll try sending messages through telepathy. I hope it works. I've never tried it before but know how to do it. I hope everything goes smoothly and that tomorrow we can calmly meet up and laugh off all the nerves we're going through. Of course, Harry, if you can make it tomorrow, we'll meet, Remus said, hugging me tightly. We have to go, Harry urged the captain. So, let's go. We reappeared at the barracks, where the captain showed me the embassy's model quickly before we headed back. When we entered, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Captain, we've received intelligence that Chechen guerrilla fighters have been spotted in London, the commander stated. We need to brace ourselves for the worst. Soldier Potter, we must trust that your instincts will guide us tonight. You'll be the one closest to everyone, commented the lieutenant colonel. I will do everything within my power to keep our country at the top tier. I didn't expect anything less from you, declared the proud commander of the soldier he'd recruited himself by breaking all the rules. Now everyone's rocking their finest, and we've got the perfect timing, reported the general. Soldier, follow me, the captain ordered. I have your ceremonial uniform. So, sir. We left and I followed the captain. He led me to a guest lounge where he handed me an elegant ceremonial uniform. Seems everything's moving so fast that I'm losing track of the train. Sir, I get it, 17-year-old's got a lot on his plate. Go get yourself ready, I'll be here in 30 minutes to pick you up. The bathroom's right there. I took a shower, put on my suit, and slipped the cap on before checking in the mirror. It wasn't me at all, it looked like someone else's reflection. Then they called. Harry, what a change! Sergeant Instructor Strong exclaimed as he entered with the captain. You're absolutely gorgeous. You'll steal the hearts of all the girls in England. The captain grinned. Thanks, sir. At the embassy, they won't let us bring weapons in, we'll have to store them in a room. But at SAS we've got some handy tricks to camouflage our gear. He showed me that there were a couple of tricks hidden in the uniform. A small matching colored pin on the belt buckle was concealed. A nylon cord threaded through the waistband's fold with its end disguised as a button, pulling it would reveal the cord. The heel featured a small mechanism that opened to hide a compact radio, while the other heel concealed a miniature weapon. I looked at the captain in confusion, realizing I could actually pull off something as simple as that. This isn't a regular weapon. You're holding a highly valuable prototype in your hands. You must protect it with utmost care. This device emits invisible radio frequency beams tuned to specific frequencies, just enough to throw the person off balance and make them lose their footing, which will likely cause them to vomit. This gives you just enough time to capture them and rescue a hostage depending on your situation. You can't discuss this weapon with anyone, it's still classified. Plus, it's made entirely of plastic, so metal detectors won't detect it. He whispered in my ear, we don't have magic, but clever. The radio has a short range, but what more could you ask for from something so compact? I smiled. Everything looked straight out of a James Bond movie, and I slipped the gun back into my shoe's heel. Once we were all set, we stepped outside and saw the entire regiment standing in formation on the courtyard. All patrol units stood at attention, saluting us as a sign of respect. When the time came, we headed to the Russian embassy. We got into a limousine where the general, the commander, the lieutenant general, the captain, and I were all in. We arrived at London's entrance within 3 hours, where 2 police cars were waiting to clear our path to the embassy. The entrance was a chaotic scene packed with journalists from all nations, curious onlookers, British and Russian military personnel, police officers, and good guys in disguise. I could sense the bad guys lurking nearby through their lingering aura. At least I couldn't detect Voldemort's presence, all because I had the brilliant idea of immobilizing 4 men and a pilot who'd kidnapped me. Good Merlin! How nervous I was! With the chaos, nobody noticed I'd placed powerful protective spells on the general, the commander, the lieutenant colonel, the captain, and myself. When I stepped out of the car, the news of our arrival was already buzzing through everyone's mouths. The cameras started snapping non-stop. The constant flashes almost blinded me. The captain had discreetly grabbed my arm to guide me, while I heard reporters shouting for answers to their questions. But I stood up and kept following him. We arrived at the embassy and were greeted with honors before being led to the ceremony hall. Once inside the hall, I set up the protective barriers and surveyed my surroundings, keeping an eye on the exits, the people already inside, the Russian and English security guards, and the windows facing the lobby from the upper floor gallery. Everything under control, soldier? A voice with a deep English accent and strong accent startled me. Sorry. When I turned around, I saw it was a Russian general. I stood up to greet him, honoring his rank as we had been taught. I've seen how he's been positioning each guard, the possible exits, and how people are being arranged. You're very observant for your age. You know what you're doing. Rest well, soldier. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm General Stavinsky of the Russian Army, he said, extending his hand to me. I was delighted to meet you, sir. I greeted him by shaking his hand. It's a pleasure that you've accepted to come, so we can thank you for your contributions to our country. I didn't do anything special, just doing my duty, sir. I love soldiers. It's a shame I can't bring him to my army. He has a bright future ahead. Stavisky, what are you doing with my soldier? Our general demanded. Old friend, you've got some really promising young talents in your ranks. Yes, a good guy confirmed with a smile that he didn't know you'd come. It was a last-minute call, but you see the duty calls and here I am. People started coming in one by one, introducing me to politicians and military leaders. Finally, the Prime Minister arrived. He was a kind-hearted man who treated me with great warmth, thanking me for my heroic act and urging me to continue caring for our country with the same dedication. After everyone had taken their positions, the Russian Foreign Minister and Ambassador addressed the crowd, thanking me for saving countless lives for both myself and my country. The Russian minister then presented me with a medal, while I reciprocated by speaking in Russian and English. They were particularly pleased that I expressed gratitude in their native language. At that moment, photographers with press credentials snapped numerous photos to capture the historic exchange. Everything had been going smoothly until then. Now it was just the Prime Minister's speech before he left, and for the rest of us, there was a brief intermission at the embassy. I started feeling nervous and began noticing strange movements around the doors. The situation escalated when shouts erupted outside the hall, sending everyone into a panic. The Prime Minister's personal security detail immediately surrounded him, while British troops moved to protect their own personnel and Russian forces stepped in to safeguard the minister and ambassador. I found myself caught in the middle of this chaos, trying to assess the situation and determine whether these were Chechens or sorcerers. I didn't detect any Majora, so I dismissed them as Chechen fighters. They used firearms, so I had to stay alert to any gunfire even with a silencer. Then I heard the bullet and saw it in slow motion heading straight for our Prime Minister. Without thinking, I grabbed one of the silver trays from the table beside me and raised it to block the bullet aimed at my head. To secure it, I cast a resistance spell on the tray. As I lifted it, the bullet struck with a deafening boom, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. Soldier, you just saved my life, Le said, still in shock.
Ihm so gratevoll.
He couldn't say anything more because the guard immediately took him to a special room they had prepared and pulled him out of the embassy through a secret door leading outside, where the bullet had come from. I saw a man on the upper gallery still carrying an accuracy rifle loaded on his shoulder. He smiled before returning to peer through the telescopic sight and aimed directly at my head, but he lowered the weapon, gave a playful shake of his head, and disappeared behind a door. I was stunned by what happened in mere seconds. I noticed the captain grabbing my arm and pulling me away. The shouts began, and shots rang out in the entrance hall. Let's see what we can do to get out of this mess. By the way, are they wizards or Chechens? Chencho, with the barriers I set up on this building, no sorcerer has been able to get in. The captain ordered his men to immediately evacuate any civilians through the secret door. The Russians followed suit, but they ran into trouble with journalists who refused to leave. It was big news for them. With a loud bang, the doors of the hall swung open and 15 people burst in, firing shots at the Russian soldiers who tried to stop them. They then fired at the ceiling, shouting in Russian, "Everyone get down. Don't move." They soon discovered the exit door and shut it, forcing those who couldn't escape back into the hall. In the entrance hall, several bodies of men from various security forces, both Russian and British, lay scattered across the floor, all under armed guard. The gallery was guarded by at least 5 snipers, their rifles trained on the reception area. "Gentlemen and ladies, Quickly sit down on the floor, obey me, and don't hurt anyone else, he said in English and repeated it in Russian. They gradually gathered the crowd in the middle of the hall, grouping them together. The Russian and English soldiers separated them and tied their hands and feet with leather straps behind their backs. The generals and dignitaries had them seated in a separate corner, while the captain was taken with the officers. They grabbed me by the hands behind my back and led me to what appeared to be the leader. It looks like we're back together, he said, slamming his gun butt into my cheek. The blow knocked me off balance, all because you slipped away and pulled the rug out from under us. This mess is totally your fault. The British officers were tense about the situation, and while some movements occurred, the terrorists swiftly moved their weapons to suppress any potential rebellion. My cheek burned with intense pain as my lip split open and bled profusely. He grabbed my arm and shoved me into the area where the dignitaries were seated, slamming me down on the floor beside the Russian minister. A man pointed his gun at my head. The Chechen grabbed his mobile phone, held it close to the minister, and approached him speaking in Russian. Order the release of our brothers imprisoned by their own men. If we don't comply within an hour, we'll kill 5 hostages, both British and Russian. Don't risk international conflict here. We're on Russian soil and those English guests might just get wiped out. They handed him the phone to the minister and put a gun to his head to stop him from making a wrong call. While they were distracted watching me threaten the Russian minister, I used my magic to dismantle the plastic strap and slowly pulled out the beautiful weapon from my shoe. I fired at the guy who was aiming at my head, praying the thing would work. I couldn't use magic in front of so many people. The Chechen collapsed slightly and closed his eyes for a few seconds. I took the opportunity to slip behind a table. Those idiots had left me standing next to long tables with trailing skirts that reached the doorway. Crawling under the tables on all fours, I made my way to the door while keeping watch to avoid being seen. Once outside the hall, I knew the embassy's layout by heart from every floor plan they'd shown me. So moving around was a breeze. I was lucky that the entire entrance area was packed with tables displaying pamphlets, allowing me to hide behind them. In the lobby, 4 armed men were guarding the entrance. I had to deal with them first before attempting to rescue those inside. I returned to mark them with the superagent's weapon and waited longer for better visibility. I watched them stagger before marking them again until they fell. That was effective. Moving closer, I carefully dragged them to a room where I tied them up. All the terrorists had plastic straps in their pockets. I cast a silence spell on the room to block their hearing and locked them inside. I returned to the hall and climbed the stairs to clear out all the snipers in the gallery. I marked each one off until they fell silently, pale-faced, then left them where they were now hidden from view. Then came the toughest part. 15 armed men and I was alone. I hid in the gallery and grabbed the radio from the other shoe, waiting for our own team to be outside already planning how to get in. Is anyone listening? Answer me. This is the soldier Potter.
Hey Harry, I'm Ted. Me no smile.
How's the situation going? 15 armed men. One group holding civilian hostages in the center of the hall, another with officers and dignitaries on the right side of the entrance door, while Russian and our soldiers were immobilized on the left side. Everyone was tied behind their backs and seated on the floor. And can you tell where you are? I managed to escape. The 4 from the entrance are no longer operational, and the 5 snipers are also tied up and knocked out. Well, Harry, I heard the voice that seemed to me like Smitty. We don't have much time. When he finishes threatening the Russian minister, he'll realize I'm not here and he won't like it. He's got a soft spot for me, he said, rubbing his cheek affectionately. What do you propose? You're in the picture, you've got to be our eyes. Turn off the lights and everyone, grab your infrared gear and rush in. Aim high, all the hostages are sitting down there. I'm up in the gallery. Little rascal, come out now if you don't want me to start killing your family immediately. I heard them screaming from below. He found me out. You gotta get in now. I just called them on the radio right now in desperation. Count to 20 and you're inside. The lights went out as 6 of our patrol cars pulled up. The air was filled with shouts and gunfire before everything suddenly stopped. When the lights came back on, all Chechen fighters lay dead on the ground. I got up and started descending the stairs to confront them. 5 weapons suddenly fired up upon hearing my approach, and they pointed at me. Hey guys, who am I? I asked, waving my hands. Harry called out as he approached me. It was Smitty. The cavalry had arrived to save you, and we clapped our hands in unison with smiles. Can't you do anything without getting into trouble? You've been left with such a mess, man. Ugh, that must hurt. Just a little. Who's in charge here? Captain Cameron is with the officers. I went straight to the officer. Here comes the soldier Potter, who greeted me firmly. Rest assured, soldier. He seems to have saved the world again, our general remarked, as they told us. I see we won't have enough medals for this young man, said the Russian general with a laugh. Soldado has a friend across the world who'll be there when I need him, and he gave me his hand. Thanks, sir. They gradually freed all the civilian hostages, and the Russian soldiers began organizing the embassy while taking the prisoners I had tied up. We finally made our way out, only to find journalists waiting everywhere, just camera flashes in the air. I tried to locate my friends and caught sight of Remus from a distance. I contacted him through telepathy. Remus, Harry, si Remus, are you okay? You look exhausted and have a nasty bruise on your face. I helped save the world, and that gets me tired. At least you still have the energy for some jokes, right? If everything's okay now, I'll try to escape when I can, but I can't guarantee anything. About those controlled mortifagos? Harry, don't worry about them. At least today they're under control. It was tough at first, but there weren't many of them. They were confident everyone was Muggle and didn't expect us. Luckily, Voldemort didn't show up. You're amazing. Thanks for being here. Don't be stupid, you know we'll always be there for you. Don't wait too long to show your support. No, we see you later. This time I truly disconnected from all thoughts and left my mind completely blank. Chapter 9. Thank you, Desert Fox, for your comment. You're absolutely right, we're talking about an elite unit. I totally missed the part about anonymity and discretion, but here's the thing. It was the Russians' fault. They were so thrilled that nothing happened in the Moscow Metro massacre that some gossipy reporter leaked the news. It reached Alexei Vorobyev, a fearless journalist who immediately spotted the bombshell in those words. After digging deeper, he uncovered the landing in Berlin. Alexei contacted Dieter, a German journalist who also knew the story. He traveled to Berlin and met Dieter, whom he had known since their Gulf War reporting days years ago. The two went to talk to the controller who helped Harry land, and without realizing it, the controller revealed the name of the English soldier. Alexei and Dieter were sharp, and they quickly pieced together the full story of what happened. They agreed to publish the same story in both countries, and it immediately caused a stir. Our dear Harry got an international front-page story, OL. Once in print, the Russian government wanted to play nice and proposed a medal to the young soldier who saved them. The British authorities had no choice but to accept the offer when they opened their morning newspaper. Ugh. What a story I just spun. Secretly between you and me, now that nobody's reading it anymore, you're totally right. Thank you all for reading and your comments. As I always say, I love it and it helps me improve. This chapter doesn't advance the story much, but it was necessary to put the pieces in their proper place. Chapter 9. The next morning, after my physical training session with the team, I made it through to lunch by completing reports. After the incident, that afternoon the captain called him to his office. I headed over there. I was called Mr. Go through the door and close it. So, sir. Harry, he's doing that with his hands so nobody can hear, she whispered. I closed the door and put on a silencius. The captain would call me by my name and address me as Tudio whenever we were alone or with the mages. Sit down. We need to tackle the terrorist sorcerer issue. Tell me how we can handle this. Maybe we could form a patrol unit that's fully aware of everything and ready to assist you. No, sir, you can't help me. You're just cannon fodder. A wizard with a wand could kill as many muggles as he wants in seconds, and I'd only be worried about protecting them. So, only by returning to the magical world can I solve this problem. I can ask you to join my personal service under the pretense of special training and covering your expenses, but the condition is that I'll go with you. But sir, it's dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous, that's just how we're trained to be. We're trained for a no-magic fight. What solution do we have? That sorcerer is also attacking our world. The most likely scenario is that you're under my direct command. The commander wants you to be highly trained, though I'm not sure what plans he has for you. I can suggest offering you personalized training under my supervision. while providing a pretext to disappear in your own way and reconnect with your people. That would be fine, sir. The magical world already knows where I am, which means the Mortifagos do too. They won't take long to try reaching me. I've set up a protective field at the base to keep them out, but if I go on any mission, they could find me pretty easily. Alright, then I'll talk to the commander and the lieutenant colonel tomorrow and let you know. So, sir, today you're heading to a special class where they'll be waiting for you in half an hour. They'll help sharpen your senses. I know you're already sharp, but you need to learn to listen to your surroundings and distinguish between different noises to find what you're looking for. Very few people succeed at this, but I'm sure you can make it happen. It's crucial to understand your environment to avoid dangers. The teacher has my instructions. So, I headed to that peculiar class. When I arrived, there were already instructors and 4 students from a patrol unit I hadn't crossed paths with much before. The class was fascinating. They blindfolded us, leaving us to rely solely on our hearing, smell, taste, and touch to figure out what lay ahead while dodging any potential attacks the instructor might send our way. By the end of the day, bruised and battered, I learned to distinguish and notice things in my surroundings that I'd never really paid attention to before, and you actually gave me real insights. The next morning, I went running with my buddies and we were having fun. Hugo pushed us to do a quick sprint and I didn't mess up. After showering and heading to the cafeteria, the sergeant called me out. The captain was waiting for me.
Adelante, soldado.
Buenos dias, sir. Good morning, you know. If I hadn't called you, I'd still have known it was you who was knocking on the door. Do you know why?
No, señor.
You're the only one everyone greets with open arms when you walk into the office, he said, laughing. I was born with a friendly disposition, sir, I replied, and there's nothing I can do to change that. If you're feeling good and we have work, sit down. How was yesterday's class? Well, sir, that's really interesting. Honestly, I've never paid attention to so many details of my surroundings before. If your instructor said you picked up the idea quickly, I want you to keep practicing and always stay aware of your surroundings. For example, close your eyes and tell me what was on the table when you entered. I froze in thought. Had I really noticed the table? My mind raced as I started analyzing what I'd seen. A red folder, a stapler, I was writing on a half-filled sheet of paper, an empty coffee cup, a set of pens, a pencil and a pen, the computer and a CD. Open your eyes and look at my desk. I had said almost everything, just missing a few essentials. An eraser, a notepad, and 2 clips. That's exactly what I want. When you step into a place, you analyze your surroundings and see how things are arranged. At the party, the Russian general remarked. I saw you analyzing the guards, exits, and crowd dynamics. That's commendable, but you did it because there was danger. Now I want you to learn to do this instinctively, make it second nature without conscious effort. For instance, if you enter this office and notice the computer isn't on the desk, that should alert you. People usually have habits, and any deviation from them could reveal crucial details about someone. They'll keep asking you questions. If you don't answer correctly when we arrive at night, you'll loop through the circuit as many times as you've made mistakes, so you'll pay more attention next time. In the first week, you'll leave 3 items on your list. The next week, 1 more and then another. You'll loop through the circuit as many times as you make errors until you never forget to check your surroundings again. Observe the clothes people wear, the objects they hold, the room you enter, your surroundings. I can ask you any question at any moment. Do we agree? If I answered with a hint of apprehension, well, this morning I met with the commander and lieutenant colonel. I proposed placing you under my personal supervision to train and mentor you. They agreed to assign instructors as needed based on a detailed training plan I provided, and could send you abroad for specific exercises. Effective immediately, you'll be under my direct command. I want you here every morning at 8 a.m. after your physical training sessions with your squad. Well, give them a training program to keep their knowledge from drifting too far away from you. Very well, sir. Now I want you to write a profile of Voldemort and those around him, their personalities, social roles, and relationships. But I need specific details. I want to know them exactly as you do through your report. Show me the first one and well decide if they're useful. The captain had set up a desk for me in his office and provided me with a laptop and printer. I began my report. Lucius Malfoy. Description. Mage, platinum blonde hair, blue eyes, approximately 1.80 meters tall, slender build with an aristocratic demeanor. Family: married to Narcissa Black and son Draco Malfoy Black. Personality traits: arrogant, always looking down on everyone except himself or his family. Arrogant. Traitor: you can't turn your back on him. Murderer: can torture and kill with cold-blooded cruelty without remorse. Sadist: enjoys draining the blood of his victims. Mortifago: Lord Voldemort's servant. Physical traits: well-dressed in high-end clothing, always carrying a cane that conceals his wand, no visible scars, right-handed. He is the pure blood of the magical Elite wizard, whose bloodline has never been mated with a muggle through marriage across generations. Blessed with immense wealth inherited from ancestors, he dwells in a colossal mansion with hundreds of chambers, owns multiple companies within the magical world, maintains deep connections with the Ministry of Magic, and bribes everyone to ensure he follows his own whims, being part of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's parent council. He despises non-magical people and will kill anyone who gets in his way when given the chance. 2 years ago, I sent him to Azkaban prison for murder, but he managed to escape using his money, claiming he was under a curse and didn't know what he was doing. I printed the report and handed it to the captain. Hey, erase the deal. The more complete it is, the better. But I thought your first profile would be Voldemort's. They'll save that for last, sir. I want him first, he said, then turned serious and contradicted himself. So, I sat down and started staring at the computer screen. What could I possibly say about Tom Riddle? Tom Sorvolo Ryddle, known as Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, or the Black Lord, dubbed the one who shouldn't be named or the one you already know, because the wizards fear uttering his name. Date of birth: December 31, 1926. Mother: Maripi Gaunt, dies 1 hour after giving birth. Father: Tom Riddle, a Muggle resident of Little Hangleton, who abandoned his wife after discovering she was a witch. They had married because he was under the influence of Love Philter, a spell he unknowingly took. Descended from Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he was a highly powerful dark wizard. Description: a bald person without a nose, retains only the nasal holes, standing extremely tall with a skeletally thin frame. Their eyes have red irises, and their fingers are exceptionally long. He has no family and is deeply attached to his serpent Nagini, speaking the language of snakes known as Parcel. Personality traits: possessing a strong personality, exceptional intelligence, and immense magical power, he initially gained followers due to his blood purification ideology, despite being of mixed race. He murdered his own father for abandoning him. He's a psychopath, a killer, a sadist who takes pleasure in inflicting torture, finds joy in tormenting others, rules everyone with fear, and thrives on domination. He tortures his own people when they fail or when he's in a bad mood. There's no mercy for him. It's unavoidable. You can't locate it with magic. He was raised in an orphanage, deprived of love and mistreated, harboring resentment towards his parents for abandoning him, a Muggle father and a witch mother. After his mother's death and his father's abandonment, he discovers at 11 that he's a wizard. Authorities will come to the orphanage to arrest him, forcing him into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Though socially withdrawn, he emerges as the top student of his generation, earning admiration from peers. His exceptional abilities were evident even as a child. We are bound by the scar he left when he tried to kill me during my first year with the Avada Kedavra. The lightning flashed across my forehead as I turned against him, vanishing from the magical world as a human. Yet his soul traveled the world until we reunited when I was 11. He attempted to reclaim a stone that would grant him new life, but I blocked his path and revived him. Years later, using the potion to resurrect with my enemy's blood, which turned out to be mine. You can call your mordacious creatures by the mark they carry on their arms, a skull tattoo with a snake inside, the signature symbol that identifies them as the sinister emblem, the prophetic bond that unites us. The sole power to defeat the Lord of Shadows is approaching. Born from those who have challenged him 3 times, he will come into the world at the end of the 7th month. The Lord of Shadows will declare him equal, yet he possesses a power beyond his knowledge. One of them must die by the other's hand, for neither can survive while the other lives. The one who can defeat the Lord of Shadows will be born at the end of the 7th month. I was so absorbed in my own writing that I didn't notice the captain had been reading my profile on my laptop screen. Just as I was about to erase all that information, I felt a hand on mine, blocking his view. I need this profile. I know it's really hard for you, but I need to understand so I can help you through this. I don't want to lose you, Harry. A silent tear trickled down my cheek, a testament to the pain I had been carrying inside. I need to erase the prophecy, sir. He doesn't know the whole story, and I can't let that be written down. Memorize it and then I'll delete it. I gave him time to read it a couple of times, then looked him in the eyes to get his approval before deleting it. He believes he now holds something in his memory that could make him suffer torture to death. He has been longing for the end of this prophecy for a long time. Take care of this information, time. Thanks for trusting me, Harry. Print it out and give it to me. Your profile is the next one I want. Sir, your life, your story, your connection to the magical world. Those adventures your friends keep telling me about, I think there are many. Your friends, your hobbies in this magical realm that I remember vividly, flying on a broomstick. I want everything from you, but don't reveal your name or physical description anywhere. I'll know it's yours without needing anyone else's knowledge. I want the whole truth. Tell it like a fairy tale. That way, if someone finds out, it'll help them get lost. If Voldemort's story took me a toll, mine was an even grueling endeavor. My narrative was riddled with heartbreak, abuse, and death. Yet I managed to finish it and deliver a 20-page tome chronicling my entire life. Go eat, you can take the afternoon off, go visit your friends, I think that'll do you good. See you tomorrow, Harry. Good afternoon, sir, I said, then left with my soul torn apart by memories of the past. I didn't feel like seeing anyone and went straight to my room. I ordered a sandwich at my own stall and took a nap. When I woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. I vanished again to reach the den. Harry, it's nice to see you, Ron said as he saw me enter. Look what we've saved for you, Hermione said, handing me a stack of Muggle newspapers and magazines with my photo on the cover, complete with the headline, "The young English hero returns to save us." Wow, I exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't you see anything? I didn't want to see it, my friends told me about it, but seeing it is mind-blowing and terrifying. What does the magical world say? The prophet was passed to me, where phrases like these were read. Our hero Harry Potter returns to save the Muggle world, but the wizards just don't get it, and we're scratching our heads about why Harry Potter isn't coming back to his own world. Another batch of slander or lies. How do you expect me to come back? Muggles thank me, shake my hand, respect me, thank me and congratulate me. Here I do the same, yet they slander me, use me, trample on me. If they haven't locked me up in Azkaban yet, it's because they need me. I snapped. Relax, Harry, don't listen to them. You're the best person I've ever known. Ron insisted. They'll realize their mistake soon enough, but I hope it's not too late. Let's talk about your new adventures. Go ahead and tell me all about the army. They shared curious little anecdotes about my experiences, everything that happened at the Russian embassy where I now worked directly with the captain. He was a decent person but extremely strict with me, constantly testing my vigilance in monitoring my surroundings. Before I know it, I'll be running through the night every day. I sighed. Let's not even say what I asked him. Why don't you use magic? Ron asked me. It would be a trap. I don't want to deceive him, and that's deceiving myself. He's teaching me how to survive. Harry has always been very observant and kept a tight rein on your surroundings because you've always been in danger, Hermione said. I think you get nervous and that's why you don't remember everything. She closed her eyes and said, Now tell me how we're dressed, Ron and myself, and what's on the dining table. I described everything down to the last detail, leaving nothing out. When I opened my eyes, Hermione was smiling at me, while Ron stood there with his mouth gaping open. You've seen it, Harry. No mistakes needed. That's exactly what you should do. Don't get nervous around your captain. You'll handle it on your own because that's how you've always done it. Thanks, Hermie. You always lift my spirits like that. But let's not talk about me anymore. Tell me about the things that happened and your side of the story. We started a relaxed conversation that put me at ease, and when I came back at night, I felt better and fully charged. I woke up with a bad feeling in my body. We went for our morning jog as usual, joking around, and by 8 o'clock I was already at the captain's office. Hey Harry, tell me exactly how my secretary Agatha is dressed today, and all the accessories she's wearing. She wears the uniform, her hair tied in a high bun. She's slightly made up, sporting a white flower in her hair, a pencil resting on her earlobe, a black watch, and a gold bracelet. Agatha, could you please come in? He asked. What's missing, soldier? I told her about the earrings and wedding ring while looking at her. You know you're gonna run tonight, right? Sir, there are 2 items, I complained. The earrings are worth 2, he said with a laugh. That'll make him pay more attention next time. I'll warn Sergeant Instructor Strong to keep an eye on him. Thanks, Agatha. I'm sorry, Harry whispered sadly as he walked out. It's not your fault, I whispered to Agatha. You should sit down and write the rest of all the mortificationists' profiles for me. I spent the whole morning sketching profiles of every necrophagus I knew and compiling a list of potential offspring from necrophaguses. Then handed it over. By that time, it was already mealtime. Great job, Harry. These are well-crafted documents packed with solid information. I guess you don't need to know more. Go grab lunch and we'll meet in the strategy room at 2 p.m. I went out to eat and joined up with Hugo's squad. They were completely drained and starving from a 2-day mission where they barely got any food. My own squad was still wondering where I was. In the afternoon, he arrived at the strategy room. Go on, Harry, and sit down. I've been reading all your reports and I have some questions. I kept asking myself all the questions I couldn't figure out, and Parcel was one of them. Then came the other question about my special power to defeat him. To be honest, I had no clue myself. Once everything was sorted out. So if Voldemort is as untraceable as you say, how are we supposed to find him? It's extremely difficult. He'd have to come out of his hiding place. We spent a good chunk of time discussing the pros and cons, analyzing their attack data to see if there was a pattern or strategy behind it. Mr. X greeted Ted as he entered the room. We're getting a fresh attack alert, he said. At least 10 victims with the same pattern as before. A local police patrol spotted some strange lights coming from that building. When they went inside, they found the victims. Since we've been tracking the case, they notified us immediately. Let's go fast, the lieutenant ordered, pulling Ted up with his gear and grabbing the vehicles. It'll take Harry in a helicopter to buy us some time. So, sir. We quickly packed up the gear. Harry, come to this address, he said, waving a piece of paper. I checked the London map and spotted a narrow alley near the house. That's where we'll meet up with the captain. They're still here. I can sense their aura. 5 of them, and they're powerful. I cast a protective spell for the captain and we entered the building. It didn't take long to find them. Look at who we have here, but if it's the baby Potter and his muggle family. Bellatrix, I'm sick of seeing you, I warned her while addressing Lucius and his son. I also greeted the 2 Malfoy brothers who had disgraced us. Hey there, what the hell are you doing here dressed like that? Draco Malfoy said, laughing. Nothing, Raton. I was just out for a walk, I replied. It's not pleasant to have you find me. The spells began. I shoved the captain under a crystal urn and started the Fivianon duel. Though they tried multiple times to smash the urn and kill him, they couldn't succeed. Gradually, I took down the Morcephagos, leaving them unconscious on the ground, tied up under the urn, preventing others from escaping or freeing them. Only Lucius and Bellatrix remained. Potter's improved, said Lucius, visibly exhausted. Looks like someone's been coaching you. I'm wondering who it is after all. You've got nowhere else to turn. My goal is to wipe you all out, I told them with a snake-like face, ignoring their provocation. I had to keep my cool. How dare you? Bellatrix roared, attacking me with all her skills while Lucius managed to free Draco. As they signaled her to retreat, the 3 of them vanished into thin air. Damn it, I cursed, collapsing on the ground, wounded and exhausted. The words slipped through my fingers. Hey Harry, the captain called me. Let me go. With a wave of his hand, he freed them from the crystal urn. How are you? He asked as he saw me covered in blood. It was real training, I said with a laugh, then started cleaning up the various cuts and charred meat that had been scattered everywhere. The body and a broken arm of a bombardier who had scraped against the wall behind me, causing it to burst open. I never thought I'd witness such a spectacle, he exclaimed, staring at the wall. They went all out today. While I'm not fully grasping it, I believe you pulled off something remarkable. With 2 prisoners and 3 who backed down when they couldn't beat you, that's what I understand, in 5 against 1. That's a real win. If something like this happened, they should have come out to report that they saw me. For them, that's more important than their pride. We need to get these 2 out of here before Ted and the patrol show up. Where do we take them? At the root of it, that's impossible, would need to give way too many explanations. I know where to take them, but first we need to head to the den. I have to talk to Remus and Kingsley. I grabbed the captain's hand, and each of us took one of the prisoners' arms. Turns out they were Zabini and Lestrange. When we arrived, I left them unconscious again under the glass dome to keep them from escaping, and we entered. Hey folks, welcome to the party. I just announced our arrival to these tired travelers. Of course, Harry, you know your friends and you're always welcome, said Molly, hugging me. But what happened to you seeing me with the clothes burned and torn? I need an urgent meeting. Remus, Arthur, Kingsley, and Minerva. I summoned everyone and explained the situation, along with the 2 people who were outside. Harry, you know they're going to move the piece now? Kingsley asked. If kings are here for this reason, I've secured the base. They can't break in. But I know they'll be patient. Once I step outside, I'm under a spell. Then we won't let you set foot outside, the captain declared. I can't be locked up for the rest of my life. You're not locked up here. The base is massive. You can move around freely within those barriers you keep talking about, he said, laughing at my furious face. Right, Remus also confirmed. Well, that's exactly what I needed you to do, to team up against me, the captain casually announced. I know someone who's going to run 2 laps tonight. Sorry, sir. I really do. I should have passed the circuit twice. If I added more, I wouldn't be able to sleep. And everyone laughed. They know it's a good system to have them run when they don't do their job properly, Kingsley said. I think I'll apply this system with the Auroras. If they've managed to tame Harry, that's the best system out there. If that's the case, keep adding more sauce to your game. I'll be spinning my wheels all night, but come back in the morning and I'll set the bed on fire so you wake up warm, I threatened Kingsley. Let's all laugh again. Seriously, I own a property in London that could serve as a barracks. We could lock up anyone we capture there. It's a black family mansion on the outskirts of London, that both parties can access it while remaining completely isolated, ensuring no one is put at risk. Shall we go see her? Asked the captain. Yes, I'll take him with me. When you arrive, I'll come to pick you up and enter the property. We'll take those mortifagos there, then we'll put them in place. I gave the address to the wizards and grabbed the captain's arm as I appeared inside the house. It was a grand manor, completely sealed off yet immaculately maintained, which meant there must have been at least 1 elf inside. Is there anyone? I shouted. A little elf appeared. Sir, how delightful it is that you've come, he said, acknowledging me as the owner of the house. Pawnee has kept the house clean until the owners arrive. Pawnee is a fine elf, sir. You've done an amazing job, Pawnee. Starting today, the house will be fully occupied. Pawnee is happy. Love. Lamame Harry, or Asayamo Harry. Seeing the captain's astonished face, I explained. They're domestic elves who maintain the house and prepare meals for the wizards. They're bound to the wizards through a form of servitude I've never understood. Don't ask me. But that's always been how they told me. They'll go find them all. Give me a minute. Without my permission, they won't let me in. Once inside, we opened the windows and let in the light. The house was beautiful and well maintained by Pawnee. As I had imagined from a black family estate, it had a basement where we confined the mortifagos while organizing our plans. Are you a good cook, Pawnee? If I love Harry, he's awesome. I'm gonna whip him up a fantastic meal. There are 2 in the basement who can't leave under any circumstances unless I allow it. You'll have to take them food there. Watch out for them, they're vicious. If I love Harry, it's a magnificent house, Harry, Molly said. And it's absolutely gorgeous. Molly, why don't they all move here? That way it'll be way easier for me to find them when I need to look for them. But it's your house, Harry. Molly, I want you to feel at home here, just like how you welcomed me into your own space. Plus, you'll have Pawnee to help with everything, so you won't be swamped with work. Besides, they'll be safer, Remus said. The black knew exactly what they were doing when it came to protection. They're not black, Remus, I put them on myself. Harry, I'm getting more and more scared every day. Honestly, I don't think anyone could ever find this house without you wanting to, given all the security measures in place. You're the sky, Harry. Alright, well, be here whenever you need us. I was thinking you should stay here too, Remus, with Tonks. I don't want to argue about who owns the house or anything like that. It'll be calmer if you're all here together. Basically, everything's settled. I didn't let them talk any longer. The house is spacious. By the way, my room has the name on the door, and I've reserved one for you in case we ever need it. I told the captain to put the name on the door when you choose your rooms so we can tell which ones are empty and which aren't. If they want to join me, we have 2 prisoners to interrogate. We descended to the basements where we had built 2 cells with Captain Remus, Kingsley, and Arthur. Harry, would you like us to handle this? Kingsley asked. No, Kings, I won't read your minds. I won't spend hours trying to extract information that I can't even trust in the end. What I really need is for you to keep your heads down so they don't look away. I started with Lestrange, who would have the most information and put up more resistance because he needed to stay alert. We sat him in a chair, tied him up, and Kingsley positioned himself behind him, holding his head firmly to keep him still. With a spell to prevent him from closing his eyes, I sat in front of him and read his mind. It took considerable effort to break through his mental barriers, but I eventually extracted extremely valuable information. Gentlemen, I know where Voldemort's hideout is now. Let's get the attack plan rolling. We did the same with Zabini. Getting inside his head was like a child's game. I figured he wouldn't have much information. But what I didn't expect was that he refused to be the Muggle-born that he was forced to be, to protect his mother from being killed, and was coerced by Malfoy Jr. Zabini, we can help you, I suggested when I left his mind. No, you can't, Potter, he has my mother. You just need to tell us where it's located so we can go get it. It's not fair that you have to kneel before this fake person and keep getting tortured over and over again. I untied the ropes and signaled to Kingsley to release his head, while Blaise Zabini began sobbing and clung to me. They don't want to be lethalists. They're holding their mother captive so he'll comply with orders and get crucifixion daily because he can't kill those they tell him to. Let me explain, we need to help him. The others agreed. We went upstairs, leaving Lestrange securely locked behind us, and introduced everyone to Blaise, who would stay with us until we could free his mother. Ron, the one who scared me the most, accepted it well and was given his own room. Blaise, I know you're telling the truth, but with all the pressure they can put on you over your mother's life, you need to swear an unshakable oath of loyalty so you can't betray us. I get it, Harry, but I swear you'll do whatever it takes to save her. Of course, I, Blaise Zabini, swear my loyalty to Harry Potter and his allies. I won't betray them through words or actions. I swear, and a radiant light enveloped us. I, Harry Potter, swear I'll do everything in my power to save Blaise Zabini's mother and rescue her alive from the prison she's in. Another light enveloped us. We need to get back, Harry said. The captain explained, though he couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Yes, you guys are organizing. They'll come when I can. We returned to the station and were reviewing photos taken by Ted's patrol team when we received another alert. The police had spotted the same type of lights in an abandoned building outside London and had ordered us to notify them immediately. You're not going, Harry, the captain ordered. Sir, I know this might be a trap to trick you into going, but if I don't go, they'll kill them all to teach me a lesson. At least if I go, I can protect them. If you're going to protect us and you, who's actually helping you? I can alert Remus to have them come and lend me a hand. Alright, then contact him quickly, I need to get out of here. Remus, I think they've already set up the trap. What's the trick, Harry? We just got notified about strange lights in an abandoned ship at the industrial park south of London. I'm calling everyone and we're here to help you. Are you guys coming yet? Yes, the captain is coming with me, he's a real stubborn old man. Watch out, Harry. If this is an ambush, they'll be ready when you arrive. If you don't take long, okay? They'll surely find me alone. If we meet again soon, stay calm. Come when you want, we'll be there, sir.
Im Alzet.
Chapter 10. Thanks to everyone for your comments. I'm leaving you with the next chapter, hope you enjoy it. Chapter 10. The Confrontation. I grabbed the captain's hand to vanish and reappear in an abandoned, filthy, and eerily quiet ship. The captain with his loaded weapon and I holding my wand cautiously moved forward. We were not far from one of the doors leading to the street. We checked how many exits there were, how many windows, and where we could hide and ambush them. It was completely empty, no boxes or items to use for protection if needed. It would be a barefaced struggle. They had noticed them. They appeared outside the building on the street. I sensed 9 auras, one of which was exceptionally powerful. I knew who it was. Today we would face each other. But this wasn't the final battle. I needed to eliminate first their serpent Nagini, the last Horcrux. "Is here," I whispered to the captain. "He must have noticed me too. I'll put him under the same protection as before. Don't be afraid. If they try to break it, he won't succeed. If the dome disappears, run toward the exit. Don't confront them. They can stop bullets with a weapon. Shooting is pointless. Don't worry about me. If there's no dome, they'll be dead anyway." I explained that I'd built the dome at a corner with all the protections I knew. Tense yet confident in my resolve, I began moving slowly toward the center of the building. They were still outside, so I put on a powerful shield around myself and kept advancing. I gripped the wand tightly in my hand. I'd left my muggle weapon with the captain, carrying only the knife Hugo's patrol had gifted me. Finally, I heard the noise of their appearance around me. Knowing exactly where I was, they appeared and surrounded me. "Harry Potter, you're hard to find," he said as he appeared before my Lord Voldemort. "I didn't know you wanted to see me. You should have warned me. You've changed so much since our last meeting. You've grown up. You're practically a man now. And a hero. It seems like wherever you go, you enjoy getting in the news for saving lives that don't count. I can't say the same for you. You're still as ugly as ever. You should get some beauty treatments." Crucio. I dodged the curse by throwing myself to the ground and rolling on my back. I knocked out several of the stunned morphophagy surrounding me, then appeared as crystal domes from the floor to 3 of them before getting up. 5 remained, except one who had been cursed by Voldemort when I moved away, and I covered him with another crystal dome to prevent him from escaping. The remaining morphophagos, enraged, began hurling all sorts of curses at me. There were 4 wands in total. I could handle them if Voldemort wasn't included. For now, he'd just been watching as they attacked me. I managed to neutralize the other one, but the 3 remaining were formidable: Malfoy, Bellatrix, and Snape. Though I was severely wounded, their determination gave me renewed strength. He kept watch on Voldemort's movements, but then he saw miracles were unfolding. A snake's head was emerging from Voldemort's waistband, the very creature he needed to slay to end this deadly game. The serpent coiled around his body beneath the cloak, threatening to strike at any moment. "Are you going to let these 3 clowns do your job for you?" I snorted, urging him to fight me. I needed to get close enough to strike Nagini. "Don't you think you're prepared enough to take me down personally? Or are you just scared? Stupid brat. Leave him. I'll handle this. Do you think you can stand up to me?" The 3 vengeful spirits, driven by rage at their unfinished work, separated to leave us face to face. The situation was far from fair. I was wounded and weary, while they stood as fresh as roses. This couldn't be right, so I began sending endless curses with my wand in hand. Each curse grew harder to stop, and before long, one had already struck me. At last I had my chance. The snake, sensing danger, slid from its body to the ground to hide. But a powerful Avada Kedavra shot from my right hand left it paralyzed on the floor, with green smoke billowing from its mouth. The last Horcrux was dead. "We're in the same boat now," I said with a smile, staring at the snake. "But how?" He was stunned to discover he knew the secret of Horcruxes. "Long story, buddy Tom. Our fight is now to the death." The fury my words unleashed cost me my own blood. The curses I hurled became more terrifying and impossible to avoid, as deadly curses swirled around me. With agility, I managed to dodge many of his curses. By dodging, throwing myself to the ground, or using my shields, I kept fighting with all the skills in the book and refused to be intimidated. We were both wounded, and the Mortiphagus couldn't believe he was still fighting against his lord and still alive. When I finally reached him with an ancient curse, I shattered all his defenses and turned half his body to stone. I knew I could undo the effects, but it would take hours to do so. I cast an Avada Kedavra to finish him off, but Bellatrix stepped in and sacrificed herself to save him from certain death. Malfoy and Snape rushed forward to protect him. I hadn't anticipated that reaction and hesitated for a moment. Though severely wounded and bleeding profusely, adrenaline still surged through my veins, fueling my energy. I instinctively raised my wand once more to unleash another Avada Kedavra. Retreat! He roared in fury as he saw my movement, and they vanished. The green lightning bolts sliced through the void. They had vanished just in time, having taken all the muggle-bangers they'd imprisoned in crystal urns. All that remained was Bellatrix's lifeless body. I fell to my knees in rage over not getting it, even by such a narrow margin. "Coward, you coward!" I shouted into the void, and a gut-wrenching cry of helplessness escaped from my throat, pounding against the filthy ground with my fists. Collapsed, eyes closed. I don't know how long I lay motionless on the ground bleeding until I heard someone calling out to me, pulling me back to reality and making me lift my head. "Harry, I need to get out of here so I can help you," the captain said. I raised my hand to dismantle the crystal dome and fell back down to the floor. "Stay put. You're seriously hurt. Tell me what I can do," said nervously. "Just a few more minutes, so I can recharge my magic and heal myself," she murmured. He sat down beside me on the floor, cradled my head in his lap, stroked my hair like a parent comforting their wounded child, and gently wiped the blood from my face. I loved that protective, caring warmth he radiated around me. I managed to gather enough strength to summon my magic, which helped heal all the wounds on my body. Gradually, they began to close except for one on my thigh that kept bleeding. "I can't close it," I said when I saw his face asking questions. "I don't know what curse they put on me, but I just can't shut it. It's a long wound stretching from my hip to my knee along the outer thigh." "Do you have hospitals for these kinds of things?" "If there's a hospital here in London, but I can't get there. I don't have enough energy to vanish, and I've been trying to contact Remus for ages with no response. I'm not sure if they've left us locked up here, but are the doors open?" "Locked with magic. Let's try to get out. They've probably thought of everything except walking normally. We can try." He grabbed my arm, sliding it over his shoulder while holding my hand from the other side. He helped me to my feet and we headed toward the door. The captain managed to slip out, but I collided with an invisible wall. "What's going on, Harry?" "They locked me up, which is why they all left without leaving anyone to watch me. I knew I couldn't escape from here. I need Remus or Kingsley. They must be outside here. Can you search for them?" The captain left through the door and I tried to pass Aga and it felt like there was a glass barrier. I couldn't get out, which is exactly what they were doing outside the ship. I sat on the floor, my leg hurting badly. I knew they'd have to treat me at San Mungo Hospital or it would get worse. The captain returned with a blood-repairing potion, another for pain relief, and an ointment to treat the wound. "They're out there but facing the exact opposite of what you're experiencing. They can't get in, yet they're pulling out all the stops with every trick in the book to make it here." I drank both potions and cut open my pants with a knife to reach the wound properly. I applied the ointment over it and sold everything using a handkerchief I'd stretched out. "Sir, when they return, you must leave immediately and go with Remus and Kingsley. They can protect you here. If you stay, it will be your death. I don't have enough strength to recreate the crystal urn again, and they'll get a bit angry. I'm not leaving you. Please, sir, you can't do anything but die beside me. We must stop this. Promise me when they show up, he'll leave here." I begged desperately. I didn't want another death weighing on my conscience. "All right, I promise you, but I'll stay with you while I'm here. I think the leg wound is causing more complications than a simple cutit's, making me feel increasingly exhausted. He's lost a lot of blood, it's normal." "No, this isn't normal. I've been hurt so many times before. But this exhaustion is different. It feels like they're draining my energy away." But I couldn't say anything more, and I passed out. The captain left me on the ground with his jacket under my head as a makeshift cushion, then went to talk with Remus. He collapsed unconscious. He told me he was exhausted, feeling like his energy was being drained away. He couldn't finish the sentence. "What can I do? Have you drunk the potions?" If the two had intervened and covered up that nasty thing that had been sticking out like a thorn in the flesh, it wouldn't be bleeding now. "I don't know what curse he must have gotten to be this tired," said Remus. "Harry's tough and doesn't quit that easily. I have to go back. What can I do to help him?" Let's try to pull it out now that he's unconscious, even if we're fooling the barrier. The captain came in and grabbed me, but I woke up. I'm gonna try to get you out of this again. Sir, you must tell Remus that the magic field surrounding us is draining my power. Stop attacking him now, it's what's weakening me. He knocked me to the ground again because I couldn't get through, then came out to explain what he'd said to them. Damn it! I cursed. Remus, we can't get him out and we have no idea how much time we've got left before they come back. Does she know the curse Harry cast to make her leave? Kingsley asked. No, I know he left half his body like a statue made of stone. It was spectacular. If the curse I created will take some time to undo these effects, we must get Harry out of there quickly before they organize, Remus interjected. The captain stepped back into the game, his nerves frayed. Helpless at his own powerlessness, he watched Harry collapse on the ground. Powerless yet full of life, that vibrant young man who had always been so energetic. Have you noticed any improvement since they stopped attacking the barriers? Something's going on, sir. We'll try our best to make it happen. I don't know if I want to hear it. It's dangerous, but if I stay here under these conditions, I'll still die anyway. I'll become my own shadow. I'm a falcon. I hope this way I can trick the barrier Voldemort left behind, but I'm too weak and don't know if I can ever transform again. What if you can't get back to your original form? Don't worry. My magic will return to me and I'll recover, transforming again. Just get me out through the door quickly. I don't think I can fly anymore. I closed my eyes and wished to become my animago, and I succeeded. Yet I felt utterly powerless, so weak that I couldn't even spread my wings. I saw them lift me from the ground by the arms and lost consciousness. When I started noticing the conscious world again, I was lying on a bed. Still in my animago form, I felt stronger and opened my wings to try transforming back into human shape and succeeded. A smile formed on my face, but weakness returned. Then 2 hands helped me settle properly on the bed. Harry, don't try to move yet. I'll give you a potion, just drink it and go back to sleep. Okay. I shook my head slightly at that familiar voice, swallowed the liquid, and drifted back to sleep. When I woke up again, I felt better and opened my eyes. Good morning, sleepyhead. Remus greeted me, stroking my hair. Days, water? Of course. Take it slowly, don't drink too much. Let the potion flow freely. After taking some water, he gave me another potion. Better? If I'm right. How long have I been sleeping? 6 hours. You were unconscious when you became your animago, so weak that you knew you could have lost your life. It was the only solution. If they had trapped me in that state inside, you know how I'd have died after going through such a rough patch. I managed to kill Nagini. You're amazing, Harry. The captain told us with great enthusiasm. He's very proud of you and me too. He explained every curse you cast, telling us about the colors and how you moved to dodge others' spells. I smiled, imagining the captain recounting the duel. Now things are about to change, it's time to be more prudent. At that moment, the captain entered through the door accompanied by Poppy. How's my favorite patient doing? Poppy? I'm glad to see you, even under these circumstances. You're the only one getting into trouble, Harry. He threw a barrage of control spells at me. Looks like you're healing well, your magic is feeling strong and vibrant again. The leg wound is finally scabbing over. Mine took a real toll to break free from that curse that kept it open. Thank you, Poppy. I turned to the captain. Thank you, sir. I owe my life to him. Don't be silly, Harry. I didn't do much, but you're my responsibility. I must protect you. I don't want to lose you. You're one of my best men. It was extraordinary seeing you in that fight. And when you became that magnificent falcon, I can't put into words. Do you have any more secrets like this you haven't shared with me? I don't think so, sir. Sometimes I forget all the things I can do. But you don't know the latest news, Remus said mysteriously. But you're going to tell them, I replied with a laugh. Let no one suspect you're missing from the barracks, Remus continued, since you're with someone who's got multiple infections and the flu in the barracks infirmary. No? Yes. Yeah. Who do you know? The captain was intrigued. Yeah. Well, at least he had a good laugh for a while. Yeah. Then I suddenly fell silent, but she has my body and she's a girl. And now it was everyone else laughing at my face. I can't stand it. What happens when I go to the bathroom? Harry thought Hermione had first gone to the mirror to check what she'd never shown him and how much she'd improved over the past year, but Remus had mocked her for it. That's not acceptable. You could have sent Ron, right? And that's not even the worst part. Remus, just opening my mouth made me pee. You don't know anything about the Muggle world. Do you want to embarrass yourself for 5 minutes in front of Hermione? Or do you want to be seen as a fool in the dormitory? Why does this have to happen to me? I said, burying my head under the pillow. Come on, he's not doing that so badly. That poor thing's been sleeping all day with a high fever. The captain explained now. I'm taking time to recover so you can return and regain your health. The whole idea of seeing two identical versions of myself is really getting to me. What a shame. When you do that, it reminds me you're just a teenager, said the captain, not the arrogant soldier who does his daily duty to save the world. I'm not a teenager. I'm almost 18. All right, go ahead and rest, he said worriedly. I'll tell Ron you've woken up. Remus. When Ron came in, my first complaint was about how they had left Hermione to touch my body. She'd seen everything, and it made me feel bad. But Ron laughed at me because he said Hermione had told him the same thing and that she had to explain how to use that for bathroom breaks. With Merlin, I won't be able to look her in the eye for a long time. That made Ron laugh again. Because they're punishing me this way. I'm 17 and I covered my face again thinking about Hermione. But in the end I just fell asleep. Finally fell asleep, Ron reported as he stepped out of the room. Hermione's situation hasn't been easy for him. I think he'll recover soon enough for her to return his body, Ron said, still chuckling. I don't get why all the drama is happening with your friend, said Ginny innocently. If Ginny, tell me what Hermione will do when she needs to go to the bathroom or take a shower. What a lucky girl Hermione is. I want to play Harry's multi-games too, Ginny said, realizing what Harry was truly worried about. Everyone laughed even harder, imagining what Harry would think if he heard it. The next morning, I was already up and ready to go back and take Hermione's place in the nurse's station. Since I'd been running a high fever, it wasn't surprising that I felt a bit weak. They told Hermione she shouldn't take the potion I had already taken, and when the effects wore off, she hid in the bathroom until I arrived. Hermione, thank you for everything. I thanked her without looking her in the eye. Hey Harry, are you going to embarrass yourself now? I can assure you there's absolutely nothing for you to be ashamed of. When I told you you looked absolutely stunning and had completely transformed, it wasn't just a joke. Now I can confirm that he said this while giving me a cheek kiss with a grin. It was an absolute eye-opener. Hermie, just leave it now. All right, let me tell you what happened. You had a high fever from 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. The doctor diagnosed it as a viral infection and treated you with Dr. Possack. Your friends came to check on you, but since you were in such a high fever, you couldn't open your eyes and just slept. Honestly, sleeping that long was pretty boring. You know, many people asked the doctor about you. They passed by giving you some words of encouragement before leaving. They really care about you. You were right when you said they're nice. I said thank you now, looking her in the eyes, but she smiled at me in a way I really didn't like. Hermione? Hey Harry. Honestly, this was an absolute blast. We should have done this earlier, right? LOL. How do you tell Ginny I'm gonna kill you? They'll cast the worst curse ever. And then I just fell silent. Harry, they're right here. I can feel them. Alert everyone. Who? Voldemort and some muggle bags. Get out of here before he sets up the anti-disappearance barriers. My barracks are heavily guarded. They won't make it through. Get out now. Hermione had vanished. I left the bathroom, got dressed, and was immediately stopped by the doctor. You can tell where the soldier is going fast. I'm already fine, sir. I'm the one who decides that. I need to see the captain, sir. This is crucial. You can wait a moment while I check it and get the antibiotics. Let me remind you, I had a fever of 40 yesterday. In the end, I took the medicine and managed to convince him I was fine, a SAS soldier who wouldn't let a virus or even a slight fever defeat me. In the end, the doctor let me go. I rushed to the captain's office, hoping to find him. Agatha Preciosa, is she inside? No, Harry, he's meeting with the boss. How are you? Rumors say you were acting all weird yesterday. You see him in top shape. No virus can defeat the Potter soldier, he said with a laugh. You know how much he's got. Soldier Potter. Can you tell us what he's doing outside the bed? The captain exclaimed as he miraculously appeared at the door. Let me introduce myself, sir. I'm fully recovered and in good shape. Let's talk, sir. All right, soldier, go to the office. I had to shut the door, cast a silence spell, and get stressed out. They're here, sir. I can feel them right behind my barrier. They're about to massacre everyone. We can't let this happen. Harry, chill out and start over from the beginning. Who's around here? Mr. Voldemort in person here. If I reach out my hand through the window, it'll touch him. Let's not lose our cool, though. It's better to think calmly and stay composed. I took a couple of deep breaths. They've left, murmuring with a puzzled look. How? They've left, I said it louder. All of them? Yes, there's no wizard around the perimeter at all. It's strange. Telepathically contacted Remus. I reassured him there was no longer any danger, that everyone had left, and that he should proceed with caution, not stepping a foot outside the barracks. What did Remus say? Does he know how? I exclaimed, stunned. You move your eyes so fast. You're moving them like crazy. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to show you about observation. Since we're here, tell me. When I arrived, how many people were in the offices? Who was holding Agatha in my hand? And who was using the photocopier? Let's see, today I don't have the energy to run. So Ernest was at the photocopier. Agatha had a blue pen in one hand and a green folder with shopping written on it in the other. Bill and Sophia were seated at the tables, while Johann stood at the coffee machine. Oh, and you were standing behind me with your agenda book in hand and a hat on the other. And that's despite your stress. You're improving, but Jefferson is still missing. No, I didn't leave it. I was with both feet outside the office. Technically speaking, I wasn't in the field of observation. That's good, though. Go eat something that'll make you faint if you don't. I want you here in the office by 3 p.m. and stay at the base. After dinner, I had an hour free and went to the yard to see who I'd run into. Hugo grabbed me right away. The person you were looking for, since I know you're in a low state and can't muster the effort, and even at 3 o'clock, the captain doesn't need you. Come over here and lend me a hand. Of course, what can we do? I kept asking him. I need you to help Smitty with the theory of biological weapons. Nobody else can make him understand, and he says only you can help him. Can you explain it so he gets it? The instructor's totally nuts about him. I greeted everyone and sat down with Smitty, explaining the whole process to him until I had to leave. I got it now, Harry. Thanks. I don't know how you do it, but only you can explain it to me so I can understand. Where's Harry? Charlie asked. How's it going with the captain? All right, it's interesting, but I also feel like you're missing out on something. I hope they'll let me back in soon. I'll be right here when I arrive. Let's talk calmly tonight. I was in a hurry because I was about to hit the office, and my leg was still a bit stiff from the workout. If he's running, he's already in shape, the soldier said with a smile. He was late, sir. You have magical training. Come to your place. They're waiting for you. Ah, that scared me. I said. I grabbed his arm and disappeared. But we didn't make it to my house. Chapter 11. I'm back with a new chapter. A big hug to all who've been following the story. Hope you keep enjoying it. Chapter 11. A little action. We stumbled into a dark place. As I struggled to regain my bearings, I felt multiple hands gripping me and pulling me away from the captain. They forced a sack over my head, beat me unconscious while stripping away my wand, dragged me along, and made me kneel. My arms were pinned behind my back in a painful, forced position clearly held by two brutal torturers. The only thing they left was my wand, not the knife that I in that position. I couldn't use magic without a wand and lacked the mobility to defend myself physically. When did muggle-bangers become so effective? When they immobilized me, they removed the sack from my head, revealing that the captain was standing not far away in similar condition. We were in a spacious chamber filled with Mordorians, and Voldemort himself sat on a stone throne, gazing at us with a faint smile. Welcome to my humble abode. The last time we met, you told me if I wanted to see you alone, I should invite you. Even though I didn't say I'd come to accept it, you shouldn't have gone through all that trouble. So was your surprise visit to my barrier just to trick me a bit? You were so subtle I didn't notice anything at all. Congratulations. Being around muggles has made you smarter, but I don't know if I like it. I think it's rewarding to have a strong opponent. They challenge your own potential. You're right. I'll give you a chance to keep living. I like what you're becoming. You've got power. If you swear loyalty and stay under my command, you can survive. But Tom, you know I can't take this awesome job offer. I already have one, and let's be really love catching bad guys and putting them in the box so they don't escape. It's better than our world here where everything just fades away and you start over from scratch. Crucio, the pain was excruciating. I shut my eyes and bit my lip to hold back the scream. My leg wound split open as the curse's magic unleashed, and blood began to gush out. I see you haven't resolved the gift I left you, he said while watching the blood stain my pants. By the way, you need to explain how you managed to escape the other day. I never thought you could trick the barriers I set up around you. He came closer and the scar stung like hell. He grabbed my hair and yanked my head back so he could meet my eyes. Let me say this one more time. Join me and let your muggle live free. I love how you think your magic is powerful. I want you to serve me. Let me think about it, he pleaded with a throbbing headache that he couldn't manage while so close. I need some time to get out of this mess. I must weigh the pros and cons of your offer. You've got until tomorrow to lock them down below, Harry ordered. Even the smallest fool would kill your muggle. Crap. This time, I let out a sharp, agonized moan. The pain was so intense it felt like my whole body was on fire. This is to remind you of what happens when you make a bad decision. They brought us down to the dungeon with 8 torturers. I don't think they trusted me much, but with 2 crucifixes in my body and the open wound bleeding again, I couldn't do much. They threw both of us into the same cell. Draco Malfoy kicked my wound, which completely reopened and started bleeding even more. I don't want you here, Potter. Better die from blood loss tonight before you even think to say yes. Malfoy, I was about to spare your life after you finished with your master. But now you're condemned to the worst death, slow and unpleasant. Yes, Potter. You probably haven't realized you're the one in this cell, with your death slowly and painfully counting down. Tomorrow I'll relish your agony. Your screams will be music to my ears. You'll wish you died 1,000 times before we let you die. My father and Snape have begged me to play with you before you die, and it'll be slow and excruciating. Good night. Thinking about this, Potter. He slammed the door shut with such force that we were plunged into complete darkness. Damn. I should have realized he hacked my firewall. Voldemort doesn't physically disappear without a trace. I need to double-check this. Sorry, sir. Harry, I don't understand magic, but you yourself put it in his. The profile who was exceptionally intelligent and continues to prove it is cold, calculating, and terribly ugly like a monster straight out of a horror movie. I never imagined such a thing could exist in reality. The other day I saw him from a distance, but today having him so close was downright chilling. How are you doing? That guy who threw the stick at you seemed like it really hurt. Indeed, sir, it's better to steer clear of the Crucius. Is it a stupid question if he asked if we could get out of here? I'm thinking about that, sir. Call me Peter, we're dying. I don't like you calling me sir or captain in these circumstances. Peter hasn't defeated us yet. I'm glad to hear you say that, because I see him as pretty much a black hole. It's just dark gray. Call me when it turns black. How's your leg doing? He's bleeding like crazy. We need to get out of here ASAP. I tried to vanish, but as I had anticipated, I couldn't. Placing my hand against the wall and closing my eyes, I drew a door with my finger while chanting a chant. I wished for an exit door that would take me far from this place. After several minutes of focusing all my magic into this act, a light emerged from my hand, revealing a door leading outward. Come on, Peter, I told you this was supposed to be dark gray, but now it's light gray. I was struggling to walk from the wall when the captain came to help me. Where does the door lead? Honestly, I don't know. That's why I told him it was grayish. I used ancient magic. It's potent, but not exactly precise. When I created this door, I thought it'd take us far away, but who knows where we'll end up. Let's hurry, we're not going to be worse off than here. I'm not in the mood for playing with Malfoy and Snape anymore. When we were outside the cell, I closed the door and we stayed there staring at our surroundings. Everything was pitch dark, so I used magic without a wand to create a Loomis to light up the room where we were. I couldn't help but scream. For Merlin! What's going on, Harry? Do you know where we are? Yes, I know where we are. We're at Hogwarts. I'm not sure if he'll remember that I told him I studied magic at a wizarding school. This is Hogwarts, and I stood in silence, gazing around me. It was my mentor Albus Dumbledore's office. Magic seems to have played a cruel trick on me by bringing me here. I still weep for his death. I witnessed his murder without being able to stop it. When the final year ended, I whispered,
L'aspirari.
I've been in these walls since I was 11. I always considered Hogwarts my home because my legal guardians never truly cared for me here. It felt like I was protected. I stood in silence for a few seconds, staring at the room where I'd spent hours talking with Dumbledore. Let's go to the infirmary, I said. There they might find something to stop the bleeding from that wound. I can't close it with my magic. We stepped out of the director's office and made our way through the empty corridors, where only the clattering of our boots could be heard. The paintings seemed to greet us as we passed. The captain remained restrained by the castle's supernatural elements, the moving paintings and staircases, but the real drama unfolded when Peeves appeared. Ah! The captain's scream was instinctive when he saw the spirit soaring overhead. Pody, what are you doing in the castle? Don't you know it's closed? And he started throwing objects at our heads. Peeves now not disappears. Pody, why you're hurt? Ha 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 ha. Pody can't walk anymore and has to be accompanied by a muggle. Ha 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 ha, where are we going? I cast several spells to petrify him, and in the end, I succeeded in making him stay still. What happened? The anxious captain asked. They're ghosts, spirits you'd expect to run into them in the wizarding world. At Hogwarts we've got a few around, but Peeves is the real troublemaker. We've always had issues with him. If this is a school, shouldn't it be full of kids? This closed down the school year didn't even get off the ground. Parents were worried about their kids. We finally made it here. We entered the infirmary and searched through the potions for something we could use. Luckily, I had Dumbledore's knowledge of potions, which allowed me to identify a blood regenerator, a pain-relieving potion, and a potent wound-healing agent. After waiting a few minutes for the potions to take effect, we left Hogwarts while the captain kept peering around curiously. Peter, I can't go inside the base. I don't want the barriers to send us back to Voldemort's side again. I have to. First, we'll need to check them out. We'll have to walk to get into the base, and I'll show up as close as possible. No problem. When we reached the base and started walking in, the guards were surprised. But since it was the captain, they greeted us without saying a word. After a few days of peace, the captain told me to follow the same training regimen as my crewmates. He had a backlog of work he needed to catch up on, strictly forbidding me from leaving the base or disappearing under any circumstances. I seized the opportunity to request flight hours, and they granted it. It was Sunday and everything was quiet. They had given permission for all my teammates to leave except me. The captain personally refused me, giving me a cold stare as I asked, but I was so frustrated being stuck inside the base with nowhere else to go. The others left me with pained expressions, but I told them it didn't matter, they could enjoy the afternoon and drink a cold beer to toast my health. But the real surprise came when I went out for some fresh air and ran into that stunning chestnut ID kissed in town. She was wearing tight jeans and a high-neck sweater that left me breathless. It turned out she was the daughter of a military officer, though I kept asking who she was. She refused to tell me. I grabbed her hand and invited her for a stroll around the base. We chatted about everything under the sun, and it felt so refreshing, like a warm hug that made my heart flutter, that we paused and I stood there staring. The last rays of sunlight shimmered in her long hair, tousled by the afternoon breeze, lost in the intense. With azure eyes, I slowly approached her lips and kissed them, a sweet, tender kiss. My arms wrapped around her slender waist as the embrace deepened. I felt her hands on my nape, delicate fingers entwining through my tousled hair, and an overwhelming surge of emotions washed over me. We stood in silence, watching the sunset together, savoring each other's company through caresses and kisses. Her slender frame pressed against mine, her warmth palpable, the intoxicating scent. As dusk fell, she told me I needed to leave but would return soon, saying she could confirm my freedom that day through her father and would send me a note. She knew I wasn't permitted to leave the compound, truth be told. She knew a lot about me. We kissed again, and I walked her to the door. With a heavy heart, I watched her board a military vehicle waiting to take her home. All I knew was her name and how desperately I wanted to see her again. Catherine. I stepped away from the door, sighing her name. That night I dreamed of those beautiful blue eyes. The calm didn't last long. After just 1 week, when we woke up to a strange atmosphere at the base, breakfast was followed by a summons in the courtyard announcing our heightened alert status. All clearance permits were revoked. A terrorist attack threat had emerged. Multiple vehicle bombs were scheduled to be deployed at strategic locations across British territory to sow terror and death. These devices were to detonate simultaneously at 5 p.m. sharp. We had about 10 hours to locate the vehicles and disarm them using the limited clues we had. They divided us into 4 patrol teams. As usual, our team was with Hugo's, Axel's, and Justin's. We were supposed to cover the area around Oxford City where they planned to leave one of the vehicles. They provided us with city maps, all necessary materials for defusing any potential bomb, and required protective gear. The name of the police officer in charge was also given. We immediately headed to the location where we could assist, arriving in 2 vehicles. Smitty drove one of them, while Brad from Justin's patrol team took the other. As usual, Hugo was at the wheel. Along the way, we studied the blueprints and potential locations where leaving a parked vehicle could cause maximum damage. We reviewed the lists of stolen vehicles from recent days. When we arrived, Sergeant Lewis, our assigned officer, was already waiting. He explained that private vehicles must be parked before. Upon arriving in the city and seeing a bus service available, we figured out our target was actually a bus rather than a car. Naturally, everyone assumed the bomb must be in one of the university buildings. We split up into teams to cover more ground. Charlie, Socrates, Smitty, and I set out together with a police officer followed the bus routes to check for any unusual activity. I used my magic powers to scan the area while searching. Axel, Frank, Ivan, and Mike stayed in the parking lot verifying vehicle registrations. Justin, Brad, Joe, and Lucas went to different university campuses to survey the surroundings. Meanwhile, Hugo, Troy, Brian, and William headed to the main campus building, museums, and monuments around the city. When we were reviewing the 5th stop, something caught my attention. The environmental analysis classes I took had been incredibly helpful in examining everything. "Stop!" I shouted at the officer, who immediately stopped, and we got out of the car. "Don't you think something's off here?" We stood before the entrance of one of the university's largest faculties, where young students were coming and going, their puzzled expressions catching our eye. In a corner, a motorcycle with sidecar was parked out of place in the surroundings. "I don't know, Harry," Charlie said. "There's nothing unusual. Look at the motorcycle, it doesn't fit in here. People walk, cycle, or take buses. Can you check whose license plate this belongs to?" I asked the officer. Then, clearly taking the registration cards, he headed to the radio station to request the data. We approached to check it out. The sidecar was completely covered, making its interior invisible, but it was surprisingly spacious. "Are you saying they might have hidden the explosives inside here?" Smitty asked. "This could be a viable option. While private vehicles can't enter and sabotaging a bus would be extremely difficult, this motorcycle would blend in seamlessly. Just observe how it's parked. If it were the bomb, its explosion would bring down this massive building tower, causing numerous casualties." Meanwhile, the police officer came with the information we requested. "This plate belongs to a car that was reported stolen 5 days ago in London. Not this motorcycle." Socrates calls Hugo on the radio and tells him to come over. We contacted Hugo and he told us we shouldn't touch anything from their patrol unit. Troy and Brian were the explosives experts. When they arrived to inspect the sidecar, they found cables connecting it to the motorcycle's gas tank that was completely full. "We found it. A great job, guys." Hugo congratulated us. A full-scale operation was launched to clear the area. We put on our special gear, while Troy and Brian worked on the motorcycle with Hugo's help. The rest of us, along with local police, gradually moved people away from the scene and set up barriers. Everything went smoothly, and the bomb was successfully defused. After checking in, we conducted another patrol around the city to ensure everything was clean. Hugo confirmed we had found and safely removed the device without any issues, and they informed him that 5 explosive devices had been discovered at various locations across the city. But they didn't know how many more there would be, and since we still had time left, They sent us to London to help the people covering the area around Big Ben and those covering Piccadilly Circus. It took us an hour to reach London's entrance, but upon arrival, we stopped a police patrol who let us through with their siren blaring. After confirming via radio, they escorted us all the way to Big Ben where we settled in. Meanwhile, Hugo's patrol and those from Axel and Justin continued on to Piccadilly Circus. If we'd been on time, it would have been 3 p.m., leaving us 2 hours to spare. We then approached our colleagues in the area and offered assistance. We split up into pairs, and I ended up with Smitty. There was still a lot of ground to cover. We're hunting for a bomb car in an area where regular cars can't get to, Smitty said with a puzzled look. Yes, it's here, right? Must be some other type of vehicle. After a while, I stopped to grab Smitty's arm. It was 4:38 p.m., and right in front of us was a motorcycle with sidecar. Damn, have you seen what time it is, Harry? There won't be enough time for them to come and disarm her. Call and warn him to run. The response didn't sit well with us. Everyone was too far away to arrive in time and have enough time to dismantle it. Smitty handed me the radio. Harry, you need to disarm her. You know how to do it. I trust you. I'll be right here with you through the radio to help. We're coming over, Brian said via radio. Brian, I only have theory. I've never done anything real with it, I replied anxiously. You can do it. In the drills, always disarm them properly. It's the same thing. Well, it's the same thing. There's only a light that turns on when it explodes, but here we'll be torn apart and left with 20 minutes to go. Don't dwell on it. Come closer and tell me calmly what you see. Don't dwell on time. Smitty and I put on our protective helmets, held them in our hands, and moved closer. This motorcycle has the same sidecar as the one we found in Oxford, and I can also see the same cable leading to the storage compartment. Step by step, we dismantled the sidecar to locate the pump's mechanism. Following Brian's instructions, we carefully disassembled the intricate system that was packed with hidden cables. We had the last cable left to disconnect the pump. Time was ticking away, with the clock showing 8 minutes remaining. The police had cleared the area, leaving us alone in front of those pesky red and green cables. Harry, I'm sorry about the issue with the wire in Oxford. The protocols weren't standardized here. They're created by different teams. Without seeing it firsthand, I can't confirm which cable is the right one. Trust your instincts, follow the instructions, test them, and cut the faulty one. I checked the clock. 5 minutes left. I glanced at Smitty, then at the cables. The one that would cut it out, ironically. Sweat beads trickled down my forehead. Scram, if I'm wrong, I don't want you around. No, Harry, I won't leave you. I trust you. You've saved our skin on countless occasions before, and this time will be no different. Cut the one who, you think it's the right choice? I'll shut my eyes. He placed his hand on my shoulder and closed his eyes. I stared at the cables, red or green. It looked like a Gryffindor versus Slytherin showdown, and who always won? Clearly the good guys, the Reds. Whatever it was, I cut the green cable without hesitation when the clock hit the red countdown. Like Smitty, I shut my eyes and clenched my jaw. A few seconds later, I looked up to see the clock frozen at 58 seconds before the explosion. My legs gave out, and I slumped onto the ground sighing. Smitty sat beside me with a smile. We took off our helmets and hugged, both of us drenched in sweat. You've made it, Harry, you're my hero. Oh, calm down, Smitty. My legs are still shaking. Me too. The two of us burst into laughter like madmen. The Big Ben was striking the 5th hour, and we fell silent, listening for any explosion sounds, but there was none. Harry, Smitty, we heard Hugo's desperate voice on the radio. All is well, Smitty. Harry replied. He has succeeded. It's fantastic, Hugo said with relief. We're arriving at your situation and we'll be picking you up. Don't move. Like we could, Smitty sighed, his legs still trembling. We burst into laughter again. That's how they found us sitting on the ground next to the bomb, laughing our heads off. Hugo and Brian approached, and Brian glanced at his watch. Good job, Harry. You made it in 58 seconds, you little rascal. This bomb is a real showstopper. The one we found in Oxford was just a flimsy piece. But this is the work of a true master. The Army's explosive squad had taken the device, and we all regrouped at base. Together, WED managed to locate and defuse 12 devices across Britain's most vital and crowded areas. The top brass sent their congratulations to all the troops involved in the operation, which had been relayed to us by our commander. Chapter 12. I'm back with a new chapter. A big hug to all who've been following the story. Hope you keep enjoying it. Chapter 12. The Battle. The captain called me that afternoon to come to the communications room. They were receiving encrypted messages repeatedly but couldn't crack them. They figured I might help figure out which encryption method they were using. Hey Harry, Tony from the transmissions team said hello. I'm not sure if Captain Magma has explained the situation to you yet. Not much, really. We're receiving a cryptic message. I've been listening to it all morning and can't make sense of it. Sit down and put on your headphones. Don't worry if you don't get it. We just thought maybe you could give us some clues. I put on my headphones as Tony started recording the message. When I recognized Voldemort's voice speaking in Parthial, I was completely stunned. Hey Harry, like you can see I can use Muggle tools when I need them too, but only you'll get me. It was really awkward going to see you without saying goodbye, though I have to admit your resources are top-notch. This level is way better than I expected. Your escape shows you don't want the big chance I gave you. That breaks my heart. We could have achieved so much together. I have no choice but to wipe you out without giving you a second chance when we meet next time. Stay on high alert. I want rest until you're bleeding and begging for your life under my feet. As you said, having a good opponent is rewarding. Pushes you to your limits, and honestly, they love challenges. Don't forget him waiting here outside for you. Someday you'll have to break through these formidable barriers you've built around yourself. We'll meet again soon. Hey Harry? Tony called out as he noticed my deep concentration. Got something? No, I replied, feeling uneasy. This sound reminds me of something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Don't worry. If anything comes to mind, come tell me. I'm getting crazy over this. Can I play it again? If it's clear, he put the recording back in place. I kept jotting down everything I said in the message, but I wrote it in parcel so nobody could understand it. Tony thought I was typing out the sounds I heard. I didn't tell anyone about the message I received. Not even the captain. I didn't want him to worry anymore. It wasn't new information that might give clues. It was something I already knew. Something that was close and wanted to kill me. What I refused to admit was that the message had hit me harder than it should have. I felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. So I started devouring every strategy book I could find in my spare time. I had built a double barrier around the base and installed an alarm system in the first layer to alert me if anyone tried to tamper with it. But as I mentioned in the message, they'd send me on a mission at some point where I'd have to get out of the base. The problem surfaced after a week when we received our next mission. They were sending us to Hugo's patrols, and our team in London was tasked with investigating the theft of highly toxic chemicals from laboratories outside the capital. The captain objected to our patrol being assigned this mission, claiming we were too inexperienced for such operations, a thinly veiled attempt to shield me. But he couldn't stop it, as the final decision rested with the lieutenant colonel. Before leaving, the captain gave me his personal phone number engraved on it. All I needed to do was press a button whenever I had issues or got injured. He could reach out immediately. The 8 of us set off in the same vehicle for London, with Smitty driving as usual. Ever since we left the base, had been on edge and on high alert. I pulled my cap down to cover my face, hair, and scar, while constantly scanning our surroundings. My magic activated to detect any anomalies around me. What's wrong, Harry? You don't feel well, do you? Socrates asked. Of course, why are you saying that? I don't know, you've been really nervous ever since we got the news about us going out. Nothing, calm down, I'm fine. I tried to maintain an air of relaxation without letting my guard down and staying alert to everything around me. As we drove through Brecon Beacon's natural park surrounded by barren rocks and empty wilderness, the road suddenly opened up to reveal a massive fissure. Thanks to Smitty's driving skills, he managed to steer the car away from the gaping chasm before us. But then we crashed into some boulders, leaving our vehicle completely out of commission. What happened? Earthquake. Smitty shouted anxiously. Let's get out of the car. Are you all okay? Stop expecting anything.
Don't move.
Chilling out and swiveling my arm to instantly form a crystal dome around the vehicle, trapping us inside. I could feel the magic swirling around me. They were nearby and numerous. At that very moment, several spells collided with the dome I had created, triggering multiple explosions. "What's going on, Harry?" Hugo exclaimed as he saw the rainbow lights and explosions erupting around him. I paused for a moment, determined to explain in a few words what was happening. "Guys, throughout our time together, I've shown you many times that you can trust me. Now I ask you to blindly keep trusting. You'll see things beyond your wildest imagination, but you must follow all my instructions without hesitation so we can walk out of here alive." "I'm getting scared," Harry said to Charlie. "What's going on?" "I'm a wizard, and magic exists. Let me cut to the chase. The terrorist we've been hunting in London for so long is an incredibly powerful wizard. That's why you couldn't find any logical explanation for all those deaths. He's been chasing me since I was a baby and now only wants my death. There's a reason I can't tell you about it right now, but being as slippery as I am, I haven't succeeded yet. The captain has known this for ages and always backs me up. Last time we narrowly escaped Voldemort, that terrorist wizard's name, and now he's getting a bit mad at me about it. Bullets don't affect you because you can deflect them. They'll cover you individually with magic protection so the spells won't hit you. I know what I'm asking is tough, but trust me without asking. Says soldiers, we're trained and nothing can stop us. Do I count you guys? I can say you've left us speechless and made me ask." Hugo began speaking as more colored beams collided with the glass dome enveloping us. "I won't cut you off now as we're leaving this. He'll tell you the rest and all your questions later, but we're in real hot water right now. There's a lot of risk that things could go south. Trust me," Charlie assured us, "you've saved us from countless situations. I trust you. I knew something was off about you. And with me, Smitty confirmed a new Potter-style adventure. I won't be less," Socrates declared. "I trust you. Just tell us what to do." The members of the Hugo Patrol exchanged glances. Though Hugo, Brian, Troy, and William didn't know me as well as my teammates did, they nodded affirmatively at my security clearance. "You're the boss," Hugo said, glancing sideways at the lights. "Wait till this is over. What do we do now?" Between the times when they explained everything to us, we were constantly surrounded by them. They appeared as Mephistopheles everywhere. They stopped casting spells because they bounced off my dome, and then I heard their voice. "Harry, are you going to be a coward and hide in that muggle car?" My mind was racing nonstop, trying to figure out how to pull my crew out of this mess alive. "Tom, I'm so glad to see you again, but don't worry. You know my cowardice isn't one of my flaws," I shouted out loud. "Then step out of your hiding place and face your death with dignity." "Ugh, that whole thing about dying. I still don't have it planned out, Tom. I'm young." "Hey, Harry," Hugo called me in a low voice. "Tell me you've got a plan. If the weapons don't work against them, what can we do? Honestly, there are so many of them and we're only 8. Should we call for reinforcements?" "We can't summon reinforcements from the base right now. Nobody knows the magical realm yet. I can't explain everything to you all at once. It's too long. Trust me, if I do call for reinforcements, they'll be wizards like myself. In this battle, magic is the only way to fight. Well, any help would be appreciated. First, we need to get out of the car. They'll probably blow it up at the slightest chance. But I can't let you go without my watch so I can protect you." "Harry, I'm losing my patience," shouted Voldemort. "Hugo, Brian, Troy, you're trained as marksmen. When we get off the jeep, throw yourselves to the ground and stay behind those rocks. My magic will protect you from those colored rays. Aim for their heads. They're humans and can be shot dead. The tricky part is distracting them. They'll dodge easily when you spot them nearby. But if you keep pushing, you might finally succeed. The fewer you leave behind, the better." I saw them already loading the rifles, fully loaded with ammunition. "The rest of you will also be protected. First, take cover behind the rocks. Then, with knives in hand, approach close enough to wound everyone you can. There's no other way. Vigilad's protection counter spells, but isn't designed for close combat. If they spot you, they might stab you with a blade or sword." "Don't worry about us," Charlie said. "We'll handle this. I think you'll have more trouble. That guy's scary. He looks like a monster straight out of a horror movie. I warn you, all you're about to see is madness. Keep your heads down. All I can do is wish you lucky. Hope we make it out of here alive." Remember what I told the captain. If those protective shields vanish around you, run. Don't worry about them dead. Just keep running. Those sticks they carry are lethal, they'll cause agony and death. I watched everyone's eyes as they took them. It was an honor to serve you guys, boys. I held hands with each one of you. Harry, this looks like a farewell, said Smitty. But I didn't let them say anything more. I focused on communicating with Remus telepathically, telling him I was in an ambush and the situation we were in. Remus, do it as fast as you can. I've got 100 Muggle-busters and Voldemort himself right in front of me, and he's getting pretty impatient about killing me. Watch out for my army comrades, I'll put them under protection. But let's be real. We're going full black. Don't get me wrong. I turned to my SAS comrades. My friends will come to help us. Just shoot at those in black and masks. My guys won't wear black, but they'll still bring sticks, they don't hurt them. Hugo, Captain Magma gave me this phone before he left with his personal number recorded. Tell him how we're doing. He knows what's going on and can cover us. Obviously, we can't explain to our superiors that we're about to face some evil forces. Mages, we'd head straight to a mental health facility. The captain knows my friends. If I die, they'll look for Remus or Kingsley, and they'll help you out. I drew a deep breath, closing my eyes for a few seconds as I channeled all my magic to shield myself when lifting the crystal dome. This must start now. I cast spells on every member of the SAS team and we got out of the car. Everyone tumbled onto the ground under the vehicle's cover, taking cover behind the rocks. I see you've finally made up your mind, Voldemort declared, hurling the first curse that was clearly a crucifix. Hey, you know how impatient I am? I had to explain magic in 5 minutes, all because of you, while screaming to dodge that painful curse. Then everyone will have to die. Your obsession with killing everyone won't let them stay under your command. I cast a powerful attack spell on him. I heard the voices of my friends and the gunfire. A battle unlike any other began. I fought against Voldemort, Snape, and Malfoy. Remus and Kingsley came to help me, pulling Snape and Malfoy off me, leaving me face-to-face with Voldemort. Remus battled against Snape. Kingsley clashed with Malfoy. Hermione confronted the young owl Malfoy. Ron faced off against a Lestrange, while Minerva and Tonks stood their ground. The entire Weasley family joined the fight, along with a horde of Aurors that Kingsley had brought along. Kingsley defended herself against Mugleaders, as SAS agents were performing their duties effectively. Meanwhile, the 3 French marksmen remained, as they stood on the ground, perfectly aiming at the Death Eaters' heads. They realized that if distracted, they couldn't avoid the bullets. Those fighting hand-to-hand fought like wild beasts against any hooded figure attempting to block their path. I focused on my own task, Voldemort. While the previous battle had been brutal, this one was incomparably worse. Voldemort's dark magic spells grew increasingly difficult to dodge, but I held the advantage of my physical training and agile movements, something Voldemort could hardly match. He began vanishing to evade my curses and needed to anticipate where I would appear. I channeled elemental magic to create walls that blocked his attacks and hurled fiery pillars that he managed to fend off. Our magic was equally potent. Both of us defended ourselves in kind, and it seemed we were only focused on wounding each other without achieving anything else. Voldemort called out his sword, and I took a few seconds to react. But when the first thrust came avoided by moving swiftly, I called out Gryffindor's sword, which appeared in my hand. When the 2 blades clashed for the first time, a blinding explosion erupted as our magic fused with steel, sparking a deadly battle that would decide the fate of all involved. The 2 razor-sharp blades clashed with a deafening clang, their edges etched with wounds. Blood flowed freely as sweat poured down their faces, exhaustion weighing on every warrior. The struggle seemed to know no end. My comrades, both wizards and soldiers, had managed to eliminate the mockfogs. All eyes were fixed on our battle, yet they remained silent. They knew this was my destiny, and this might be the final showdown. My last breath. Only my magic kept me standing. Only my magic helped me raise my arm to attack or defend myself. Our spilled blood mingled with the earth beneath our feet. I gathered my final strength. I had to succeed. I couldn't fail humanity, my friends. All of them. They trusted me, and I had trained hard for it. It was my duty to eradicate evil. I summoned all my magic. A white light bathed my entire body, pure magic responding to my call. The sword in my hand glowed with my energy. My arm shot upward, and with a swift, precise motion, the steel sliced through my opponent's head, sending him sprawling lifeless to the ground. I could sense it was all over. Voldemort's severed head lay before me, lifeless. I collapsed on my knees, drained of energy, bloodied and utterly drained. Glancing around, I saw Remus approaching, with Ron and Hermione by his side. "Harry, little one, don't move. You're badly hurt," he said worriedly. "Are we missing someone? How's everyone doing?" "About my colleagues at SAS?" I managed to ask him, struggling to get the question out. "Everything's fine, Harry. We're all doing well. Your friends fought bravely and helped us tremendously. Everyone's safe. Your captain has arrived and is taking care of them. Kingsley and his Aurors are handling the captured morcefags. Relax, it's all over now." With those words, a faint smile appeared on my lips and I lost consciousness. Chapter 13. Hey everyone, I'm back with a new chapter. First off, thanks to all who took 5 minutes to leave comments. You guys are awesome. And your feedback always makes my day. To those reading the story, a shout out to you all. Now, let's dive into this chapter. Hope you enjoy it. Chapter 13, How to Awaken Harry. His wounded body stained the Baron Breckenbeacon's lands crimson with blood from a brutal, savage battle. Remus ran one hand across his back while the other slid beneath his knees, carefully lifting him from the ground. His head hung limply backward as one arm drooped limply. With a slight motion, he cradled Harry's unconscious form against his chest, gently resting the head in his palm. Hermione wept in Ron's arms as he watched his injured friend with anguish. "Is it?" the captain asked anxiously.
No.
Remus said, trying to stop the sentence from ending. "We'll do everything we can to make that happen." Harry wasn't dead, his body was still strong, and he needed to stay alive. He couldn't abandon them now that everything had ended. "We brought it here so we can heal his wounds," the captain told him. "He knows he's welcome if he wants to come." "If I'd like to, thanks. Everyone can come," Remus said again, seeing the worried expressions on those men's faces who had come to value Harry as much as themselves. Ignoring what a wand could do to them, he could have done it, but they stood bravely by their comrade's side, helping him in whatever way they could. "We'll help you," Hermione said. "Go with Harry. Don't waste your time." Ron grabbed Socrates' arm, the one closest to him. "Relax," he said. "You'll feel dizzy when we get there, but that's just normal. I won't let go until you're steady." The soldiers vanished without leaving any room for doubt about what was about to happen. Hermione grabbed Smitty and said something similar to him, smiling before vanishing. Minerva left with the captain, who was already an expert in this type of transportation. Fred Weasley took Troy, George brought Hugo, Charlie Weasley carried William, Arthur led Brian, and Bill Weasley escorted Charlie. When they arrived at the Black House, Remus had already disappeared with his precious load toward the room, followed by Poppy, who was very restless upon seeing her little one's condition. Once everyone had passed out, they brought all the guests to the parlor where they sat waiting for Harry's condition to improve. Mrs. Weasley served tea while they treated their wounds from the battle against the muggle-feeding Death Eaters using healing potions and spells. None of them were seriously injured, only some Aurors had sustained severe cuts, which Kingsley had already taken to St. Mungo's Hospital. "Are any of you injured?" Hermione asked the SAS members. "No, Harry had protected us all before leaving. They couldn't reach us with those colored lights," Smitty replied, smiling at Hermione. "That's so Harry, always protecting everyone. Look how he always ends up complaining." Ron also saw Hermione smiling at Smitty. They endured 5 long hours of waiting. Remus kept coming out to report that Poppy hadn't finished yet, and that Harry remained unconscious. Mrs. Weasley hosted a casual gathering for everyone. During the meal, Hermione and the Weasley family shared stories about magic and Harry's adventures with their SAS team members. The young ones listened with wide-eyed fascination, watching objects move on their own without fully believing what they were experiencing. In the end, Remus appeared at the door. Peter might come at some point. Without saying a word, he hurriedly got up to follow Remus into the room. When he entered, he found Harry still unconscious. The man lay naked on the bed, his skin scarred by the horrific wounds inflicted by that monstrous creature. "How's it going?" he asked, worried. "We've healed all the wounds and mended his broken bones, with every scar fading away as time passes. The real problem is he's burned through nearly all his magic, and we don't know how long it'll take him to recover. A wizard can't survive without magic, and Harry now has only a small reserve left." "What does that mean?" Poppy replied. "He's fallen into a magical coma. We don't know how long it'll take for him to wake up. His body could take weeks or even months to restore all the lost magic." "God, is he going to wake up?" "Let's hope," if Remus said it. "He'll always keep that stubborn hair of Harry's gently stroked with affection." "Remus, I was thinking," Poppy mused, "there's a way to wake him up faster." "How?" "There exists an ancient potion, now largely forgotten due to its harmful side effects. This miraculous formula could rapidly restore lost magical abilities. Created in the 18th century during a pandemic of a deadly disease that devastated magical reserves, it was developed when victims died from extreme suffering due to the complete depletion of their magic." "What side effects does it have?" asked the captain. "Once the magic is regained, the patient must be isolated for at least 1 week. Rapidly regaining magical power causes the body's energy flow to become erratic, leading to involuntary outbursts that trigger accidents. The isolation period cannot be shortened until the magician's energy is fully stabilized. The level of danger varies depending on the mage's power. So we should definitely get the insulation right, because with Harry's power, anything could happen. If that's the case, let me go to Hogwarts to find the book where I'll discover this potion. I can't quite remember exactly how to make it from memory." While Poppy went to fetch the book, Remus slipped a pajama into Harry's clothes and tucked him comfortably under the sheet up to his waist. Afterward, he gathered with the others and explained how Harry was doing and what they'd discussed about the potion. "What if we don't give him the potion?" Ron said, not being much of a fan of potions anyway. "Could take months to awaken," Remus replied. "Harry has a lot of magic in his body normally, and it might take him a while to fully recover. And besides causing accidents from accidental magic, can't it happen to you in any other way?" "I don't know, Hermione. When Poppy comes back with the book in hand, we'll learn more about that potion." She didn't take long to return from Hogwarts with the book. First, she checked Harry's condition, then headed to the hall where everyone else was waiting anxiously. "Look, this is the book." I showed them an old, dusty book. He opened it carefully and searched for the page containing the potion they needed, the so-called life potion. "Let me read you the ingredients we need. Thankfully, there aren't many of them. Ingredients: 1 liter of spring water, 1 root of Panax ginseng, 6 years old and sun-dried for 1 day, 1 tablespoon of crushed dried leaves from Ocimum basilicum, basil, 1 square centimeter amberstone, cut into 2 precise halves, 3 freshly harvested fruits from the Acuminata sterculia tree, 1 whole root of Elymus centicosus from its native habitat." "It sounds like Chino," Smitty said without pausing. "Not the opposite," Hermione clarified. "They're actually very common elements. The real challenge lies in sourcing the ingredients." "Wait, what do you mean?" Ron said, though he himself had also felt like Chino as much as Smitty, but didn't want to say it in front of the Muggles. "The first ingredient, Panax ginseng, is the ginseng that every Muggle knows. The challenge lies in verifying whether the root is 6 years old and then sundering it, but here in London, we only get a handful of sunny days each year." Everyone fell silent as Hermione continued. "The next ingredient, Ocimum basilicum, commonly known as basil, is the easiest to find. You'll come across dried leaves both in Muggle and Wizarding worlds." "Another element was less discussed," Remus remarked, Sigu Hermione. "The amberstone can be found in Diagon Alley, though it's unlikely to be 1 centimeter in size. The 3 fruits of the Sterculia acuminata tree, commonly known as cola, grow in Africa's Gambia region. This tree, standing about 25 meters tall with a chestnut-like trunk, produces small, bright red fruits that require collecting at the source." "You mean he's supposed to go to Gambia to harvest those fruits?" surprised Charlie. "If the recipe states they must be freshly harvested, and there's no room for variation in the potions." "Oh, the final ingredient, the root of Eleutherococcus centicosus, commonly known as Devil's Thorn, originates from Sakhalin Island in Russia. This island is located in the Sea of Okhotsk, north of Japan. In short, Bill Weasley said, we have basil and amber that's easy to find. We need to go to Gambia in Africa to collect 3 red berries and Russia's Sakhalin Island to buy an Eleutherococcus root. The real challenge is figuring out how to tell if the ginseng root is 6 years old. We'll harvest it, dry it in the sun for a day, and that's when we'll head to China. Very well summarized. Bill smiled at Hermione. This isn't a joke, is it? Hugo remarked with a hint of skepticism. No, we're talking about Harry's life and we're not joking about that, Ron said very seriously. If you look closely, all these ingredients are energizing, Hermione remarked to ease the tense atmosphere. Ginseng combats physical and mental fatigue while providing stimulation. Similarly, cola is used to combat physical exhaustion and sexual fatigue. Basil acts as a revitalizing nerve tonic, amber carries positive energy and dispels negativity. And finally, Eleuterococcus also boosts vitality. So when Harry takes this stuff, he'll have energy to last a lifetime, Troy said with a smile. Yes, otherwise he'd run off like a little rascal with all that energy. Smitty laughed as he softly sang the Correcaminos song. Who? Curious Ginny asked. It's a fictional Muggle character, Hermione explained to a bird that was running at breakneck speed. Such a fool, grumbled Ron, his temper flaring up. We could split into 4 teams. One goes to China, another to the Gambia, third secures the basil and amber here in London, and the last heads to Sakhalin Island in Russia. Remus Molly organized this, and Poppy, you'll stay with Harry to keep him safe. We want to help too, Mr. Smitty jumped up. We can assist, right? He said, turning to the captain. I know how you feel, guys, but we need to head back to base and cover up Harry's absence. I don't have any logical excuse to stay out all night. It was easy to cover it up today with the pothole on the road and the car stuck in the rocks. I told you there was an accident and I was taking you to the hospital so they could check you all out. But we've got to get back. Maybe I have a solution, Hermione said. It's 7 p.m. here in London, so it'll be 3 a.m. in China and 4 a.m. on the Russian island. In Gambia, it's 6 p.m., but we should probably go last because the fruits need to be freshly picked. Hey, do you know everything? Hugo asked with a curious tone. You look like Harry, the one who always has the solution for everything. But here's the thing, you're full of technical data, while he's got real-world wisdom and comes up with crazy ideas that actually work. Yes. While Harry has always lived in his own world, it's true that even his most unconventional ideas ultimately work out. He's guided by his heart. Personally, I prefer rationality. I read extensively and retain book knowledge. But here's the thing, to visit China and Russia, we should leave here around 1 a.m. If needed, we can go retrieve them and return them to the base before 6 a.m., but they won't be able to sleep. Then why not head to China in 5 hours, get the route, and come back? William wondered if that's the plan. All right, let's form the groups, the captain said, pulling a grin from his men. Hermione, Ron, Bill, and you 3 to China, Remus said, gesturing at Smitty, Charlie, and Hugo. By blending wizards with muggles and youth with experience, he aimed to balance the group's dynamics. Alicintuan, Charlie, Fred, George, and you 3, he said, gesturing toward Troy, William, and Socrates pointing at Africa, but you'll be the last to leave to gather the fruits. Okay, Arthur, Ginny, myself, Peter, and excuse me, I can't remember your name? Brian. And Brian, we're going to the Russian island. Good. Minerva, you're in charge of buying the basil and amber here in Diagon Alley. According to Remus. At that moment, Kingsley arrived and informed them about Harry's health condition and their plans regarding the potion. If you want, Minerva, I'll help you get your ingredients. Thanks, Kings. I appreciate that, but first tell us what happened at the ministry, she asked curiously. It was absolutely fantastic. We made sure all the Death Eaters were securely tied down to prevent any escapes, and we announced the final battle and Voldemort's death at Harry's hands. The crowd erupted in cheers of excitement. The boy's name is now on everyone's lips. I guess the news will be published tomorrow in the Prophet. The minister tried to discredit Harry and claim he's dangerous, but everyone defended him and he jumped at the chance to be called incompetent. Mrs. Bones is now the provisional minister of the magical world and is cleaning out the ministry of incompetent officials. But Harry can't do anything without consequences, Hugo exclaimed, visibly taken aback. Nothing is normal with Harry, said George Weasley. Everything he does is superlative and continuous, Fred Weasley. Exactly, Ron. Then I ask Minerva, what's the status of the ministry? Under Mrs. Bones' firm command, everything is under control. She requested health reports on Harry and asked if he could visit him in person, wanting to speak with him directly. Are you sure they're out to get Harry? Ginny asked, her voice trembling with fear. No, Mrs. Bones is fair and impartial. I don't think she's out to get me. She probably wants to know the truth firsthand and see if Harry's a real threat. It's been ages since she last showed up in the wizarding world. Don't worry, Remus told the younger ones, we'll never let them harm Harry. They spent a bit longer discussing the repercussions of Voldemort's death. We need to leave now. I have to submit a report before the day ends and cover up Harry's absence. I still don't know how to do that, Captain announced. Hermione, could you join them as Harry? That way they wouldn't have to explain their absence. With a transporter, you can bring them here at 1 o'clock to go get the ingredients, Remus said. What do you think, Peter? Would that be a good idea, Miss Hermione? Harry's gonna be furious when he finds out I stole his body again. Hermione muttered hesitantly. I'll explain it to you, Remus said. But it's me who'll be the one to get the short end of the stick. Let's go, Hermione, Ron said, hugging her. Harry wasn't angry, he was just embarrassed, but you know how much he loves you. Okay, do you have a multi-jug? Remus got up to fetch the potion and returned with it, along with Harry's clean and tidy clothes, handing them over to Hermione. Remus will be the one to explain this when he wakes up, Hermione said hesitantly, then went to her room to take the potion and change. While Hermione was changing her SAS uniform, they went to check on Harry and see how he was before leaving. He looked like he was asleep. If you shook him, he'd wake up. Hey Harry, if you're listening, Smitty said, we'll get you some ingredients to make a magic potion that'll wake you up from this nightmare. You know what? We haven't found any princess to kiss you and wake you up. You'll just have to drink whatever they prepare for you. You're such a fool. Smitty hit him on the head. Charlie, Harry is about to find his own princess. Don't you see how terrible your taste is? I don't have bad taste, right Harry? We're gonna have a laugh, Hugo said. Let's go right in March. They returned to the hall to wait for Hermione. When she came back with Harry's body, all the SAS members were utterly stunned. They just left him to sleep, and now they saw him walking. Are you sure you're not Harry? Socrates exclaimed.
No, sigo siendo Hermione.
But even if you have his voice, William said, it's an enhanced potion that mimics the body and voice of the person you wish to explain. Remus explained. It's time to leave, declared the captain, who wasn't surprised by his previous encounters with Charlie, Smitty, and Socrates. Don't leave Harry Hermione behind under any circumstances. He doesn't know the base layout and could be in serious trouble. If they said it at the same time, the three of them, all the SAS members and Harry Hermione left with a transporter that Remus had prepared, leaving them where the captain had abandoned his vehicle at the battle site. Everyone looked around the area with apprehension. The wizards had cleaned up the place, but there was nothing, no blood was found anywhere. The Muggles had already begun repairing the road, but the memories were still fresh. Without saying a word, they got into the car and made their way to the base. As it grew late, everyone headed straight to their tents while the captain went to submit the report. The mission required them to assemble at the young wizard's tent by 1 a.m. and disappear with the transporter Harry Hermione had prepared. Each group had 5 hours to complete their task, finding ingredients for the potion that would awaken Harry. Chapter 14. Hey everyone, back with you again. Hope you're enjoying this new chapter where Harry's not around, but the adventure keeps going. Lots of hugs. Thanks to everyone for your comments. Chapter 14. The Quest for Ingredients. Minerva and Kingsley ventured into Diagon Alley to collect the dried basil and the amber stone, along with gathering water from they needed some magic potion ingredients. As expected, they easily found basil at the potion shop, and Minerva sighed relieved that they had secured the first ingredient. But their luck ran out when trying to find amber. The shop owner explained they'd run out of stock and wouldn't restock for another month. Let's head to Nocturne Alley. I know a couple of shops where we might find amber, Kingsley suggested to Minerva. It's not that I particularly like the idea, but I guess we have no other choice. Thanks for coming along. Honestly, I don't know what I'd have done if I was alone. As they entered the alley and ventured deeper, they noticed people gradually moving aside, their eyes filled with disdain. And Aurora's visit to their domain was unwelcome. They don't care much about you. Kingsley, Minerva sighed nervously, seeing all those looks. No much, he laughed. They entered a small, dimly lit shop run by a man with barely any teeth and unkempt appearance. They asked if he had a amber stone. That morning, by a cruel twist of fate, she'd sold her last remaining piece. They searched another store the Aurora knew darker and more chilling than the first, reeking of foul odors with shelves stocked with repulsive items of dubious origin. Minerva clutched Kingsley's muscular arm for security in this unpleasant den. Yet they still couldn't find what they sought. The owner, seeing Aurora's hostile gaze and fearing retaliation, told them where they could get one. Kingsley, do you know where the store is that this guy told us about? He asked when they left the shop, if they could even call it a store. Yes, but it's going to be a problem. What's going on? That store only stocks the worst of the worst stuff. I don't want you to go there, and as an Aurora, I can't go alone either. I wouldn't make it out alive. He's been holding the persecuted man hostage among the crowd we might encounter in the store or its surroundings. We have two options. Either I gather my men and go with an official mission, or we wait for one of the teams to return and take Arthur, Remus, and some of Arthur's older brothers away. I think the best way is to resolve this between us. The ministry still isn't very confident about Harry, so the more they know, the better. They went to fetch the spring water and returned home. When they got back, they explained the problem to the others. Better not mix the Aurora elements, Kingsley remarked. That way they won't ask too many questions. Remus agreed with Minerva. When we return from locating the route, you'll accompany us to that shop. The three groups began preparing for the departure, waiting for the arrival of Harry's army and Hermione. At 12:50 p.m., the army barracks buzzed with activity as Hugo's full patrol team Troy, Hugo, and Brian arrived at the junior squad's barracks. They carried small backpacks packed with essential gear, all dressed in black tactical pants and combat boots, but wearing different sweaters to blend into the surroundings. Are you ready? Hugo asked the kids. But what about your orange uniforms? We're supposed to look like regular folks. We can't stand out. Come on, go change right now, he snapped, feeling a bit embarrassed for not having thought of this. They changed into jeans and a sweater but left their military boots behind. At that moment, the captain entered wearing jeans and a shirt, just like them, having also discarded his military boots. Hermione took off his khaki uniform since he would change into his house clothes when she returned. If we're all here, the transporter will activate in 2 minutes. You must grab this scarf and hold on tight, don't let go for any reason, Hermione said. There were moments of tension, and eventually the conveyor activated, leaving the shed empty. By the time they reached the Black Mansion, everyone had collapsed to the ground from the jostling of the journey. This travel method is fast, but it makes you feel dizzy, Smitty complained as he still lay on the ground. Takes a bit of getting used to, but it's super effective, Hermione said, giving him a hand to help lift him up. Harry, have I told you your smile is sweeter now? He said with a very serious tone. Don't be stupid, get up. At that moment, Remus entered the hall where they had appeared and greeted them. The captain asked if Harry had made any progress. Stay put, Peter. Looks like he's asleep. He turned to Hermione and handed her a little bottle. Take the antidote. I suppose you'd rather go as Hermione. Thanks, Remus. If I prefer to be myself, I'll go and change. Gentlemen, if you want to follow me. All teams were ready at the entrance of the house, with each group meeting up with their assigned squad. Remus had prepared the 3 transfer devices and handed them over to each team. The 3-member team was the first to depart. Arthur, Ginny, Remus, the captain, and Brian were tasked with retrieving an echinacea root from its native habitat. After conducting research, they identified multiple potential locations but ultimately chose Sakhalin Island, which belongs to Russia. Remus handed out thick coats, gloves, and scarves he had transformed from various garments to everyone. The temperature they faced was between 2 to 4 degrees Celsius at most typical May temperatures in those latitudes. During winter months, temperatures could easily drop below 30 degrees, as this region was very close to Siberia. When they arrived at the island at 10 in the morning, they had to wait a bit for their bodies to adjust after traveling such a long distance, and also due to the time difference, everyone felt a bit disoriented. "Are they all okay, Peter, Brian?" Remus asked, being the first to recover. "Yeah, it was quite a seasick ride," Brian remarked, still struggling to regain his composure. "Are you okay, little Ginny?" her father asked as he looked at her sitting on the floor. "Mom, it's starting to get to me. Let's get moving. The sooner we find the ingredient, the sooner we'll be back." Peter pulled out a map he'd obtained from the island and unfolded it to orient himself. Remus, upon seeing it, smiled and cast a spell on the map. "What did you do to him?" the captain asked, intrigued.
I'm absolutely hooked.
"Now all we need to do is ask the map where we are located." "So easy?" the captain asked. "Yes, look." He pointed the map with his wand and said, "Locate us." A small light flashed on the map to indicate the position. "We're right on the outskirts of the capital," Arthur remarked. "There'll be no trouble finding markets where we can grab whatever we need." Without saying another word, chilled to the bone, they set off for the island's capital. They walked several kilometers. Though it was tough for Ginny to keep up, she wasn't used to walking, but she didn't complain, thinking he was doing this for Harry. He'd saved her life without a second thought about the dangers. When he was on the brink of death due to Tom Riddle's diary, he owed it to him. When they arrived, they found themselves in a city of contrasts. Luxurious hotels, multiple casinos, and scattered Japanese restaurants that evoked memories of the island's dual Russian-Japanese heritage, where diverse nationalities coexisted harmoniously. The island hosted significant oil reserves, with workers coming from various countries. Many people knew English, and when they asked around, they discovered a thriving market where they started searching for a store to buy the route they needed. Captain and Brian helped navigate the city to the wizards, having to drag Arthur more than once as he marveled at Muggle devices he didn't recognize. Then Peter kept busy explaining how things worked until Arthur finally understood. Remus smiled at the captain's patience in breaking down everything for him. They didn't take long to find a store where they saw several routes. The man running the business was a local indigenous man with piercing black eyes, dark hair, and a bronze complexion. He wore traditional clothing made of thick leather to keep out the cold. The problem was that he didn't understand a single word of English. Brian spoke a bit of Russian, but it was hard to understand because the native speaker had a strong accent from mixing Russian with his native tongue. In the end, he managed to get himself understood and confirmed that the routes they saw were exactly what they needed, then asked about the price he was asking for. The island's currency was rubles. Since none of the men carried their own, the captain pulled out his credit card and showed it to the man. The man grinned broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth, and nodded affirmatively to indicate he accepted the payment. Brian explained that according to the store owner, he himself had been searching for roots with his family. The plants were of exceptional quality, and they would venture into dense pine forests to hunt for them for hours, almost like cats, because the plants were so small and hard to spot. When Brian told the man that he was to help a friend who was seriously ill, they picked 2 of the finest roots and smiled at them again. They never imagined how easy it would be to get that ingredient, and feeling satisfied, they sought out a hidden spot in the city's bustling chaos to use the transporter back to London. 3 hours after their departure, they arrived in London. As the first to arrive, they rooted themselves among the basil and spring water. The commotion of their arrival woke Minerva, Molly, and Kingsley, who had been dozing off in the living room armchairs. "How's it going?" I asked Kingsley. "If everything goes perfectly," Arthur explained, "we already have the roots." Remus and Peter checked on Harry's condition. Seeing he was still the same as before, they returned to the parlor where Molly was serving tea and sat down to wait for the other teams to arrive. In another part of the world, the second team comprising the Weasley twins, Charlie and Troy, William and Socrates from Essex arrived in Gambia with the transporter provided by Remus. Their mission was to collect the fruits from the cola tree. It was night in the Gambia when they arrived. After waiting a few minutes, their slight travel-related dizziness finally subsided. Troy pulled out several flashlights from his backpack and distributed them to the wizards, explaining how to use them properly. The lights then illuminated the surrounding area with just enough brightness. If Papa saw one of these, he'd keep it, Charlie exclaimed, staring at the flashlight in awe of what muggles could do without magic. Where are we? Socrates asked, glancing around. He saw them in a rainforest with tropical vegetation. There was an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional noise of nocturnal animals. As they focused their lights on the trees, startled birds suddenly took flight. We should be in the area where we need to find the trees, but I've researched this type of tree and we shouldn't look for red fruits instead of green ones. There are different varieties of cola trees, and the one specified in the potion instructions is Sterculia acuminata with green fruits. We're lucky it's harvest season running from May to June, Charlie said. Suddenly, they heard a splash as a massive crocodile emerged from the river. Its mouth gaping wide, it dangerously revealed its sharp fangs that closed in mere inches of distance to George's leg. With a swift backward leap, he had narrowly avoided having his leg ripped off. Crocodiles, Courier read. They all started running, not knowing where they were going through the darkness that enveloped them. As they moved away from the riverbank, the crocodile, apparently hungry, pursued them at an astonishing speed for an animal of its size. With the urgency to escape and poor visibility, Charlie couldn't turn around to use his wand and stop the monster that wanted to devour them. Trees climbing up. I'm shouting now, Troy, hoping the wizards know how to climb a tree. They scrambled up the trees as fast as they could to escape. From above, now somewhat farther from danger, Charlie cast a spell on the crocodile that made it retreat. In the end, the defeated creature returned to the riverbank. Are you all right? William asked, illuminating the nearby trees. If I say we're all in the same boat, Fred gasped, you'll be left without a leg if you keep this up. Little brother, I won't be near a river again for many years, George sighed. This reminds me of when we were in the jungle with Harry and got chased by a pair of leopards. We all ended up climbing trees to escape their teeth. Since the leopards stayed rooted under the trees where we were, Harry couldn't think of anything better than moving like Tarzan with vines. We flew from tree to tree was hilarious, Socrates explained. But what a wild idea, Troy remarked. The wizards didn't quite get what Harry was talking about with Tarzan. But if it was an idea from him, it was definitely dangerous. Let's go down and start looking for the tree, Charlie said. But keep a close eye on your surroundings. I suggest we go in pairs, said William, who searched for the tree while his companion kept watch around the area. Agreed, Charlie replied. Everyone descended from the trees they'd climbed. The wizards and muggle pairs began searching for their target tree, keeping watch around it with lanterns. The muggle team had better survival gear than the wizards, who were completely out of their element in the jungle. Suddenly, Troy darted forward, drew his knife, and thrust it into the air just inches from Fred's head. What are you doing? He asked, turning his head in alarm. The knife had plunged into a tree, piercing through the head of a giant snake. Oh no! I guess this one was going to attack me. Yes, you were very close. I call that having good reflexes. Thanks for saving my brother, Charlie said. It's nothing, he said. But the noise and lights have woken up several animals. We need to be extra careful. How do we find one more animal besides the broken one? George asked. They all laughed and trudged through the inhospitable tropical rainforest to find the cola tree. I've got it. I've got it. Come on, guys, Charlie shouted after walking for a long time. He stood before a 12-meter tree, its branches laden with rough green fruits. Is that so ugly? Fred asked. Is that what we should take? George concluded. Hey little brothers, who's going up to pick them up? I myself offered Socrates, who was very agile. He climbed the tree carefully cutting the fruits with his knife and placing them in a bag he carried. He picked 4 fruits, one more just in case they went bad, then came down from the tree again. But the jungle didn't want them in its depths, and they began to hear strange noises and rustling leaves. There's something approaching here. As William tried to pinpoint the source of the noise, it's something massive. Another crocodile? George said, his voice trembling with fear. No, it's not moving like a crocodile. Let's get out of here quickly, Troy said. A pack of wild boars emerged from the trees before them. They stood frozen in mutual gaze, humans facing beasts, waiting for the first move. But primal instincts took over, and they began charging downward with heads bowed in battle stance. The three Weasley brothers and their 3 soldiers scrambled desperately to escape the enraged beasts guarding their territory, which threatened to tear them apart with their massive fangs if they ever caught sight of them. Everyone, come on, Charlie shouted as he kept sprinting. Let's activate the transporter and head out. I'm sick and tired of running non-stop. They approached Charlie and grabbed the scarf that served as their transport. Once he confirmed everyone had secured it, he activated the transporter and fled, vanishing from that damn jungle and its creatures. When they reached the house, everyone tumbled to the ground with loud noises as the transfer vehicle activated, colliding with each other in a chaotic crash. I told him that, he said, it was a spectacular entry. The captain remarked, gazing at the chaotic scene of legs, arms, and heads that had formed in the middle of the hall. Fortunately, they hadn't crashed into any walls. Remus continued, noting that if everyone was moving, they must be safe. Are you okay? Fred asked sarcastically, glancing at Remus, who looked offended by his lack of concern. Did you hurt us? George continued, his gaze lingering on his father as he mirrored the same question. We're doing well, Fred continued, hugging his brother with exaggerated enthusiasm. It's nothing, George replied. We've been on the brink of death about 500 times. They tried to rip off our limbs, one man said. They tried to bite us, the other one said, being chased by a pack of dangerous wild boars. But we're fine, don't worry. And everyone laughed. We have the fruits, Charlie remarked, rising from the ground to assist Socrates, who was standing beside him. But our own journey was costly, as Socrates concluded. They took it out of the bag to check if the last race and the spectacular landing hadn't ruined it, then stored it among other ingredients. They sat down to rest and enjoy a well-deserved tea served by Molly. She began recounting all their jungle adventures, eliciting laughter at the boys' mishaps with animals. They also had to calm Molly, who was terrified after nearly losing 2 of her children. But one group still hadn't returned yet, the first team that had been traveling across China. Chapter 15. Once again to all of you, I want to thank you for reading this little whimsical journey that takes us through different adventures week after week. A big hug to everyone. Chapter 15. The final ingredients and the magic potion. The transporter dropped them off at Changbai Mountain in northeastern China, where they were supposed to hunt for ginseng roots. Ron, Hermione, Smitty, Charlie, and Hugo all crashed to the ground upon arrival. But only Bill, Ron's brother, stood up smiling when he saw the painting beneath him. They sprang to their feet as fast as they could from the dizziness, and looking around, they found themselves atop a mountain. The bitter cold made breathing difficult at such altitude, with all of them bundled up in the clothes Remus had given them. Hugo approached a cliff to survey the terrain and was left speechless by the breathtaking beauty of the landscape. What's going on, Hugo? Smitty asked. Look, behold the wonders nature can create. It's spectacular. They all gathered to observe the soldiers' view and were utterly amazed. In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, lay a stunningly clear lake of deep azure with calm waters, surrounded by a chain of mountains in an idyllic landscape. When they came back to reality, they regrouped and began organizing themselves. I was searching and came across a spell to check the age of an animal or plant, Bill explained. We can determine if the root has reached the required 6-year age, but am not sure how to locate it. Let's try a shot, Ron innocently suggested. Hermione and Bill stared at him in disbelief. What did I say so seriously? Not a Ron, you're right this time. The simplest solution might just be the most effective one, Hermione smiled. The soldiers didn't understand a word they said, but they were allowed to debate whether this approach would help them find the root faster. They pulled out their magic wands and started chanting Accio root ginseng, but nothing happened. It's way too easy for it to be true, Hermione muttered. There might not be any plants around this area. Perhaps this is where the magic of England doesn't work, Smitty remarked. Hermione didn't smile at him. Magic is magic, no matter where you are. Then we're left to dig up the root ourselves without its magic, Hugo said. They entered the forest and began searching the ground for the tiny plant. They lifted stones, cleared vegetation, and trudged through the soil almost on their backs. They knew it was a delicate species that often hid in hidden spots. After 2 hours, their hands and faces were covered with scratches and insect bites. The 3 wizards kept casting spells to see if the root would emerge, but nothing happened. Watching time slip away against them, they started feeling a bit desperate. "There's nothing here," Ron the transporter complained. "They must have dropped us off somewhere else." "Don't lose hope," his brother Bill replied. "This is the area, but it's a tough plant to find." But an hour later, they still hadn't found anything. They sat down with knees bent and hands clenched, desperate and restless from failing to complete their mission. To them, Harry's life meant everything. Hermione couldn't help but shed a tear, and Smitty stepped closer to hold her in his arms under Ron's watchful gaze. "We'll find that damn plant, don't worry. I remember when Harry and I were on a mission. We split up into pairs to locate bombs left by terrorists in central London. Harry and I found one, but there wasn't enough time for the bomb disposal experts to arrive. We had to defuse the bomb ourselves, and neither of us had ever handled a real one before. We were on edge with barely enough time left to prevent it from exploding. Harry, his usual fearless spirit, started cutting the cables. With just 1 minute left before detonation, he had to choose between 2 options. One would trigger the explosion and kill us, while the other would defuse the bomb and save both London and ourselves. He refused to be defeated in that life-or-death situation. He told me to stay away, saying he didn't want my death if he was wrong. But I placed his hand on his man's and closed my eyes, trusting him, trusting his instinct. Now I can help him, and I won't be defeated. We won't be defeated either." "Thank you," Hermione murmured, her eyes glistening with tears. "You're right. Harry never gives up, and neither do we." They all rose again to keep searching. Hearing a noise, the 3 soldiers immediately went on high alert and began protecting the Magi. A 6 or 7-year-old boy emerged from the forest's thick undergrowth. He stared at them with a smile, his jet-black hair framing eyes that were dark and slightly tear-streaked. "Hey there, are you all alone?" Bill asked. "Gong Yuan Zhu, they need help." "We don't understand you," Hermione said politely, "but we're looking for a ginseng root. Could you tell us where to find one?" The boy smiled again, nodded affirmatively, and gestured for them to follow him. "Genje, Saigan me." They ventured through the dense forest, following the boy who was hurrying along. "Here you'll find ginseng." "We don't get you." They were in the thick of the forest, in an area where the sun didn't shine and it was bitterly cold. The boy knelt under a tree and parted some branches to show them a small plant that was hiding very well. "Juraki," repeated the child's words, pointing at the plant. "This is the plant we're looking for," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she approached. "But how? Your friend is very plump and has a good collison, a type of Spanish coin. The magic knows everything. I helped them," and the boy smiled at them again. As he waved his hand in greeting, he vanished before them, enveloped in a white mist. As he disappeared, Hugo murmured, "I think magic appreciates the sacrifice Harry has made," Hermione said emotionally. Bill bent down and carefully dug up the plant, extracting its roots. He cast a spell and confirmed it was exactly 6 years old. "We can finally go home now. This root is the good one." They activated the transporter and arrived at Black's house. The first thing the 6 did was check on Harry. He remained in the same position as if he were sleeping, his facial expressions relaxed. "It looks like they're smiling," Hermione said, stroking his hair. "Harry, when you wake up, you owe us a lot of explanations," Charlie said, grabbing his hand. They went to meet the others in the living room, only to find them asleep scattered across the sofas, with the younger ones sprawled out on the carpet and floor. "Wow, what a scene!" Bill exclaimed. "Looks like we're the last ones here." The captain, who was used to staying on high alert, heard them and snapped his eyes open. "Have you found the root?" I asked, leaning forward. "Then yes, we have it," Hugo replied. The conversation woke up the rest of the SAS members, Remus and Kingsley, who were told what had happened to the boy. "It's amazing," said Remus. "Are we all set?" Hermione asked. "We're out of amber. Not a single piece was found in any store we visited with Minerva," said Kingsley. "We figured maybe we'll find one at a store with a bad reputation." He added, we'll head there this morning when they open. While we let the roots dry in the sun, they'll take one with me to a friend in Spain if you like it, said Bill. Tonight it'll come back with them already dried. If it's a good idea, since they've announced cloudy skies for the whole day here. It's 4:30 p.m. We should be back at base by now, the captain said. They'll let us know when they've got the drinks ready. Hermie, you'll have to cover for Harry while he's still asleep, Remus said. You'll need to go with them. Excuse me, Miss Hermione, but this time the O is worse than it looks. I received orders for the coming days. Send the entire team on a 3-day desert survival mission, and they'll be parachuted in. The good news? It's not an ambush training exercise. Good thing there's no ambush, Hermione said sarcastically. But I can't do anything like that, she said, trembling. By Merlin. Harry, what mess are you getting yourself into? And to the desert? Can't we choose our destiny? Everyone at SAS was laughing heartily at Hermione's antics. Remus, how am I supposed to do this? I don't know how to shoot, survive in the desert, or even put on a parachute. Flying scares me so much. Stay calm, Smitty said as he took a deep breath. We've got 7 of us here to help and protect you. You'll see the members of the other 2 patrols are also very pleasant. We'll say the accident caused a head injury and he's experiencing some memory loss in certain areas, said the captain. The doctors say he might be fully recovered within a week. This way, we've covered all possible gaps that could occur. If there's no other way, give me the potion, Remus. I've got the clothes in my room. As he was leaving, he was heard saying, to the desert, I'm going to burn up. Damn, Harry, you make me go through such a mess until I'm completely out of it. The soldiers vanished with a transfer vehicle that dropped them off at the boys' barracks, while the captain immediately left them there to avoid anyone spotting him. Guys, take a good shower and get ready. The target will go off in 20 minutes. No time to sleep. Harry, we'll do everything we can to help you, don't worry. Thanks, Hugo. The 4 senior soldiers retreated to their barracks for a relaxing shower before starting the day, which was proving challenging. Take the shower first, Charlie suggested when he noticed Hermione's discomfort, though he appeared to be a boy who knew she was actually a girl. Thanks, I won't be late. He grabbed the clothes Smitty had prepared for Harry and went to take a shower. Hermione had a rough morning. His body wasn't up to the daily workout routine, and he came running out exhausted. They did an hour of shooting practice, but when he fired the shot, the instructors gave him a disapproving look, not because he missed the target, but because he didn't know how to hold the gun properly. Harry, I hope you'll recover in a week, the instructor said at the end of the training session. You've made many mistakes. If you will, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not feeling my best right now. No, I already see that. But the real drama unfolded at night after dinner when a gorgeous chestnut-haired, blue-eyed guy suddenly threw himself into his arms, throwing himself into him with a whirlwind of passion. Oh, Harry, I was really worried when my dad told me you had an accident. Are you okay? Okay. I'm fine, Hermione said out of character, but the blow left me with temporary gaps in my memory. The doctors told me these would clear up in about a week. What do you mean by that? You're acting so cold to me. Don't you even kiss me? You'll see, Smitty explained to Catherine. There's something Harry can't remember from the blow. The doctor said those memories might be his most important ones, the ones that got stuck. He didn't recognize us at first. Wow, he muttered, you don't remember why I'm important to you. Then he kissed her lips tenderly. Give me a week to get back to myself and I'll make it up to you, Hermione said, rubbing his cheek to keep the girl from getting angry with Harry. All right, we'll meet in a week. Just remember this, and he kissed him again before running off with tears in his eyes. Harry, what kind of trouble are you going to get into? He grumbled when they were already alone. Why didn't you tell me about this beforehand? Truth be told, we didn't know. He's very reserved about certain things. We met Catherine at the village bar, and Harry immediately took a liking to her. But he didn't realize she'd seen her more often than we thought. That's how it all came together, Charlie explained. Hermione was overwhelmed with emotions and retreated to the shack to sleep, not wanting to think about tomorrow's flight, the one that would toss her into an unknown altitude, leaving her stranded in the desert for 3 days with nothing but their gear and a canteen of water. How could Harry endure such a life and enjoy it? His friend had too much adrenaline left to burn, yet somehow found time to meet people he'd never spoken to before. Thinking of Catherine, she was beautiful. She should have spoken to Harry very seriously, but in the end, exhausted, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, the wizards also had a hectic day. Early in the morning, Kingsley, Remus, Tonks, Arthur, and Charlie Weasley went to the Knockturn Alley shop to retrieve the Amber Stone. As expected, Kingsley ran into some issues. When they entered the unwelcoming little shop, the three shoppers inside gave them a nasty look. The Weasley family kept their eyes peeled at the entrance to avoid any ambush. "We're looking for an Amber Stone," Kingsley asked the shop assistant. "There's no material for you," the man from the store threatened. He was a tall, burly guy missing an eye with a patch covering it. "War, give us the stone," Kingsley insisted again, his hand already poised as if ready to cast a spell. "There's nothing here for you," he insisted again, his voice rough. "Outside." "You've heard it, we don't want you here," another man said, now holding the wand in his hand. Everyone drew their wands and the duel began. Arthur rushed in to help, while his son kept watch at the entrance as strange movements started appearing in the alley. The store was bathed in swirling colored lights, but Kingsley and Tonks stood like auroras, perfectly prepared. Remus and Arthur, drawing on their wartime experience, swiftly immobilized everyone present. "War, now tell Kingsley where you got that damn stone and we're off." He lifted the man from the ground and dragged him into the store, brandishing his wand as a threat. The shop owner rushed to some drawers. Opening one revealed 5 amber stones of varying sizes. Kingsley grabbed the stone closest to their required size, knocked out the owner to prevent others from following them during their escape, left money in the drawer, and they all fled the store as fast as they could. None wanted more trouble. When they arrived at the Black Manor, they were thrilled. They had all the ingredients ready. They needed to wait until nightfall for Bill to return from his friend's house in Spain with the dry ginseng root, so they could finally begin preparing the potion. Bill finally arrived with the root perfectly dry and his skin completely red. "Hey folks, my roots are totally burnt out, but from what I can see, it wasn't just the root that got roasted," Tonks quipped, seeing Bill's flushed face. "We spent the whole day at the beach with my friend, and we kept circling around the root trying to get it to come out from all sides, until I got burned." "But what a sacrifice," said George. "Spending the whole day on the beach," Fred said. "Burning under the sun," George continued. "Come on, I'll give you some cream to calm the redness," Poppy said, taking the root along with the other ingredients. Remus and Poppy had everything ready to start the potion, following every instruction word for word while double-checking every detail to make sure nothing went wrong. After 3 hours, the potion was ready and needed to rest for another hour. The color of the potion matched exactly as described in the book. Everyone had been waiting with bated breath for that moment. As Remus, Kingsley, and Minerva began installing heavy protective barriers in Harry's room, they ensured his accidental magical effects wouldn't harm anyone when he took the potion. "Are you sure these protective charms can contain Harry's magic?" Minerva asked, her voice tinged with concern. "We'll know when the Sleeping Beauty awakens," Remus replied, stroking Harry's cheek and kissing his forehead. "Right, little one?" The moment of truth had finally arrived. The potion was ready, now waiting in a glass before Harry's lips. Everyone remained behind the powerful barriers in the room. Remus and Poppy stood beside him, carefully pouring the liquid and helping him swallow it. At first nothing happened. Everyone waited impatiently until a powerful light burst from Harry's body, making them close their eyes. When the light faded, a beautiful green gaze met their stunned eyes. "Harry, little one, how are you?" asked Remus. "Water," I rasped, my voice hoarse, feeling utterly drained. My body ached and my mind was numb.
Claro, toma.
"How are you feeling, Harry?" Poppy asked while conducting some tests. "It seems your magic level is stable, but, according to the results, his magic level is way higher than before." "What happened?" I asked in confusion. "Voldemort, remember something?" Poppy asked. I closed my eyes and remembered. The battle, Voldemort, the sword fight, the ending where my blade cut the Dark Lord's life. A tear fell down my cheek. He was a killer, had fulfilled his destiny, but I felt terrible, guilty. A dark magic surge darkened the room, casting an all-black shadow that made breathing difficult in the atmosphere thick with arcane energy. I see you remember. Harry took a deep breath and tried to control the magic. Poppy asked me this. It'll be tough at first, but you've got to push through. I didn't open my eyes, but I nodded to indicate I'd heard him and took several deep breaths. The room came back to life, the original colors, but all heard as a fierce storm erupted, with thunderclaps and lightning flashes. Did Harry cause this? Ginny whispered to her father. I don't know, Ginny, but there's a good chance it could be that way. Better let him rest, Poppy told everyone. I'll give you a sleepless potion to help him get some rest. It's midnight, and a good night's sleep will do you good. I fell back asleep, but the storm stayed with them all night long. They kept taking turns to keep me company, never leaving me alone for a moment. When I woke up that morning, it was Tonk's turn. Good morning, sleepyhead, he said affectionately. Days, how are you doing? I don't know, stunned. How many hours have I been unconscious? Hours? Or not, Harry? Days. When you do something, you go all out. Days, we could tell you countless adventures, but I'd rather it be Remus. He'll love hearing all the stories that happened while you were sound asleep. Let me go find him and bring you something to eat. Thanks. When Remus entered the room, everything was painted gray again. Harry, you should restore the room to its original color. This place is really depressing. I looked around at the gray tones and decided to leave the room in light blue again. Remus explained everything that had happened and how everyone had worked together to find the ingredients for the potion. I laughed at the twins' team's adventures and was amazed by what happened to those who went to fetch the ginseng root. My heart overflowed with love and affection for all those people who didn't hesitate for a moment to put themselves in danger and venture into the unknown to help me. Then he explained the situation at the ministry. The new minister was Mrs. Bones, who wanted to speak with me once I had recovered, but assured me not to worry. The last thing he mentioned was that Hermione was covering for me again in the army. No Remus. Once again I didn't complain, and Remus's hair and clothes turned red, matching the color of my cheeks. A shameful turn of events. Hey Harry, bring back my clothes in the same color I used to wear. You're so funny. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Tonks said as he walked in with breakfast. Ha ha, Remus, you're so handsome. Ha ha ha, I don't see the point, Harry. Yes, but you look great with red hair, practically a Weasley. Harry, I want my hair color now. And just as he was about to leave, Remus finally regained his normal color. Are you going to paint everything? Remus snapped at him. I don't realize I'm doing this, I feel it. At least the storm has eased up, Tonks said, glancing out the window. That's a good sign. Grab your breakfast and get some energy. Harry, you need to control your magic, otherwise you won't be able to get out of this room. But I have to leave. Hermione won't be able to handle the training for many more days. Keeping up with the pace is really tough. Don't worry, all your teammates are helping her a lot. Especially that guy named Smitty, he explained with a smile. Smitty? Who would have thought? It was an incredibly fun day for everyone. They took turns watching him to avoid tiring him out, and they shared stories of his adventures. More than one person left with hair in a different color than when they entered or changed clothes. Household objects levitated or vanished and reappeared elsewhere. Unexpected storms would break out when he was feeling down, while the sun would shine brightly when they heard him laughing at the twins' jokes. The barriers he'd set up in his room were completely useless. Harry's magic was flowing freely throughout the house. Remus sent Hermione a message saying that Harry had woken up and was doing fine, but his magic was still a bit out of control. Guys, this is a message from Remus. Harry's awake and doing fine, he told the SAS team. That's fantastic, Charlie exclaimed with delight. Can we see it soon? Asked Smitty, though I'm getting used to having you around. Don't be stupid, Smitty. Your magic is now completely out of control. Remus says it paints everything colorful and changes their clothes. Objects levitate or vanish, and they can sense your mood because you trigger mind-blowing storms or make the sun appear the next second. Can we really change the weather? I think Harry's the only one who can pull that off. I'd love to be by his side. Then you're mistaken, little one. We'll set off in 20 minutes, Hugo said, handing them all the equipment they needed. But I'm glad Harry's doing well. It'll be 3 days. When we return, you can come see him. Of course, said Hugo, resigned to his fate. "You can tell the captain that Harry's already awake." "Yes, don't worry, I'll let you know." The plane carrying them to the desert took off with the soldiers and a terrified Hermione. Chapter 16.
Chapter 16 Decisions.
The plane crew gave them the order to fasten their parachutes and get ready for takeoff. Smitty and Hugo helped Hermione strap on his parachute, while their classmates covered him up, so those who didn't know his true identity wouldn't spot the maneuver. "I'm not gonna make it," he muttered, his voice trembling with fear. "We'll help you out. Relax, it's easier than you think," she encouraged Smitty. "I'll give you my hand and we'll jump together," Hugo began explaining to him. "We'll plummet until I signal you. Then pull this rope to open the parachute. When you hit the ground, someone will be waiting to help you retrieve the fabric. Try not to scream when you jump. Harry loves flying, and it wouldn't be normal to hear him scream in fear." "I'll do my best." They waited for what seemed like an eternity before receiving the signal to stand in the plane's aisle, fully prepared and loaded with all their gear. Finally, the door opened and they began jumping. Hugo was in front of Hermione, with Smitty right behind him. Everything happened in a flash. They were already at the door. When it was Hermione's turn to jump, he spun around to grab his hand and dragged him along. Smitty gave him a gentle nudge to keep him from falling behind. Hermione watched everything unfold in seconds. Reaching the door, seeing the void before him, freezing in terror, feeling Hugo's hand grabbing her and dragging her along, then being pushed by Smitty. He couldn't help but fall into the void. His heart stopped for a few seconds, terrified. Hugo never let go of her at any moment, as he had promised, and that hand gave him some security to relax a bit and let his heart start beating again. After a few minutes of freefall at high speed, where he saw the earth closing in relentlessly, Hugo released his hand and gave him the rope's pull signal. He desperately searched for it and felt a strong tug that lifted him several meters. Looking up, he sighed in relief, seeing his parachute fully deployed. The descent became slower yet steadier. He watched as many teammates were already touching down and quickly retrieving their parachutes. Watching them land seemed effortless. Hugo was right beside you, giving instructions to steer the landing. You needed to pull the ropes on both sides of him to change direction, and simultaneously tug on both ropes to brake during touchdown. As you approach the ground, he advised bending your knees slightly to cushion the impact and prevent injury. He was just 1 meter away, his body tense, arms pulling the ropes with all his might to stop himself. Finally, his feet touched the desired ground, but the landing was embarrassing. Fell onto the floor, covering himself with the fabric on his body. Charlie and Socrates quickly arrived to help her out of the mess. In moments, they freed her and gathered the fabric. Some colleagues from the other 2 patrols looked at them in confusion, but said nothing and continued their business. Hugo, as always the mission leader, began issuing orders to move forward. They were in the Sahara Desert, where sand and endless stretches of sand dominated the landscape. The hostile environment meant their worst enemies would be the scorching daytime heat and freezing nights. At 9 in the morning, the sweltering heat was about to set in. They needed to find a place to set up camp that could shelter them from those sweltering hours when the relentless heat would halt their progress. Hugo and Justin set the course for the oasis they needed to reach first. There, they could fill their water jugs with water. They had water and a glimmer of hope to find something to eat. It was going to be a tough survival mission. Each person only had 2 canteens filled with water, and they weren't allowed to carry any provisions. "Mr. Senor, I want to draw your attention. Hugo, we have a couple of hours left before the sun really heats up. Let's start walking toward the oasis. The sooner we arrive, the more assured we'll be about securing water supplies." They began their walk. Hugo positioned himself next to the youngest members while discreetly distributing Hermione's entire gear among the 7 who knew his identity, so he wouldn't carry too much weight. His own journey would be through the sand without rest or prior training. By 11 o'clock, the heat had become unbearable, so they stopped to set up camp. Each person carried an aluminum-framed lounge chair that didn't weigh much, so they wouldn't have to lie on the scorching sand. They also built a tent big enough to shelter all 16 of them. The simple white canvas provided basic sun protection, though it couldn't keep out the intense heat. The guards were organized, and the rest prepared to sleep as they were supposed to march through the night. Hermione pulled off his boots to stay more comfortable. Don't take off your boots, Harry. If you leave them on the ground, a scorpion could crawl in. And if we need to get up quickly for any emergency, you won't have time to put them back on before the scorching heat from the ground turns you into a human volcano. Hugo explained. When we're on a mission, we sleep in our gear and keep our equipment handy. All right, now I'll put them on, he whispered and slipped back into his boots. As the sun dipped lower, they packed up their tent and set off toward the oasis. For Harry, Hermione was a real droggy's legs ached from the relentless sand trek, constantly scrambling up and down tiny mounds, but he kept pushing through. Harry's friends stayed by his side, lending him whatever help they could. The members of the other two patrols couldn't understand what was happening to Harry. He wasn't acting like himself. Eventually, Justin approached Hugo to ask what was going on. What's going on with Harry? You're all protecting him, but it looks like he can't make any progress. Harry shouldn't be here at all. He suffered the worst injuries in the car crash. Beyond the head trauma that left him with memory loss, he has internal injuries that restrict his breathing and cause him to tire out faster than usual. But he didn't want anyone to know, so they wouldn't leave him in the base's infirmary. You know him well, Yuri, now paying the price. That's why we're helping him. Hugo told the fabricated story they'd prepared to cover up Harry and Hermione. When Justin explained the problem to his classmates, everyone pitched in to help Harry and teased him for not staying at the base. Hermione understood how much the real Harry cared about all those people. Everyone helped each other, and knowing his friend, he must have helped them countless times before. Night fell with the cold. They slipped on the polar fleece from their gear and kept trekking through the night. With no food to ease their rumbling stomachs, none of them complained as they pressed onward. In the early hours of the morning, they saw the palm trees of the oasis they were heading toward in the distance. Without saying a word, they quickened their pace. Seeing Harry's exhausted face, Smitty took his arm to help him with those final steps. You've got a little time left, he whispered, hold on a bit longer. You're really brave. Thanks, Smitty. They finally reached the oasis. They laid down the exhausted Hermione under a palm tree in the shade and barred him from moving. One of them grabbed his water jug to refill it, while another brought dates they collected for him to eat. In the end, he fell asleep under the shade, all eyes on him. 3 days later, they came to collect them. For Hermione, it had been an unforgettable experience. Exhausted, with his muscles sore and sunburnt, yet his heart brimming with gratitude for all those men. When they arrived, they had a day off to rest from the survival ordeal. After taking a good shower and changing, they picked up the captain and vanished, heading straight for Black Manor to check on Harry's condition. Hermione's first move was to dash into her room to take the antidote and get back to being herself. She emerged in a flowing blue dress that left Smitty wide-eyed. The truth is, I prefer you, as Hermione whispered. Hermione didn't say anything, but they kept staring at each other intently. We'll see, Harry, he finally said. I was lost in thought by the window when I heard commotion and voices in the hall. Using my magic to investigate, I recognized Hermione's presence and understood they were my army comrades who had arrived. A smile lit up my face as I realized their presence. The encounter was absolutely magical. With the thrill of seeing them, my magic started flowing freely again. Suddenly, every object in the room began to levitate, and everything was bathed in vibrant colors. I guess all this color explosion means you're happy to see us, Hermione said, throwing herself into my arms and hugging me tightly. Hermy, what a joy to see you. Without even letting go of Hermione's waist, I greeted all my classmates and the captain with genuine cheer. How are you, Harry? The captain asked. Better yet, sir. I can now control my magic almost completely, he said with a smile, glancing around at the room painted in vibrant hues. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he restored everything to its original state. We had a chat and thanked everyone for their efforts in gathering ingredients for the potion. They shared their personal adventures with the ingredients and their survival stories in the desert. Harry, we've decided to make Hermione an honorary member of our team. She's been brave and kept up through all 3 days without complaining, and she's been doing her job, explained Hugo. I'm so proud of you, Hermy. It's been tough for someone who wasn't prepared for this. I don't know how to thank you for all the sacrifices you've made for me. I told you that by giving you a kiss on your tan cheek. Don't be stupid, Harry. You were the one who nearly sacrificed your life to save us all. That was the bare minimum you could do. I've only managed 3 days of enduring the sun's glare, and I've even gotten used to. With a mischievous grin, she said, you can do so many things with it. Hey, let's not start with that embarrassing blush I told you about. Everyone burst into laughter. Hermione left us alone to go greet the rest of the house and catch some much-needed rest. Harry, do you have anything to do with Hermione? Smitty whispered, somewhat withdrawn from the others. Is Hermione really me? Or not? She's my best friend. I love her like a sister. Ever since we met at 11, Ron and Hermione have become my family, my brothers. We've shared countless adventures together. As her sister, I'll always protect her and won't let anyone hurt her, I said with serious determination. I like her. I don't want to hurt her. She's such a wonderful girl. Yes, she is, but watch out, Smitty. She's very smart and independent, always carrying a book in her hand. I'm not sure if she's the type of woman you're looking for. I don't know, Harry, but I want to ask for your permission to give it a shot. You yourself, I don't think you know where you're going, but don't hurt him. It wasn't my intention, he said. His face lit up with a big smile. You'll help me, right? First, I want to talk to her alone and see if she'd also like to meet you. I find it reasonable. And what about your other friend, the red-haired guy? You'll have to explain to another brother. They were flirting for a while, but it didn't end up anywhere. They decided that their relationship was better as friends. But if you dare to break her heart, don't expect to know what 2 furious wizards might do for their best friend. Wow, you're painting a pretty dark picture. But I think winning Hermione's heart is totally worth it. The captain asked them to leave him alone with Harry, and they all headed to the hall where the wizards welcomed them with open arms. Together, they set up a grand feast to celebrate Harry's triumphant return. Harry, we need to have a serious talk about what you want to do with your future. I don't get it, sir. You said you joined the army to learn and destroy that monster. You achieved your goal and came out alive. I don't think you ever imagined surviving that fight, which is why you never planned for the future. But you made it through and are doing fine. You've signed a 5-year contract with the army, but I bet your magic can make it disappear. What do you plan to do with your life from now on? Well, honestly, I never really believed I'd make it out of this alive, and I never truly dreamed about the future. These days I've been thinking a lot about what I want my life to be. I like what I have in the army. I love adventure, and I think I can do great things if I stay with you guys. The magical world never gave me anything, it always pushed me. I want to keep in the army. I told you I was convinced. I'm glad you made the decision. I believe you can thrive with us too, he said, warmly clasping my hand in satisfaction. They invited us to dinner, and we all sat down at the table to savor that new friendship that had blossomed between those 2 vastly different worlds. Attention, everyone. I told you after dessert, I'd get up from the table. First of all, thank you all for being my friends and family. I want to reiterate my gratitude for everything you've done for me and share some news with you. The silence enveloped the dining room as everyone listened intently to my words. As you all know, I never thought I'd survive my fight against Voldemort. Was a truly formidable wizard. Now I must face a future I never imagined, and I've decided to stay in the army. I'll continue living as a muggle while fighting evil forces worldwide. I smile at you, but if you need me, just whistle and I'll come to your rescue. Don't think you can get rid of me. Don't want to lose you. You're my family. I heard some complaints from Ron and Ginny. Molly, I want Arthur to keep living in this house, I said quickly when I saw Pawnee. The elf was about to protest. He can help with household chores, and this place is big enough for all his children, their partners and grandchildren to run around here. Since I consider myself one of them too, I'll bring my future kids here someday too, so they can run around and meet their grandparents, I said with a smile. Molly got up with tears in her eyes and hugged me, her face still damp with tears. We spent a delightful afternoon together. I had a private chat with Hermione and Ron, sharing Smitty's intentions. Hermione smiled and said she'd love to give it a shot too, while Ron just smiled at his friend. By the way, Harry told Hermione with a wicked grin, when were you going to tell us about Catherine? Who? I tried to dodge the question. Don't come at me with that stuff. You know exactly who it is, the one who starts popping up if you don't want us to use Veritaserum with you. I ran into her and got kissed. That's the worst thing you've ever made me go through in my life. Honestly, kissing a woman wasn't something I planned on doing. So now you can start explaining yourself. Oh, is that all you're gonna say? Ron said sternly, pulling out the Veritaserum Remus had kept hidden. No, don't wait. It's something I still need to sort out myself. I really like it and feel good about it, but with Voldemort lurking so close, I just didn't have the mental capacity for that. The tears she shed because you couldn't remember her were truly meaningful. Did he cry? Yes. Smitty couldn't think of anything better than telling you that the accident's blow to your head had made you forget the most important things for you. His words were that he hoped you'd remember them soon before you left in tears. Vai! You guys are such expressive people. I hope you have more to say with her. That same night, I joined my patrol to return to the army. It was an emotional farewell. All the wizards hugged me, saying they'd take care of me. Remus had tears welling up in his eyes. Molly wouldn't let go, and Arthur had to hold her back to calm her down. Kingsley reminded me I needed to schedule an interview with Minister Amelia Bones as soon as possible. When we reached the base, I took a deep breath. A new life unfolded before me, and I smiled because I loved the adventure the army offered. But the surprises weren't over for me in this fresh chapter of my journey. Harry, you should come with me, the captain said seriously. The others retreated to their barracks while I kept going, still feeling a bit puzzled about the captain. We headed to the central offices, and he escorted me to Commander Jefferson's office. Good evening, sir. The captain greeted the commander. I have come with the soldier Potter. Come on, Captain. We've been waiting for you. I went in and greeted the commander, but I froze when I recognized the person talking to him. Good evening, Harry Potter. The Minister of Magic Amelia Bones asked, Are you feeling better now? But the words wouldn't come out of my mouth. I just kept nodding yes. Still in that stiff position, they hadn't given me permission to rest yet. Sit down, soldier. We've got a lot to talk about, the commander requested. We gathered around a round table in his office. I'd like to speak freely while we're seated at this table, the commander said. If that was the only thing I could say, still somewhat stunned. I understand that if you're here, it means you chose to stay with us, continued the commander. The truth is, I owe you an explanation. I'm what wizards call a squib. My father was a muggle-born wizard and my mother a muggle, so my magical heritage isn't strong enough to develop but can be passed down. My father taught me about the wizarding world until I enlisted in the military, and I've always had some connection to this realm. When I went to pick him up, I knew exactly who was in his hands and figured out why he desperately wanted to join an elite body with intense training. At some point, I had to entrust my mission to someone for help. I kept a close eye on you and those closest to him, assuming the captain would be his chosen one. So I just needed to see when the captain's routine started changing. Don't think he's betrayed you. Let's say I set up a little trap to confirm my suspicion. She was the one who trusted me and handed over the profiles of all the Morcephagos, Voldemort, and himself. The rest was just covering up when needed and giving him the most intense training any soldier could get. But we couldn't interfere with his fate. I want to tell you how proud I am of you and your strength. Thank you, I replied, my voice trembling with emotion. Amelia has been a close childhood friend of mine, and we've been in touch for years now, keeping track of her progress. Harry, can I call you that? Okay?
Claro, señora ministra.
Hey, call me Amelia. We'll save the formalities for when we're out in public. Thanks, Amelia. He tried contacting you days ago, but I know from Kingsley that you were unconscious for a few days and they had to give you an old potion to wake you up, which caused instability in your magic. Have you been able to fix that issue? Yes, now I've got it under control. The little bit that's slipping through my fingers isn't dangerous. I'm so glad to hear you're doing well. It would have been heartbreaking if someone as young and brave as you ended up facing that demon. Could we hear your version of the story? I know the versions from the Aurora and the army, but only you know the whole truth. I began explaining how it all unfolded from our initial encounters with Voldemort, the confrontations we faced, the kidnapping, and ultimately that final battle. And that's it. Now I just want some stability in my life. Please forgive me, Amelia, but I want to stay in the army. The magical world has only manipulated me since birth. IVE fulfilled my destiny. Now I'm free to make my own choices. I get it, Harry. Everyone here knew what you'd pick. You've got that adventurous spirit and proven yourself here. Minister Amelia smiled at me. But I came to propose something. First, make some public statements to the magical community that wants to thank you for your sacrifices. Wait until I finish. Just once, in a public event where I'll stand by your side to support you. But I don't want anyone's recognition, I just want to live in peace. I know and I understand, but I'm asking you this one time as a personal favor. People want to know, and if they start spreading false rumors, it'll only make things worse. Finally, a good capitulation. We've been talking with Richard, the commander added, noticing my hesitation. I don't know his full name yet. If we need help, I'd love to have you and your team on board. You're one of the most powerful and well-trained wizards. With your team, you've proven your efficiency. And here's the kicker, whenever something threatens wizards, it usually ends up affecting muggles too. I glanced at the commander and the captain, who nodded in agreement. Of course, Amelia, I'll handle it. Just reach out to the commander and explain the issue. We kept chatting about the ceremony the minister wanted to host, where the commander, captain, and my SAS teammates, those who shared the secret, were supposed to be special guests. When they finally let me go to rest, it was already late. But the surprises didn't end there. The commander followed me out to the edge of his office. Harry, my daughter Catherine cried a lot for you. God, is Catherine your daughter? Well, now that's when I should tell you the truth. She didn't want to reveal her identity to keep you from getting scared and leaving. She does have magic, though. She's been studying at Biaxbatons and really cares about you. She told me to call her and handed me a card with a phone number. When I got to the shack, I collapsed onto the bed, completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. What's up, Harry? You look like you've gotten into another mess, commented Charlie. Hey, did you know? I was missing your struggles. You're the only one here, and just a few hours in and you're already looking desperate. Tell us about it. Smitty laughed. Catherine. She's the commander's daughter and gave me her phone number, so we can call her and sort things out. Damn, Harry, Socrates exclaimed. Look at all the girls out there. You should have paid attention to the commander's daughter. What a load of crap. You know, if you ever want to spice up your life, take me with you. I'll find a way to get into the biggest mess without even knowing it. Everyone burst into laughter. Then I explained the whole story about the Minister of Magic and how the commander was a squib, his daughter being a witch just like me. They were hosting this thank you ceremony for me and everyone else in the room. For a few days we had regular training, and the instructors thanked me for regaining my memory and remembering to grab a weapon, with my aim back to pre-accident levels. Haha, I'll tell Hermione about her poor shooting skills later. The weekend finally arrived. Since everything was quiet, we got 2 days off. I called Catherine and we set up a meeting at the village bar to chat in peace. When she walked in smiling at me, I knew I felt something special for her. She threw herself into my arms and burst into tears. After calming down, we talked and kissed. Being with her made me feel so good. No more lies meant everything, and that connection only strengthened our bond. On Sunday, after having a terrible time asking the commander if he could take me to meet everyone at Black Manor, I brought her there for dinner. They accepted me enthusiastically after Remus spiked her drink with Veritaserum and asked if I was truly in love with her. I was furious with them, but hearing her say she loved me for who I am, not because of Harry Potter status or anything else, really hit home. The fame. They got along wonderfully with Hermione and Ginny, and I heard them laughing so hard while I was talking to Ron and the twins. I don't know if I want to know what they were laughing about as they looked at me with those teary-eyed little eyes from the laughter. The day I turned 18 came with a fantastic party at the Black Manor. I was there with Catherine and Hermione with Smitty, while Ron introduced us to a friend he'd met through the Auror course application. Ron had decided to become an Auror himself so we could team up for special missions between Muggles and Wizards. For the first time, I was steering my destiny instead of being led by it. I felt blissful with all my loved ones, my arm wrapped affectionately around my blue-eyed princess's waist. Smiling at the 18 candles lighting the cake, I blew out the flame, wishing for a lifetime filled with happiness, adventures, love, and friendship.